Bai Piao groggily opened his eyes. Then, as if remembering something, he shot bolt upright in bed. How did I fall asleep? Where the hell am I? Bai Piao was instantly wide awake because the room in front of him was definitely not his dormitory. He clearly remembered that just now he had been playing games with his roommates in the dormitory. The enemies had already pushed the high ground crystal. In his excitement, he knocked over the water cup beside the keyboard. The water splashed onto the keyboard. He felt an electric current pass through his body, and then he lost consciousness. Then, he had fallen asleep. Staring at the room so completely different from Earth in style, with its ancient furniture, Bai Piao was shocked by a sudden possibility. Could it be? He had transmigrated. No way. Could someone transmigrate just from playing games? If that were true, a 5-person team at an internet cafe would all get electrocuted together and then go kill monsters in another world as a team. He shook his head, pushed those thoughts aside, and began to carefully observe his surroundings. The ancient furniture, the rosewood table, the rosewood wardrobe, the tea set on the table, all looked full of charm. Even the clothes on his body felt soft and comfortable to the touch. Bai Piao had never worn such high-quality fabric before. Had he transmigrated into some rich family? At that thought, Bai Piao couldn't help grinning with delight. On Earth, he had lost both parents since childhood and was raised by his grandmother. But she passed away just as he reached adulthood, so everything had always depended on himself. Now he had transmigrated into a rich second-generation heir's body. Had the heavens finally opened their eyes? But where was his golden finger? Didn't other transmigrators all have crowds of beautiful women and cheats like rising 10 levels per breath? Where was his golden finger? Ding! Congratulations, host. The divine reward system has been successfully integrated. Binding is now underway. Ding! Binding successful. Speak of the devil. Bai Piao listened blankly to the voice in his mind, and then he was flooded with excitement. Nice. What did I tell you? Golden finger. It's a golden finger. Bai Piao danced excitedly on the bed, as thrilled as a monkey bouncing around. Once the excitement passed, Bai Piao immediately shifted his attention into his mind and began to examine what this system of his actually was. Host Bai Piao. Level Warrior 1-star. Cultivation Method none. Combat Skill none. Attribute none. Shot points 0. Staring blankly at the interface before him, Bai Piao was shaken by the 3 big nods. Damn, this is a total 3-0 product. No cultivation method, no combat skill, no attribute. So I ask you, what exactly did the previous owner of this body have? After complaining, Bai Piao continued viewing the interface. Warrior 1-star. Looks like I've transmigrated to some fantasy continent, huh? A life of fighting and killing was definitely not his preference. As a young man of the new era, Bai Piao had a positive and progressive attitude. But what were shock points? Before he could ask, the system's voice rang out in his mind again. Ding! You have obtained a newbie gift pack. Would you like to accept it? A newbie gift pack. Bai Piao's eyes lit up. That was standard transmigrator welfare. Accept. If there's a freebie and you don't take it, you're an idiot. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 chance to draw from the middle area of the wheel. What? Just 1 draw? Bai Piao looked at the interface. There were 2 options on it, claim and claim X10. What the hell was that? Claim X10 on the right. 10 times the rewards. Curious, Bai Piao chose claim X10. In the next moment, the interface before him suddenly changed its visual style. To keep your body healthy, eat barbecue every day. XX barbecue. A taste you'll never forget. Staring blankly at the 21st century ad playing in front of him, Bai Piao was stunned for a long time. Is this one of those mini-program ads? Bai Piao had played a lot of mini-programs. Whenever you died, they would make you watch an ad to revive or watch an ad to double your rewards. Damn, even the system has this kind of trick. Quietly waiting for the advertisement to finish, the interface before him gradually returned to its familiar appearance, reverting to the system's true form. Phew. Forgetting about the ridiculous advertisement just shown, Bai Piao was overjoyed to see that his lottery chances had increased to 10. Host, would you like to draw? Draw? What kind of rewards could he obtain from 10 lottery chances? Bai Piao began to anticipate eagerly. Before him, the system interface vanished, replaced by a gigantic circular wheel. It seemed to stretch endlessly. Bai Piao, gazing at the wheel whose diameter rivaled a skyscraper, was stunned by the system's extravagance. Other systems featured ordinary-sized wheels. His must be 100 times larger. Impressive indeed. Bai Piao looked left and right, confusion spreading across his face. The wheel was enormous, yet there appeared to be absolutely nothing inside its frames. Host, the Grand Lottery wheel holds countless prizes. From the outer rings inward, the number of items decreases while their quality increases. Items can only be illuminated after being obtained. Upon the system's reminder, Bai Piao understood. Never mind all that. Draw first, figure it out later. Draw once. The moment his words fell, the middle section of the massive wheel before him erupted in blinding brilliance. What the so many rewards? Bai Piao gazed at the dense grid of small compartments before him. This vast expanse of light, roughly counting, surely no fewer than 10,000 squares. If each square corresponded to 1 item, then this meant over 10,000 different rewards. And this was merely a fraction. The middle tier alone was this massive. Amazed, Bai Piao watched as the square nearest to him, the one on the vast illuminated field, shifted from white light to crimson red. The lottery had begun. That red glow started jumping randomly across the lit squares. It has to be something good, something wonderful. Given that his current body was utterly worthless, Bai Piao's desire for a favorable reward burned intensely. At the very least, could he become merely to know? Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a fire attribute glass bead. Before Bai Piao's eyes, a flame-red glass bead materialized. But below it, two options appeared: claim and claim X10. What more needed saying? Of course he would take 10 times. Bai Piao stared blankly at the taxi company advertisement slogan before him, resigning himself to endure another excruciating 20 seconds. 5 seconds longer than the previous barbecue advertisement. After 20 seconds, the system interface reappeared before Bai Piao's eyes. Detected that the host possesses 10 fire attribute glass beads. Would you like to automatically synthesize them into a 7 attribute colored pearl? A system prompt chimed. Automatic synthesis. How convenient. Since the fire attribute could only be used once, the remaining 9 beads would otherwise go to waste. Bai Piao had been worrying about this very issue, and now the system presented a blessing. Thoughtful and commendable. Synthesize. A flash of brilliance erupted, and before Bai Piao appeared a 7-colored pearl radiating magnificent light. Never mind the rest. Use it first. Congratulations on successfully using the 7 attribute colored pearl, host. You have obtained the 7 elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. The remaining 3 fire attribute glass beads have been automatically synthesized into 1 3 attribute colored pearl. Continue drawing, he would check later. Draw count -1. On the massive wheel before him, another red dot began jumping erratically. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a heaven rank low tier cultivation technique. Too lazy to check what it was since the X10 option appeared below once more. He desperately wanted to skip the 15 to 20 second wait, but passing up free gains was not Bai Piao's style. Bai Piao quickly turned his head away to avoid the humiliating advertisement. Another agonizing 15 seconds. Ding! Detected that the host possesses 10 heaven rank low tier cultivation techniques. Would you like to automatically synthesize them into a heaven rank mid tier technique? Synthesize. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heaven rank mid tier cultivation technique, Great Sun Heart Sutra. Deciding against further draws, the 15-second advertisements were giving Bai Piao a headache. Having just arrived in this other world, Bai Piao decided to step outside and explore. Strangely enough, despite being one who had transmigrated into this body, he had inherited none of its previous owner's memories. It was as if a blank canvas stared back at him. This left him in quite an awkward predicament. Knowing nothing, he dared not ask questions at random. He could only take things one step at a time. After straightening his attire, he gazed into the mirror at a face identical to his past self, still just as handsome. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped out the door. Pushing the door open, a grand courtyard greeted his eyes. At the entrance, a man with a stooped posture hurried forward with a bow. Young master, may I ask if you have rested well? Bai Piao's face remained composed, but his mind was rapidly drawing conclusions. Judging by the appearance, this should be a servant who attends to him. Amen. Bai Piao nodded with serene nonchalance. The servant's words indirectly confirmed that he was indeed a second-generation rich young master. I was just saying what I needed to do before sleeping, but it seems I've somewhat forgotten. Bai Piao patted his head as though the memory eluded him. Replying to the young master, this morning at breakfast you encountered the 3rd young master of the Zhang family, and afterward you returned saying you wished to rest for a moment. The servant was deeply perplexed within, yet his outward manner remained respectful and obedient in his reply. What has come over the young master? Wasn't he throwing a terrible tantrum earlier? How could he have forgotten so quickly? Oh, I remember now. Bai Piao wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. In truth, he remembered absolutely nothing of the sort. From now on you shall follow me. Whatever your name was before, as of today, I shall bestow upon you a new one. You shall be called Erguzi. After much deliberation, Bai Piao settled upon a name he considered quite excellent. How could one manage alone in this unfamiliar world? It would be impossible not to give oneself away. The humble, subservient servant before him seemed a suitable choice for his purposes. Yes, young master. The servant, no, he should now be called Erguzi, wore an expression of obvious excitement. Within the vast Bai household, he was a lowly servant whose death would go unmourned and unburied. Yet today to be granted a name by the young master himself. What an immense honor this was. Watching the flush rising on Erguzi's face, Bai Piao breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Come, Erguzi, take your young master for a stroll. So saying, Bai Piao led the way forward. What manner of world was this truly? Yes, young master. Walking along the road while observing the scenery around him, Bai Piao discovered that he could view advertisements while walking. His thoughts began to stir with newfound possibilities. At a corner his attention wandered, and he collided with someone. Gazing at the man before him, slightly taller but powerfully built, Bai Piao hastened to apologize. My apologies, brother, it was unintentional. He had even stepped on the man's shoe and left a mark. Bai Piao felt thoroughly embarrassed. But the air around them seemed to have frozen solid. Bai Piao observed the bewildered expressions of the men standing behind that fellow and found it all rather peculiar. And at that very moment, a mechanical system prompt suddenly echoed within Bai Piao's mind. Shocking points 10-5-1. Before Bai Piao could comprehend what was happening, Erguzi's trembling hand tugged at his sleeve in terror, his voice quivering. Young master, that is the master. What? He's my father. This must be a joke. This man who looks only a few years older than me is my father. You ungrateful wretch. Come to the study tonight to see me. Bai Sheng trembled with rage, casting the words out sharply before sweeping his sleeves and departing. This wretched boy, how dare he call him brother? Has he lost his mind entirely? 3 days without a beating, and he's climbing to the rafters. Tonight he would carve a lasting impression into this good-for-nothing son of his. After the group had departed into the distance, Bai Piao finally turned to regard Erguzi, whose forehead was already beaded with sweat. He truly is my father. Erguzi wiped the sweat from his brow. Absolutely, young master. The master's overwhelming, almost berserk aura moments ago had left Erguzi in a cold sweat of lingering dread. If the master had truly lost his temper, this humble lackey would have been the very first to suffer the consequences. Although the young master had just bestowed upon him a name, to die in such an obscure and pointless manner would have been a tragic fate indeed. Oh, Bai Piao nodded to himself. It seemed his understanding of this world still required much deeper exploration. A man of at least 40 or 50 years who appeared no older than 30. Surely this was the benefit of cultivation. Erguzi, lead the way. Let us visit the market. No longer walking at the forefront, Bai Piao allowed Erguzi to take the lead a few paces ahead. Erguzi, accepting his orders, set off in a particular direction. Erguzi, what is your cultivation rank? Bai Piao did not remain idle. He seized the opportunity to learn more about this unfamiliar world so as to avoid another such mortifying incident. Replying to the young master, this one's status is humble. I am but a 2-star warrior. Erguzi answered in meek deference. Upon hearing this, Bai Piao felt an overwhelming urge to strangle his predecessor. Even a mere servant attending to others was a 2-star warrior, yet this so-called rich young master was only a 1-star warrior. Then what about my father? Bai Piao's expression remained composed as he continued his inquiry. The master is a cultivator of unfathomable depth. This one is entirely ignorant of his specific level of strength. Erguzi shook his head, indicating that he too possessed no means of discerning such matters. Just at that moment, Bai Piao's eyes brightened with sudden interest. Within his palm, a pale blue medicinal pill materialized. Erguzi, swallow this. Bai Piao extended the pill toward Erguzi as he spoke. Without the slightest hesitation, Erguzi took the pill and gulped it down in a single mouthful. Should the young master command him to march to his death at this very moment, he would not dare offer even a sliver of resistance. Moreover, the young master had just bestowed upon him a name, and within his heart Erguzi was now willing to brave any inferno or cross any blade-filled mountain for his sake. The instant the pill entered his belly, a searing sensation spread across Erguzi's face, as though an immense power were erupting within his body. Young master, this one may need to enter a brief state of cultivation. Erguzi pleaded. Quickly, cultivate. Bai Piao nodded, watching Erguzi with undisguised excitement. What he had given Erguzi was of course no poison. It was a reward he had just obtained from the system. 6th grade experience pill. Upon consumption, it grants an immense surge of experience points, propelling one's cultivation level upward at remarkable speed. After enduring a string of tedious advertisements, a grand total of 10 6th grade experience pills. As for why he did not consume it himself, but instead tossed it to Erguzi. These pills were clearly different from the previous two. They presumably required active cultivation to take effect. Although he possessed a mid-grade heaven-rank cultivation method and the 7 attributes, Bai Piao had no idea how to actually cultivate. Erguzi served as the perfect test subject. But the moment Erguzi seated himself cross-legged, he sprang back up in a flash. What is it? Bai Piao asked in bewilderment. Sitting down, and then immediately standing up. What manner of cultivation was that? Young master, that sensation has vanished. But this one's cultivation rank, it appears to be skyrocketing. Erguzi could feel the power within his body growing ever more formidable. This was the unmistakable sensation of a breakthrough. It had been many long years since he had last experienced such a sensation. Oh, as he sensed Erguzi's aura steadily intensifying, realization dawned upon Bai Piao. So this 6th grade experience pill also took immediate effect upon consumption, requiring no active cultivation whatsoever. Driven by curiosity, a pale blue pill materialized in Bai Piao's own palm, and he tossed it into his mouth in one swift motion. Instantly, an indescribable sensation began radiating from within his body. Then, as though a muffled thunderclap had detonated inside him, Bai Piao distinctly felt his physical form grow somehow sturdier and more resilient. Had he truly grown stronger? Following 8 successive muffled detonations, Bai Piao distinctly perceived that the world before his eyes had fundamentally transformed. His vision had grown remarkably sharper, clear enough to count the legs of an ant on the ground. His hearing had improved as well. Passing the CET-4 back home should pose no difficulty. The most profound change lay in his very body. Clenching his fist, he felt surges of tangible power coursing through him, lending him a dizzying illusion. One punch like this could have killed his former self. He opened the status panel. Host Bai Piao. Level Martial Artist 9th Star. Technique Heaven Grade Mid-Tier Art de Ri Xin Jing. Martial Skill None. Attributes 7 Elements. Shot Points 21 inch. Previously he had been at the 1st star. Now he stood at the 9th star. That 8th thunderous boom, each one representing a full rank breakthrough. Now this was what a golden finger ought to look like. A wealthy young master with a cheat at his disposal. His wish to savor the good life in this world could be realized with ease. Glancing at Guzi, he reckoned the man had likely reached Martial Artist 9th Star as well, though his aura ran even stronger, perpetually on the verge of a breakthrough. Guzi, you mustn't spill the beans about this to anyone. Come continue escorting your young master on our shopping spree. The wonderful life, here I come. Soon the two arrived at the marketplace. The noisy bazaar bore a striking resemblance to the markets Bai Piao had known, its stalls brimming with all manner of wares. Hey, that thing looks rather tempting. As Bai Piao passed a certain stall, an elderly vendor was selling something resembling a steamed bun, radiating an irresistible fragrance. Boss, I'll take 2. How much? Bai Piao addressed the old man. Young master, please take them. I dare not accept payment. The old man, hands trembling, carefully wrapped the 2 items and handed them to Bai Piao. Guzi settled the bill. Though fond of a free ride, dining without paying was hardly Bai Piao's style. He simply walked on, leaving Guzi to cover the cost. Truly exquisite. Bai Piao, savoring the delicacy in his hands, couldn't help but praise. It seemed his predecessor had still held some standing outside. None dared charge him for food. Guzi settled the bill and trotted back to catch up. Well, if it isn't young Master Bai. What, still daring to show your face after that thrashing earlier? A well-dressed young man in a long robe appeared before Bai Piao, looking every bit the gentleman. Behind him trailed several attendants. Guzi, who is he? Bai Piao found Guzi to be a decent sort and dropped his act, asking directly. Young master, this is 3rd young master Zhang Ko Lai. Guzi, seemingly grown accustomed to Bai Piao's abnormal behavior today, replied in a low voice. Zhang Ko Lai. What happened this morning? When Bai Piao had awakened, Guzi had mentioned encountering some trouble and retiring early. Now it sounded rather like Zhang Ko Lai might be involved. Young master, you happened upon Zhang Ko Lai and Miss Li from the city lord's mansion at the tea house earlier. Since he had snubbed you, young master, in a fit of anger, you returned to rest. Guzi finished, then added a clarifying note. Miss Li is the city lord's cherished daughter, and both you and Zhang Ko Lai harbor affection for her. Bai Piao shot Guzi an astonished glance. This lad wasn't bad at all, quite perceptive. What's his cultivation level? Returning to young master, he stands at Martial Artist 8th Star. Martial Artist 8th Star. 1 rank below himself. Hearing this, Bai Piao's shoulders straightened with renewed confidence. Haha, I wondered who it was. So it's the little 3rd young master. Since conflict had already flared that morning, the two were clearly adversaries. Who cared about Miss Li or any other girl? You, surnamed Bai, don't think being the sole heir of the Bai family gives you license to act so arrogantly. I've tolerated you henceforth, but only because you were a good-for-nothing waste. Zhang Kailai's expression darkened the moment Bai Piao spoke dismissively. He folded his fan shut. Oh, he was still the sole heir of the Bai family. Oh, my young master 3rd, please don't be angry. Although I, Bai Piao, am an only son, you are the 3rd son, young master Zhang, and there is an older 2nd son above you, aren't there? How dare someone of lower cultivation call him a waste? Bai Piao was immediately displeased. Bai Piao, don't think I won't strike you. Zhang Kailai's face turned pale. Had Bai Piao truly eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall today? How dare a waste repeatedly humiliate him? Oh, my young master 3rd, you want to hit me? My legs are trembling with fear. Seeing Zhang Kailai's reaction, Bai Piao knew their relationship was far from good, perhaps even hostile. Such insults without a single retaliation meant the old Bai Piao had relied on something. It was probably because he was the only son. The Bai family had only him as a son, who, if he were injured, maimed, or crippled, who would inherit his father's position. Bai Piao, I may not dare to kill you, but I can certainly give you a beating. Unable to endure it anymore, Zhang Kailai clenched his fist and charged at Bai Piao. Watching the fist grow larger in his vision, Bai Piao merely raised his hand, slightly grasping Zhang Kailai's fist and holding it completely still. Shot points 5, 3, 1. The system prompt sounded again. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Bai Piao fell into thought. He released Zhang Kailai in one motion. Young master 3rd, you didn't even use your full strength. Are you looking down on me, Bai Piao? Both Zhang Kailai and his attendants were stunned. Wasn't Bai Piao the sole heir of the Bai family, known throughout the world as a waste? Why could he now grab Zhang Kailai's fist so firmly? Could this waste have begun cultivating? Bai Piao, I was merely not using my full strength just now. If you seek death, I will grant your wish. Humiliated by being pushed back by a waste, Zhang Kailai clenched his fist with full power and charged directly at him. Yellow-grade low-tier martial art wind-breaking fist. To reclaim his face in one punch, Zhang Kailai actually used a martial art. Feeling the overwhelming force bearing down on him, Bai Piao's heart quickened. He dared not be careless. He gathered all the yuan qi in his body and concentrated it into his fist, striking back at Zhang Kailai with equal force. Boom! A muffled sound erupted where their fists collided, sending invisible ripples spreading outward. Zhang Kailai retreated 3 steps, while Bai Piao retreated 5. Yet Zhang Kailai showed no joy on his face. In fact, it grew deeply grim. He had used a martial art, and still could not overwhelm Bai Piao, who had not used one. There was only one explanation. Bai Piao's cultivation level was above his own. 9th-star martial artist. The mere possibility made Zhang Kailai bitterly unwilling to accept it. How could a trash like Bai Piao possibly be a 9th-star martial artist? Moreover, judging from the situation, Bai Piao should not have possessed any martial arts. Otherwise, he would have used one by now. A dangerous glint appeared in Zhang Kailai's eyes. In this moment, he actually harbored murderous intent. Yellow-grade mid-tier martial art stone-crushing palm. Not giving Bai Piao a chance to catch his breath, Zhang Kailai unleashed his ultimate technique, aiming to severely injure Bai Piao. Ideally kill him. A harmless person could simply be let live, but a threatening person had to die. Seriously, here we go again. Bai Piao blew on his stinging fist. Seeing Zhang Kailai's ferocious assault coming, he grew alarmed. Pulling out a pale blue pill, he quickly consumed it. Before 2 muffled thuds had even echoed from within his body, Bai Piao was forced to clench his fist and charge forward. Boom! Bai Piao remained rooted in place, while Zhang Kailai was sent flying backward. Shocking points 10, 6, 3. Then 3 more muffled explosions erupted from within Bai Piao's body. 5-star martial master. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his once handsome and dashing appearance now in utter disarray. Impossible. How could this trash possibly? He muttered to himself, his face contorted with utter disbelief. Oh dear, 3rd young master, nothing is impossible or not impossible. Hurry back and tend to your wounds. You look so pitiful it pains me to even glance at you anymore. Bai Piao patted his hands together as if dusting off some invisible grime. A group of attendants rushed forward, carried Zhang Kailai away, and fled in panic. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. The sole son of the Bai family, the trash, Bai Piao has actually beaten the 3rd young master of the Zhang family until he vomited blood. Guzi, let's go. We'll continue our stroll. Bai Piao straightened his back, striking a graceful and debonair pose. If only he had a folding fan in his hand, the image would be absolutely perfect. Passing by a shop that sold fans, he solved the problem on the spot, after wandering around for a while. Shocking points 20, 18, 15. A continuous stream of points increased, suggesting that Zhang Kailai had been delivered back to the Zhang family. He had already accumulated over 100 shocking points, but Bai Piao planned to study them carefully once he returned home. When lunchtime arrived, Bai Piao selected a particularly grand-looking restaurant and walked straight in. Young master, please come upstairs. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Bai Piao personally, came out to welcome him. And bring me all the finest delicacies and drinks you have here. Adhering to the principle of being a rich 2nd-generation heir, Bai Piao intended to sample the culinary delights of this restaurant. The street snacks from before had already been remarkably delicious, so this grand establishment must surely offer exquisite cuisine. Right away, the shopkeeper smiled on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing up a storm. You've already eaten several meals without paying a single coin, and now you want to order an entire table. But he dared not disobey Bai Piao's command, so he could only instruct the servants to prepare everything. A waiter attended nearby, pouring a cup of tea for Bai Piao. Not bad. Feeling parched after eating, he found that the tea looked unremarkable, yet tasted surprisingly exquisite. After draining it in one gulp, the waiter promptly refilled his cup. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose from downstairs. Guzi, go see what's happening downstairs. Bai Piao instructed. Guzi acknowledged the order, dashed out for a quick look, and immediately returned. Reporting to young master, Miss Li has arrived. The moment his words fell, a graceful figure appeared at the top of the staircase. Her voluptuous figure, perfect curves, dewy complexion, and breathtaking beauty nearly caused Bai Piao to lose himself. So this is Miss Li. Damn, how can anyone be this gorgeous? Upon noticing her gaze sweeping toward him, Bai Piao hastily composed himself into an air of nonchalance and composure, though his heart was pounding uncontrollably. Is this what they call love at first sight? Li Yanran merely cast a casual glance at Bai Piao before withdrawing her gaze, leaving his heart feeling inexplicably hollow. Such a fine gentleman standing right here, and you can't even spare a second look. You don't have to come over and chat me up, but at least give me a hint to approach you. Li Yanran chose a table, with one separating her from Bai Piao. She ordered some dishes in a soft voice, her crystalline tones making Bai Piao's heart float on air. After ordering, Li Yanran began chatting with a female companion, occasionally emitting delightful laughter. Bai Piao also noticed that woman. She was only slightly inferior to Li Yanran in beauty, likewise a great beauty in her own right. Guzi, what is Miss Li's name? Reporting to young master, her name is Li Yanran. The lady beside her is Li Yanran's close confidant, the second young miss of the Wang family, Wang Shiqi. Bai Piao cast an approving glance at Guzi. Well played. He then coughed softly twice, held up his newly purchased folding fan, arranged his features into what he considered a dashing and elegant expression, and slowly made his way toward the two young ladies. To win a girl's heart, one must take the initiative. My two young ladies, I noticed you both laughing merrily from nearby just now. Might you allow a certain Mr. Bai to join in your delightful conversation? To be honest, Bai Piao was not particularly skilled in the art of courting women. Otherwise, he would not have remained forever single from birth. But he knew the essentials: be straightforward, be direct, and be thick-skinned. If a man still cares about his dignity while pursuing a girl, he has already lost half the battle. Li Yanran had been discussing with Wang Shiqi where to go that afternoon, when Bai Piao suddenly butted in, disrupting her train of thought. Before she could even speak, Wang Shiqi, standing beside her, chimed in. Bai, you already lost face earlier, and now you come back again. You truly have no sense of shame. Having said that, she cast Bai Piao a glance laced with disgust. Bai Piao was taken aback. This little girl looked pretty enough, yet her words carried no courtesy whatsoever. However, he could not be bothered to respond to her. His target was Li Yanran. He said nothing, merely gazing at Li Yanran with a warm, smiling expression. Viewed up close like this, she proved far more breathtaking than when observed from a distance earlier. Li Yanran, the only daughter of the city lord's residence, had been born under a lucky star. Whatever she wished for, the wind or the rain, she obtained. Thus her personality was mischievously clever, otherwise Bai Piao would not have suffered a setback that very morning. Yet the Bai Piao who had appeared foolish and dumbfounded that morning now radiated a subtle transformation, stirring a flicker of puzzlement within her heart. The folding fan in his hand, the vigor and youthful spirit in his bearing, that elegant and graceful demeanor. It all compelled her to look upon him with newfound respect. Her eyes darted about in thought, and Li Yanran smiled. Since young master Bai shares such refined inclinations, this young lady would naturally be pleased to invite him to join us at our table. However, I have heard that an auction will be held this afternoon at the Jubao Tower. I am quite eager to take a look. Might young master Bai happen to be free? Naturally, Bai Piao was overjoyed to hear Li Yanran speak. Although he had never interacted with her before, the chance to be accompanied by such a beauty was not to be missed. Since Miss Li has extended the invitation, Bai would be most delighted to accompany you. Bai Piao plopped himself down in a seat directly facing Li Yanran. He forced himself to merely observe her in a composed manner, wearing a calm expression on his face, making absolutely certain not to reveal the lecherous glint of a fool smitten by beauty. Guzi, tell the proprietor to serve the dishes at Miss Li's table. Li Yanran did not refuse. Secretly, however, a few mischievous schemes were already brewing in her mind. As everyone knew, Bai Piao was a worthless fellow, yet he harbored deep affection for Li Yanran. To win her favor, he would gladly suffer humiliation in public and would never blame her for any embarrassment he endured. But although Li Yanran was not the one to stir up trouble, her involvement could never be entirely separated from those mischievous schemes brewing in her mind. She was not malicious, but she was exceedingly playful. She adored spectacles and reveled in watching chaos unfold. The reason Bai Piao had lost face previously was simply that his wits were no match for others. He had been led around by the nose by young masters from other families, bringing humiliation upon himself. Seeing that Bai Piao had actually seated himself directly at their table, Wang Shiqi was about to fly into a temper, but Li Yanran stopped her. The dishes arrived in short order, and a sumptuous feast of delicacies was soon spread across the entire table. Before long, they had eaten and drunk their fill. Bai Piao rubbed his round, bulging belly in utter satisfaction. The fare served at this grand restaurant was on an entirely different level compared to anything he had ever tasted in the past. He would have to patronize this establishment more often in the future. Guzi settled the bill. Bai Piao abided by the principle that a scion of wealth ought to spend lavishly. He was, after all, the eldest son of one of the few prominent families in the city. If he did not have money, then surely no one did. Having finally transmigrated into the body of a rich second generation, it would be a disservice to fellow transmigrators everywhere not to indulge in extravagant spending. Miss Li, please go on ahead. Guzi, and I will be right along shortly. Bai Piao smiled and waved farewell to Li Yanran. Young master Bai, we shall await you at Jubao Tower. Li Yanran, as though afraid Bai Piao might not show up, took Wang Shiqi by the arm and gracefully departed. Only after the two women had left the tavern did Bai Piao hurry over to the counter, where he found Guzi settling the bill. Young master Bai, how could I possibly dare to accept your money? The innkeeper was inwardly astonished at seeing Guzi produce his purse, though his face bore only an expression of helpless resignation. Would a sow learn to climb trees? A son of the Bai family, actually paying for his meals. Guzi settled the bill. Bai Piao eyed Guzi with growing bewilderment, as the latter fumbled endlessly without paying. At the sight of Bai Piao's approach, Erguzi hastily pulled him aside and whispered, "Young master, we don't have enough money." What? Bai Piao nearly doubted his own ears. A rich second generation such as himself, unable to even afford a single meal. Young master, the master of the house has always been deducting money from your allowance, fearing that you would spend extravagantly outside. Therefore, each month you receive merely 1,000 copper coins as pocket money. Erguzi explained. Then how much did that meal cost just now? A chill settled in Bai Piao's heart. It seemed this life of a rich young master was not as splendid as he had imagined. 50 silver coins equivalent to 50,000 copper coins, Erguzi answered in a low voice. Bai Piao's heart turned to ice. So the former Bai Piao hadn't been dining and dashing. He simply had no money to pay at all. Bai Piao pressed a hand to his forehead. How was he to navigate this predicament? Though the innkeeper had declared he would not accept payment, leaving without paying hardly suited their style, did it? Dining and dashing was certainly not something a new era youth like himself would do. Innkeeper, since you've already declared you won't accept payment, I'll graciously accept your kind intentions this time, and come back to find you tomorrow. Erguzi retreat. The innkeeper stood dumbfounded, watching the retreating figures of Bai Piao and Erguzi vanish into the distance, unable to collect his thoughts for a long while. Shock points 5. Having fled a considerable distance, and confirmed no one was pursuing them, Bai Piao finally came to a halt. No, this simply would not do at all. He was a rich second generation entitled to the finer things in life. How could he possibly be without money? A mere 1,000 copper coins a month couldn't even buy a single dish from the table. His penny-pinching old man was far too stingy. Though if that old man knew how utterly useless his son's previous incarnation had been, perhaps he wouldn't be so troubled. Erguzi, is there any way to make money fast? Money isn't all-powerful, but without money one is truly powerless. Without money was he supposed to mooch meals at taverns every single day? Bai Piao didn't consider himself shameless enough for that. Young master, this humble one believes there are two swiftest ways to make money. First, auction off valuable items. A fine piece might fetch hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Second, rob someone. Erguzi's words gave Bai Piao quite a fright. Rob? Was this world really that lawless? Then again, he had just beaten Jean Colai on the street moments ago, and not a single person had said anything about it. Shock points 10-8-6. Shock points 6-4. Bai Piao was contemplating what he might sell, when suddenly a flood of shock points arrived. He glanced left and right, yet no one around seemed to be paying him any attention. Where were these shock points coming from? The Bai residence study chamber. Are you certain you witnessed with your own eyes that that brat struck Jean Colai? Bai Xing sprang up from his chair in an instant as he listened to the report from below. His worthless son had actually managed to defeat Jean Colai, a martial artist of the 8th rank. As his father, he knew his son's capabilities better than anyone. To put it bluntly, any random servant of the Bai family could have beaten him until his teeth were scattered across the ground. Reporting to the master, this servant witnessed it with his own eyes. It is the absolute truth. The man was visibly incredulous, yet he answered truthfully all the same. Bai Piao had ventured out alone, and Bai Sheng could not simply turn a blind eye to his safety. Secretly, he had dispatched men to keep watch over him. After all, this was his only son. If something were to happen to him, how would he ever hold his grandchildren? Shock points 25. The same incident unfolded at the residences of the Wang and Li families. By now, all three great families of Li City, along with the city lord's mansion, had learned that Bai Piao had personally struck Jean Colai, the third young master of the Zhang family. Within the city, Bai Piao could not be bothered to think about such matters. At present, he was fretting over money. Robbery was out of the question. In this lifetime, robbery was absolutely out of the question. The only viable option was to go to an auction house to sell something. Yet on his person, he possessed nothing of value. What could he possibly offer for sale? The most valuable thing he had was likely the ring on his finger, a storage ring, as Erguzi had informed him. However, he had no idea how to use it. He stared at it for a long while, yet could not enter it. Surely he could not sell it, could he? He had no idea what was stored inside. Besides, Erguzi had said that such an item was something even auction houses would be embarrassed to put up for sale. Any random shop that sold storage rings would have one just like it. After racking his brains, the final solution Bai Piao arrived at was gotcha pulls. The tri-attribute colored pearl and the 6th grade experience pill were both items he believed to be incredibly powerful, and he dared not casually bring them out to sell. As for attributes, he had not seen anyone else possess them. During the earlier fight, there was no color emanating from Jean Colai's fists. It was likely attribute-less. Although he himself possessed 7 attributes, possibly due to his inability to wield them properly, they too remained dormant. The 6th grade experience pill went without saying. A single pill could elevate one from the 1st to the 9th layer of the martial warrior realm. Even the 3rd young master of the Zhang family was only at the 8th layer. There was no way he could bring that out for sale. Ambling along slowly, Bai Piao continued his gotcha pulls within his mind. If he were to use up the remaining 7 pulls in one go, it would likely take less than 2 minutes. But with a reward X10 button present, that notion was instantly dispelled. Why pass up such a bargain? Impossible. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining 7th grade alchemy. This was of no use either. Claim reward X10. Following a bout of advertisements, he selected synthesis, and it merged into 8th grade alchemy. Status panel. Host Bai Piao. Level 5-star martial master. Cultivation method mid-heaven grade technique, great sun heart scripture. Martial skills none. Abilities 8th grade alchemy. Shot points 201. The attributes need not be examined. Forevermore they would likely remain at 7. However, this ability had replaced the attributes section entirely. The shot points had also risen to 201. Useless. Continue pulling. Ding. Congratulations to the host on obtaining a 5th grade magical treasure Thunder Battle Blade. A 5th grade item actually dropped. It seemed this wave of luck was not particularly favorable. Claim reward X10. Once again a full 30 seconds of merchants' heartfelt advertisements followed. Detected that the host possesses 10 5th grade magical treasures. Would you like to automatically synthesize them into a 6th grade magical treasure? No. Surely he was joking. He was counting on selling a few to make money. Keeping a few for himself would serve well for self-defense. Should he run out of money in the future, he could always sell more. Slow and steady, a steady stream of income. Guzi are 5th grade magical treasures valuable. Guzi was startled and hastily whispered, Young master, the entire Li city possesses only a single 5th grade magical treasure, and that is the prized heirloom of the city lord's mansion. And that one is a slightly flawed 5th grade magical treasure at that. As for the price of a 5th grade magical treasure, this servant could not possibly say. Small one does not have the standing to be privy to such information. Darn, it's that valuable. Good thing he did not synthesize it into a 6th grade one. Otherwise it would be uncertain whether anyone could even afford to purchase it. This is what he would sell. Although it was not certain anyone could afford it, settling for the price of a 4th grade magical treasure should be more than enough to sustain his extravagances for several months, ought it not? With Guzi's assistance, Bai Piao purchased a heap of pitch-black items. Retreating to a secluded corner, while Guzi kept watch, Bai Piao swiftly changed into the entire ensemble. Once fully attired, Bai Piao was entirely enveloped in garments of obsidian hue. A black bamboo hat crowned his head, a dark robe draped his shoulders, and even his socks were dyed the color of night. When vending wares of such exorbitant worth, how could one forego the art of disguise? Moreover, these garments possessed a remarkable quality. They could deflect the internal energy probes of even the most formidable cultivators. Emerging from the shadows, Guzi strode ahead at a considerable distance, guiding Bai Piao toward the Jubao Lu. Before long they arrived. A colossal edifice, standing at least 20 stories tall by the standards of his previous life, materialized before Bai Piao's eyes. Without hesitation, following Guzi's prior instructions, Bai Piao selected a doorway and stepped through. The instant he crossed the threshold, it was as though he had been transported into a realm of perpetual darkness. Bai Piao understood. This was a randomized teleportation array. This mechanism was specifically engineered by the Jubao Lu to allay the concerns of sellers fearing for their personal safety. Following a brief moment of vertigo, Bai Piao found himself within a dimly lit chamber where a peculiar candle flickered upon the wall. Beneath the feeble glow of the candle's flame, Bai Piao discerned before him naught but an aperture roughly the size of a bank teller's window. What would you like to auction? From beyond the opening came the low, gravelly voice of an elderly man. Such figures, cloaked entirely in black and shielded from internal energy detection, were hardly an uncommon sight in this establishment. Bai Piao uttered not a single word, for speech invites folly. Feigning the retrieval of an item from his storage ring, he produced the 5th grade magical treasure, the Thunder Battle Blade. The moment the Thunder Battle Blade emerged, the aura contained within it caused the old man's pupils to contract sharply. Shot points 12. Having placed the blade upon the counter, Bai Piao stood motionless in silence. Yet his eyes, furtive and calculating, secretly surveyed the movements within. He failed to detect any overt change in the elder's countenance, though he could faintly perceive that the old man's breathing had grown somewhat labored. Furthermore, the surge of shock points served as a more telling indication of the situation. Maintaining his composure, the elder took hold of the Thunder Battle Blade, while his other hand stealthily reached toward a button. In an instant, a shadowy figure materialized behind the old man. The moment this dark apparition laid eyes upon the Thunder Battle Blade, in the elder's grasp, ripples of astonishment stirred within his heart. A 5th grade magical treasure, and one imbued with the power of lightning at that. Priceless beyond measure. It was no idle boast. Even the city lord's mansion would suffer considerable financial wounds to acquire such a treasure. Shot points 15. Bai Piao remained composed. He had grown somewhat accustomed to the mysterious accrual of these shock points. Yet his expression betrayed nothing, his lips merely twitching faintly, as though transmitting a message to the elder through spiritual voice. What price do you seek for this 5th grade magical treasure? The gaze directed at the Thunder Battle Blade was one of studied indifference, as though beholding but a commonplace object. Keep up the pretense, why don't you? Bai Piao was well aware that this treasure was anything but inexpensive. The elder's studied nonchalance was merely a stratagem to dissuade him from naming an exorbitant price. Bai Piao could not perceive the figure lurking behind the old man. He spoke not a word, but merely extended a single finger. The finger, too, was sheathed within a glove concealing the fair-skinned hand beneath. 100,000. The elder was visibly taken aback. In all his years conducting such transactions, never had he encountered so audacious an opening gambit. As for Bai Piao's gesture being interpreted as 10,000, he himself would never credit such a notion. Bai Piao neither nodded nor shook his head. Figure it out yourself. One careless misstep, and Bai Piao knew he might forfeit a tremendous bargain. Bai Piao offered no response, and the old man dared not act on his own volition, instead awaiting the spiritual transmission from the figure behind him. The shadowy figure contemplated in silence for a moment, his lips beginning to move with measured deliberation. Our Jubao Lu is prepared to offer 150,000 to purchase this battle blade. What say you? Should this blade be sent to auction, 10,000 would serve as the starting price. Truth be told, throughout all of Li City there likely exists no one capable of affording it. Bai Piao likewise remained silent, though inwardly he was bursting with joy. Go on, keep talking. Seeing that Bai Piao still showed no reaction, the old man appeared to have received some final word. 180,000. If you cannot accept this price, then I shall have no choice but to send it to the auction house. However, I dare say without exaggeration that within the entire Li City no establishment other than my treasure pavilion can produce 180,000 in a single transaction. Bai Piao studied the old man's resolute demeanor, and weighing it against Erguzi's words concluded that this must truly be the other's final offer. He nodded, signaling his acceptance. The shadow, observing the exchange, placed a black card upon the old man's table. The old man registered a flicker of surprise, yet proceeded to hand the black card to Bai Piao. This is the Treasure Pavilion's Supreme Card. Should you ever return to purchase from us, you shall enjoy a 20% discount. The 180,000 gold coins are already contained within. Bai Piao received the card without so much as a change in expression, then promptly withdrew. The instant Bai Piao vanished, the old man turned his gaze toward the shadow, as if seeking some answer. The shadow remained silent for a long moment before shaking his head. The fellow's origins were unknown, his depth unfathomable. Moreover, anyone capable of bringing a 5th-grade magical artifact to market was not someone to be trifled with. Carrying the Thunder Battle Blade, the shadow disappeared from the spot. 180,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 1,000 copper plates. In other words, Bai Piao now possessed a sum equivalent to 1,800,000,000 months of his former pocket money. The life of a young master of wealth, here I come. Following a brief moment of dizziness, Bai Piao found himself back at the doorway from moments ago. Finding a deserted corner with Erguzi standing guard, Bai Piao stripped off the clothing and cast it all into the latrine. Erguzi, keep the young master's card safe. We are going to spend. Erguzi accepted the black card. Though he had never seen one before, he had certainly heard of it. The Treasure Pavilion's Supreme Card. A cursory probe revealed 180,000 gold coins within. A tempest of shock surged through Erguzi's heart, as though some truth had dawned upon him, though his outward composure remained utterly serene. That the young master would entrust him thus. Even if beaten to death, he would never breathe a single word of it to anyone. Striding boldly into the treasure pavilion, guided by an attendant, Bai Piao made straight for the auction house. It was about to begin. Along the way, curiosity stirring within him, Bai Piao tentatively posed a question to the system. System, what is this shock point used for? Host shock points are used by the host for lottery draws. Currently 100 shock points may be exchanged for a single draw. Bai Piao understood in an instant. So it seemed that if he wished to acquire more wondrous treasures, he could not afford to do fewer deeds that would leave others in astonishment. Lost in a torrent of thoughts, he arrived before he realized it. Young master, Bai Miss Li has been awaiting you for quite some time. Though Bai Piao had once been a notorious wastrel, not just anyone could afford to offend him, and so these servants treated him with the utmost deference. Upon entering the private chamber, Bai Piao discovered that beyond Li Yanran and Wang Shiqi, there was also a man present. This person bore a certain resemblance to Wang Shiqi, but was considerably more robust in build, presumably a relative of hers. The three were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Bai Piao. Young master, this young lady has been waiting quite a while. I had begun to think you weren't coming. Li Yanran stepped forward with a smile. The laughter from the tavern earlier may have carried a teasing note, but now it was noticeably more restrained. Just moments ago, Wang Shiqi's third brother Wang Binkin had received word at his residence that Bai Piao, the waste known throughout the city, had actually struck Zhang Kolai, and drawn blood at that. Had the messenger not been a trusted confidant of the Wang family, Wang Binkin would likely have struck him dead on the spot. A wastrel had struck Zhang Kolai. Granted, Zhang Kolai's talent was unremarkable, but he was still a martial artist of the 8th rank. Had that wastrel finally risen to power, or had Zhang Kolai been drugged? Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, he happened to encounter Wang Shiqi, so the three of them traveled together. He took the opportunity to share this news with the two women. Both ladies wore expressions of disbelief, but Wang Binkin was not one to jest, so they could only harbor half belief and half doubt. Could it be that this Bai Piao has truly changed? Especially Li Yanran. She had previously sensed subtle changes in Bai Piao. Hearing this now, she was 80% convinced in her heart. Haha, Miss Li must be jesting. Since Bai has spoken of coming, he shall most certainly appear. Bai Piao cast a cursory glance at the two men, harboring no intention of making their acquaintance. He had come here purely to join in the lively scene alongside Li Yanran. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a remarkable beauty. He wondered whether this life might offer him that chance. Wang Binkin was also one of Li Yanran's suitors. Upon witnessing Li Yanran laughing and chatting amiably with the wastrel, Bai Piao, his inherently fiery temperament, flared with rage. Clenching his fists, he charged straight at Bai Piao. Bai Piao, I heard you're no longer a waste. Take this punch from me. Li Yanran and Wang Shiqi were both startled. This Wang Binkin. How dare he strike within a private booth? Wang Binkin, what do you think you're doing? Although Li Yanran wished to see Bai Piao make a fool of himself, causing harm was not her intention. She moved to intercept the blow. Miss Li need not be alarmed. Bai Piao waved his hand with serene composure. Wang Binkin's sudden attack had caught him off guard. But he had already reached the 5th star of martial master. No mere small fry like Wang Binkin could compare. He thrust out his palm with effortless grace, and within Wang Binkin's horrified gaze seized him in a single grip. And just like that, it was over. Time and again people had bullied him, seeing him and wanting to strike, assuming he was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at their whim. If he did not establish his dominance, how could that be allowed? His palm tightened with but a gentle exertion of force. Oh! Wang Binkin let out a wretched scream. Shock points 8 is 6-5. With a slight loosening of his hand, Wang Binkin's fist had gone limp and lifeless. He glared at Bai Piao with impotent fury, yet dared not make any further move. That single palm strike from Bai Piao had left not only Wang Binkin stunned, but Wang Shiqi and Li Yanran as well. Wang Binkin, a 9th-tier martial warrior, had suffered such a grievous disadvantage even while launching a sneak attack. So then what was Bai Piao's true strength? A martial master. Only a martial master could possess such formidable ability. Upon reaching this conclusion, the three hearts trembled with shock once more. Shock points 5-4-3. Bai Piao was no longer the Bai Piao of before. Li Yanran gazed at the placidly composed Bai Piao, a glint of unusual brilliance flickering through her eyes. Bai Piao, what are you doing? Wang Shiqi stepped forward to support Wang Binkin, turning her wrath upon Bai Piao. Bai Piao shrugged with helpless indifference. He struck first. His skills were inferior, and yet that is my fault. Too lazy to spare the two further attention, his face once again bore a genial smile as he turned his gaze toward Li Yanran. Miss Li, shall we take our seats? The auction is about to commence. Li Yanran was after all his primary objective. Young Master Bai, please be seated. Here are some fruits. Young Master Bai might wish to sample them. The teasing playfulness in Li Yanran's eyes had completely vanished. The Bai Piao before her was no longer the Bai Piao of before. A Bai Piao of martial master caliber had utterly shed the stigma of being a wastrel. To speak in hyperbole, securing a place among the top 3 of Liqing's younger generation would pose no difficulty. Such a Bai Piao had already earned the capital to warrant her serious regard in terms of strength alone. That unflappable temperament and composed bearing sent Bai Piao standing in her heart, soaring ever upward. Liqing had finally produced a young man worthy of such treatment from her. Although she knew not how Bai Piao had grown so formidable, such matters were no longer of consequence. He who wields the greater fist commands the truth of the world. The two settled into seats beside each other. The sofa-like cushions soft as clouds drew another appreciative sigh from Bai Piao. This was what true indulgence meant. Miss Li, would you care for a banana? Bai Piao took the banana, peeled it, and offered it to Li Yanran beside him. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Bai, but I shall not eat it. Li Yanran smiled and declined her self-reference, shifting from this young miss to simply I. Bai Piao nodded, peeling and eating the banana himself while observing his surroundings. Where is Guzi? He turned his head and found the man standing at the entrance of the private room, having never come inside. Guzi, come in and sit. Bai Piao waved to him while gesturing toward the Wang siblings' seats. The private room contained only 2 rows of seating. Li Yanran and Bai Piao occupied one row while the Wang brother and sister sat in the other. Bai Piao, how could you allow a servant to sit in the private room? Wang Binkin's hand still throbbed with pain, but today's auction held items he wished to purchase, so he had not departed. Upon seeing Bai Piao permit a servant to sit alongside them, he flew into a rage at once. Exactly, Bai, you have gone too far. Wang Shiqi, spotting Bai Piao point to the seat beside her, bristled with indignation. The mere notion of a filthy, lowly servant sitting adjacent to her made her prefer death. Bai Piao was about to speak when he felt someone tug his arm. Glancing over, he discovered Li Yanran holding him back, shaking her head slightly. Lord Bai, although Wang Binkin is somewhat hot-tempered, Shiqi is my close friend. Could you exercise some leniency? Feeling the warmth of her grip on his arm, Bai Piao considered and realized there was merit to her words. Allowing an unrelated man to sit beside another woman was indeed improper. Yet he could not simply have Guzi seated beside him. What if it interfered with his operations later? Master, this lowly one will stand outside. There is no need for a seat. Waiter, bring another chair, so Guzi may sit. Unable to refuse, Bai Piao had the waiter at a seat. Despite his protests, Guzi ultimately complied with the order and took his place right beside the Wang siblings. Guzi fidgeted awkwardly, having never experienced such treatment before. Relax. If anyone bullies you, I will not let it go. Observing the Wang siblings' disdainful expressions, Bai Piao spoke meaningfully. What do you mean by that, Bai? Wang Shiqi massaged Wang Binken's hand while leaning closer to him. The mere presence of Guzi so nearby made her feel nauseous. Humph. Bai Piao snorted coldly and turned to take his seat. All of this did not escape Li Yanran's watchful eyes. With Guzi settled, Bai Piao turned his attention to conversing with Li Yanran. Miss Li, does this barrier remind you of coated glass? The wall facing the hall before Bai Piao was constructed of a peculiar material. Coated glass, Lord Bai. What is that? Li Yanran asked curiously. Nothing, I misspoke. Bai Piao stumbled, having inadvertently let slip a term from his past life. This barrier prevents outsiders from seeing, and while allowing those within to observe the exterior. Moreover, the entire private room shields against ordinary divine sense detection. Only those with formidable power can pierce through and glimpse inside. Li Yanran explained. Given that Bai Piao had previously been useless, he would never have encountered such things, so she found his ignorance unsurprising. Bai Piao looked down into the hall where rows of densely packed seats were more than half full, with a steady stream of attendees still filing in. At the very front stood a massive platform with a small table centered upon it. An elderly man ascended the stage at a leisurely pace and cleared his throat. Instantly, an invisible wave rippled outward, and the bustling auction house fell completely silent. Bai Piao's heart jolted with shock. From the waves of energy he had just sensed, this elder was at least an entire major realm above him. This is the chief auctioneer of the treasure-gathering pavilion, named Ma Dequan, a 3-star Great Martial Master. Li Yanran explained to Bai Piao. Bai Piao nodded upon hearing this, though inwardly he thought this young lady truly knows how to play along. If he could borrow her path, all the better. Welcome, honored guests, to the auction hall of our treasure-gathering pavilion. The monthly grand auction shall now commence. The elder's voice rang like a great bell, reaching every corner of the auction house. Enough with the pleasantries. The first auction item shall now take the stage. A graceful maidservant stepped forward bearing a tray. This is today's first auction item, a third-grade magical treasure, the mountain-cleaving sword. This piece was forged over the course of an entire month by our city's renowned Master Fu and stands as a fine specimen among third-grade magical treasures. The starting bid is 900 gold coins. The moment Ma Dequan's words fell, an eruption of heated voices rose from below. To think it was crafted by Master Fu himself. This mountain-cleaving sword, I Li am determined to claim it. 950 gold coins. If Feng am in need of a weapon that suits me. This mountain-cleaving sword bears the name Feng. 980 gold coins. Bai Piao watched the fierce bidding below, yet his mind was calculating prices. A third-grade magical treasure is roughly 120 gold coins, while a fifth-grade one reaches 1800. Over 100-fold difference. Perhaps just like the system's synthesis effects, each grade tier differs by roughly 10 times. As for his own Thunder Battle Blade being a product of the system, selling it at a premium is perfectly reasonable. Young Master Bai, are you interested in the mountain-cleaving sword? Li Yanran observed Bai Piao watching the heated competition below so intently, and assumed he wished to bid for it as well. Bai Piao shook his head. He had no use whatsoever for a third-grade magical treasure. To put it bluntly, it didn't even warrant his attention. In his system backpack, 9 fifth-grade magical treasures still awaited his favor. Li Yanran had only been making casual conversation. 1,000+ gold coins. She simply couldn't fathom Bai Piao being able to produce such a sum. Her own monthly allowance was merely 10 gold coins, which was already the most generous among all the wealthy young masters. Of course, if she needed a magical treasure, she wouldn't pay for it herself. Her father would naturally foot the bill. He probably couldn't scrape together a single gold coin, even if he tried. Wang Shiqi, still resentful over how Bai Piao had hurt her third brother, and with Guzi standing beside her, could not resist mocking and belittling him. Shiqi, do keep your voice down. Li Yanran said with a helpless sigh. That's quite all right. Bai Piao paid it no heed. Truth be told, striking women was not his style, and engaging in verbal sparring with them was even less appealing. Let her prattle on as she pleases. Before long, the mountain-cleaving sword was claimed at 1230 gold coins. Such a significant treasure right at the opening. It seems today's auction shall be far from ordinary. Li Yanran watched as the second tray was brought forth, a gleam of anticipation dancing in her eyes. Oh, is there some particular treasure that has caught the eye of Miss Li today? Bai Piao caught the look in Li Yanran's gaze and turned his eyes toward the maidservant's tray, his thoughts already clear. Li Yanran nodded, but said nothing, her gaze fixed intently upon the tray. At the center of the tray lay an exquisite jade pendant. Today's second treasure was submitted by a mysterious individual. This is a third-grade magical treasure, the heart-calming jade. The heart-calming jade enables its wearer to attain greater clarity of mind during cultivation, reducing the risk of chi deviation. It optimizes the effects of training, and cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. Breaking through realms becomes considerably easier as well. Though classified as a third-grade magical treasure, it rivals even ordinary fourth-grade treasures. The starting bid is 5000 gold coins. These words ignited a wave of astonishment throughout the hall. Is the jade of tranquil mind truly that extraordinary? Bai Piao cast a skeptical glance at the auctioneer on stage, who was boasting with reckless abandon. This was practically a cultivation accelerator, was it not? Not exactly, Li Yanran replied, shaking her head. The jade of tranquil mind does possess the virtue of calming the spirit and awakening the soul, but it is not nearly as miraculous as he claims. At best, it merely facilitates a swifter descent into meditation, allowing one to cultivate without worldly distractions. Though such were her words, Li Yanran's gaze remained fixed upon the jade of tranquil mind, unwavering. Miss Li, might I presume you have taken a fancy to this jade? The ardor in Li Yanran's eyes was unmistakable. Were it not for the presence of others, she might very well have leapt down to snatch it herself. Perhaps Li Yanran would prove no match for the Grand Martial Master Ma Dequan, and he himself could devour 7 experience orbs in a single breath. His level would surge, and he would leap down to deliver a thorough beating, driving Ma Dequan away in a dashing rescue of the damsel in distress. That sounded rather splendid indeed. Yes, young Master Bai. I have recently reached an impasse in my cultivation, and my father specifically instructed me to purchase this jade of tranquil mind. As Li Yanran offered her explanation, she caught the faintly eager gleam in Bai Piao's eyes as he regarded her, and an odd sensation stirred within her. Why did it feel as though he were goading her on? Bai Piao cast Li Yanran several meaningful glances, yet she showed no inclination to make her move. He could not help but heave a silent sigh. 5500 gold coins. 6000 gold coins. Though most present doubted the auctioneer's extravagant claims, his words had stoked their fervor and desire to purchase. The price of the jade of tranquil mind soared ever higher. Before long, even the occupants of several other private chambers joined in the bidding. Li Yanran was far from the only one with designs upon the jade. All was tranquil within Bai Piao's private chamber, but the same could not be said for the adjacent one. 5 women and 1 man. Zhang Zuiqiang was encircled by the bevy of beauties, his hands wandering with brazen audacity. Little Hong, you have grown quite considerably of late. And Little Hua, let this elder brother examine what you have learned in recent days. These women hailed from the Fengya house of Liqing, and they received Zhang Zuiqiang's roving hands with utmost delight. Such was the nature of their trade. The more zealously they performed, the greater their earnings. Oh, young Master Zhang, you are so wicked. I have been learning remarkably well of late. Young Master Zhang, do you truly intend to purchase this jade of tranquil mind? The bidding has already reached 900 gold coins. Zhang Zuiqiang popped the banana offered by Little Lon into his mouth, then turned his gaze toward the stage below. Zhang Zuiqiang bid 10,000 gold coins. The moment these words left Zhang Zuiqiang's lips, a hush gradually settled over the assembly. Zhang Zuiqiang, the second young master of the Zhang family, was known for his licentiousness and his ruthless, merciless nature. Once he made his move, few dared to contest him. Even the occupants of the nearby private chambers fell silent. For one, victory in such a contest was far from guaranteed. One of the 3 great houses of Liqing, the Zhang family's wealth, was formidable indeed. For another, earning the enmity of Zhang Zuiqiang was unlikely to bode well. Oh, young Master Zhang, how magnificent you are. The moment you speak, others are struck dumb. The women's eyes sparkled with admiration. 10,000 gold coins, a sum sufficient for them to indulge themselves for a lifetime. Hee, how could you possibly know how skilled my mouth truly is? You are so naughty, young Master Zhang. Ma Dequan surveyed the suddenly silent auction hall, and cursed inwardly. Zhang Zixiang, you miserable wretch, nothing good ever comes from that mouth of yours. He received a commission on every item sold. The higher the price, the greater his earnings. Zhang Zuiqiang's uninvited interference had just severed his path to fortune. 10,000 gold coins for the jade of tranquil mind once. Left with no alternative, he raised his gavel to strike. I bid 11,000 gold coins. Li Yanran, witnessing this, recognized that her moment had arrived. Zhang Ziqiang was moving charmingly among the women when he suddenly heard a bidding voice. Feeling his face had lost its luster, yet upon recognizing it as a familiar female voice and the price she offered, he instantly thought of Li Yanran. Li Yanran was so beautiful that she naturally became one of his targets, though he merely wished to toy with her. Not a single word of mercy lingered in his speech. Li Yanran, you actually dare to compete with me? I bid 13,000 gold coins. The moment these words left his lips, a wave of shocked murmurs immediately rose through the hall. 13,000 was already enough to purchase a decent 4th-grade magic treasure. This Zhang Ziqiang was actually so wealthy. Within the private chamber, Li Yanran was deeply displeased. She too had recognized that the bidder across from her was Zhang Ziqiang, one of the people she found most repulsive. What of it if this young lady does compete with you? 15,000 gold coins. Though her tone remained fierce and unyielding, her heart held no certainty of victory. She had come out on this occasion with only 20,000 gold coins given to her by her father. By all reason, the Jade of Serenity should have sold for somewhere between 10 and 12,000. Anything beyond that would no longer be worth the price. Her father had given her 20,000 gold coins to purchase a Jade of Serenity, with the remainder left over for other acquisitions. What should have been a pleasant shopping experience had been thoroughly ruined by Zhang Ziqiang. At this rate, whether she could even secure the Jade of Serenity remained uncertain. 18,000 gold coins. Having been slighted before the 5 women, Zhang Ziqiang called out his bid without the slightest hesitation. 20,000 gold coins. Li Yanran's chest heaved with fury. This was her absolute final limit. Should Zhang Ziqiang raise the bid again, she would be utterly powerless to respond. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. A 3rd-grade magic treasure, the Jade of Serenity, had been auctioned to a staggering 20,000 gold coins, and from the looks of it, the price showed every sign of climbing still higher. 22,000 gold coins. Li Yanran, do you still dare to raise the bid? As though he had calculated it perfectly, Zhang Ziqiang's flippant voice rang out across the hall. Shiqi, do you still have any money? Lend me some. Li Yanran cast a pleading gaze toward Wang Shiqi and Wang Binkin. Yanran, I don't have any money either. Wang Shiqi's usual pocket money amounted to merely a few gold coins. Where would she ever find funds to lend to Li Yanran? She had come today purely to join in the excitement. Wang Binkin had his own items he wished to purchase, and even so he possessed only a little over 2,000 gold coins. Lending them to Li Yanran would leave him with nothing, so he shook his head in equal refusal. Upon witnessing this, Li Yanran lowered her head in dejection. Her bottleneck was fast approaching. Even if she had to spend 30,000 gold coins, securing a breakthrough would still be worth the cost. As for borrowing money from Bai Piao, she had never once considered it. Bai Piao had long been known as a worthless wastrel, forever freeloading and skipping out on his bills. For him to produce any money would be nothing short of miraculous. In her eyes, the meal at the tavern earlier had likewise been a meal Bai Piao had eaten without paying a single coin. Li Yanran, why don't you keep raising the bid? Though Zhang Ziqiang could not lay a hand on Li Yanran, he would never forego the chance to gain the upper hand with his tongue. 22,000 gold coins once. Ma Dequan felt gratitude toward Li Yanran in his heart, yet the formal proceedings still had to continue. Seeing how things stood, the assembled bidders of the auction house understood that Li Yanran could not outbid Zhang Ziqiang. It appeared the Jade of Serenity was destined to fall into Zhang Ziqiang's hands. 22,000 gold coins twice. Just as the entire hall believed the matter was settled, and Zhang Ziqiang's victorious smile began to spread across his face, that very smile froze in place. 25,000 gold coins. Bai Piao made his move with calm composure. To add beauty to splendor is far less valuable than sending charcoal in the snow. Now was the perfect moment for him to put on a show. Li Yanran froze in astonishment. The Wang sisters lifted their heads. The assembled bidders of the auction house drew in sharp breaths. At such a moment, which great power had stepped forward to intervene? Shock point 653. Everyone present was utterly shocked. In that single round alone, Bai Piao had collected well over 100 shock points. Bai Piao, what on earth are you doing? I've run out of money. Li Yanran tugged at Bai Piao's sleeve, her heart in ruins. If Bai Piao couldn't produce the money, where would she save face? Exactly. Bai Piao, if you want to embarrass yourself, don't drag our Yanran into it. Wang Shiqi stepped forward, rallying to protect her closest friend. I didn't say you had to pay. I'll cover it. Consider it my treat. Bai Piao remained unfazed. He still had 180,000 gold coins in his account. Buying this calmness jade was child's play for him. You pay? Don't you have even a single gold coin on your entire person? Wang Shiqi spoke with brutal directness. Ignoring her, Bai Piao gently patted Li Yanran's shoulder and said, don't worry. I can certainly produce this amount. I won't let you lose face. Though her heart was in tatters, Li Yanran knew there was no taking those words back once spoken. All she could do was pray that Bai Piao truly had that much money. Having witnessed the transformation in Bai Piao today, perhaps he really could produce such a sum. After all, who would believe a good-for-nothing like him had defeated a martial artist at the 8th realm and crippled Wang Binkin, a martial artist of the 9th realm, with a single strike? Yet somehow Bai Piao had actually done it. Everyone present stood frozen in astonishment, including the auctioneer, Ma Dequan, who blinked twice before snapping back to reality. Then a look of wild delight spread across his face. 2,500 gold coins from this gentleman. Does anyone bid higher? He didn't care whether they could actually pay. He only cared that someone had placed a bid, and that was enough. If they bid without having the funds, that was the auction house's problem to handle, entirely separate from the auctioneer's duties. As he shouted, he deliberately cast several lingering glances toward the private box of Zhang Zuiqiang. Raise the bid, Zhang Zuiqiang. Come on, keep bidding. Who are you to compete with me, Zhang Zuiqiang? Zhang Zuiqiang's furious voice boomed. Striking back at him, once more he felt his face burning with humiliation. However, he did not immediately explode in rage. Instead, he assessed the situation. The voice was unfamiliar, yet it originated from the same private room as Li Yin, suggesting an outsider from the outer city. I don't care whether you're Zhang Zuiqiang or Zhang Weimouth. Does the calmness jade bear your name? Why can't I Bai Piao place a bid? With those words, the hush over the auction hall was shattered once more. Shock points 5, 3, 1. Another wave of harvest. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. When had the White family's good-for-nothing young master gathered the courage to brazenly defy Zhang Zuiqiang? Had he forgotten his past humiliation entirely? Or had his brain finally broken? Moreover, could this so-called worthless scion of the White family actually produce such a sum of money? Hearing Bai Piao's words, Zhang Zuiqiang suddenly snapped to full awareness. That voice. It belonged to a mere good-for-nothing he had never deigned to notice before Bai Piao. Yet his fury burned all the more fiercely. Bai Piao's actions were nothing less than a public slap in the face. As for the matter of Bai Piao defeating his third brother Zhang Zuiqiang had been carousing at the Fengyao Pavilion and knew nothing of it. Even if he had known, so what? He, Zhang Zuiqiang, was a martial master of the first star. Excellent. Magnificent. Fury surged within Zhang Zuiqiang, and he was about to unleash his wrath when he suddenly realized something was amiss. Li Yanran could possess at most 20,000 gold coins, and he was now certain of it. This good-for-nothing Bai Piao. Where had he gotten the money? Relying solely on his father Bai Sheng's reputation, he had spent every day scrounging free meals at the marketplace, unable to produce a single gold coin. Considering this, Zhang Zuiqiang smiled. I go ahead and buy it, Bai Piao. I won't raise the bid. However, I, Zhang Zuiqiang, make one demand: the illustrious young master Bai Piao must pay on the spot right here and now. You are renowned throughout Li City. Surely you can produce a mere 2,500 gold coins, can you not? Zhang Zuiqiang felt pleased with himself, convinced his intellect was truly exceptional. Mr. Zhang, you are so clever. Exactly. That good-for-nothing certainly cannot produce such a large sum. He will only have to endure the embarrassment. On the stage, the auctioneer, Ma Dequan, hesitated. If he did not comply with Zhang Zuiqiang's demand, and Bai Piao truly failed to produce the money, he would be held accountable. He was torn between two options. The auction house's rule was that buyers settled payments backstage and collected their items afterward. There was no precedent for on-the-spot payment. It is of no consequence. A man like myself can certainly produce this amount. Bai Piao spoke calmly, yet inwardly he was overjoyed. He had been looking for an opportunity to gather more shock points, and Zhang Zuiqiang had conveniently walked right into his trap. A kind man indeed, a great kind man. Seeing this, Ma Dequan breathed a sigh of relief and subtly signaled to a maid beside him. Guzi, settle the account. Yes, young master. Guzi acknowledged and went outside to coordinate with the maid. Bai Piao, will everything be all right? Li Yanran noticed Bai Piao's unshaken composure throughout, and a sense of calm gradually settled in her heart. Wang Shiqi wanted to make a mocking remark, but Bai Piao had ignored her entirely. She opened her mouth, but said nothing in the end. Nevertheless, her eyes kept darting toward the door, wondering whether Guzi had been kicked out. Don't worry. That jade pendant will be in your hands very soon. Bai Piao smiled, noting Li Yanran's improved composure and feeling secretly pleased with her progress. Soon Guzi returned after completing the transaction with the maid carrying the Jingxin jade. The maid stepped back onto the stage, nodded to Ma Dequan, and then withdrew. Haha, young master, Bai Piao truly is a straightforward man. 25,000 gold coins, and you did not even blink. I'm impressed. Inside, he was also somewhat surprised. Wasn't Bai Piao said to be good for nothing? How could he possibly have so much money? How could a good for nothing have so much wealth? As soon as Ma Dequan spoke these words, everyone was shaken. Could the useless Bai Piao really have such a fortune? The most shocked of all was undoubtedly Zhang Zuiqiang. You Bai family trash, how could you possibly afford 25,000? He had thought he could scheme against Bai Piao and make him lose face in public, only to find that he had shot himself in the foot. Shock points +6 +3 +1. A huge wave of harvest yielded over 100 shock points. The Wang sisters were dumbstruck. 25,000 gold coins paid by a filthy little servant. Watching his shock points soar past 600, Bai Piao was in high spirits and had no intention of pursuing the matter with Zhang Zuiqiang. He had more important things to attend to. Guzi respectfully presented the tray to Bai Piao. Bai Piao reached out and took the pendant. The moment his fingers touched the pristine white Jingxin jade, a refreshing coolness spread throughout his entire body, as if his mind had become considerably clearer. Miss Li, this Jingxin jade is a gift from me, Bai? Li Yanran slowly returned to her senses and saw the Jingxin jade before her. She felt a surge of happiness, but still politely declined. Young master, by such an expensive gift, I could not possibly. Come now, Miss Li. I bought it for you in the first place. Bai Piao observed the pendant and noticed a thin string attached to it, presumably meant to be worn around the neck. An idea formed in his mind. Miss Li, allow me to put it on you. Young master, by this is. Li Yanran was usually quite independent and outgoing. If anyone else had dared to perform so intimate an action, she would have slapped them away. Yet perhaps stirred by some inexplicable feeling within, or perhaps moved by Bai Piao's sincerity, she merely offered a mild verbal protest before allowing him to place the pendant around her neck himself. The fragrance drifting from her nostrils made Bai Piao almost intoxicated. Bai Piao fastened the jade pendant, reluctant to leave Li Yanran. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could come wearing more jade pendants? Li Yanran's ears were already red. After Bai Piao departed, she caught Wang Shiqi staring at her, and her ears burned even redder. Thank you, Lord Bai. Li Yanran quickly sat down, averting her gaze from Wang Shiqi. Li Yanran, what on earth is wrong with you today? Why didn't I refuse just now? Why is my face burning? Oh no, Chi-Chi saw everything. I've lost so much face. Bai Piao took his seat as well. Seeing Li Yanran's deeply flushed cheeks, he refrained from teasing her and turned his attention back to the auction stage below. You know, this world truly is quite interesting. Items to aid cultivation, weapons cultivation techniques, and martial arts skills. These were all common offerings. Having read quite a few fantasy novels himself, Bai Piao knew this was standard practice. But among the auction items, there was something surprisingly edible. Yes, actual food. However, it was not something from Li City itself, but a rare delicacy imported from the outer city, called blue honey cake. The starting bid alone was 10 gold coins per piece. Bai Piao's eyes lit up. The price was pocket change to him, and after Li Yanran explained that she had tried it once and found it extraordinarily delicious, he was already itching to bid. Such an expensive item was unthinkable for ordinary folk. Only those in the 3 private boxes were competing for it. As bidding climbed to 18 gold coins per piece, Bai Piao thought it was time enough and prepared to call out, only to find Li Yanran had beaten him to the punch. According to Li Yanran's explanation, Bai Piao had gifted her items worth 25,000 gold coins, so she wanted to treat him to some blue honey cakes as a token of gratitude. Bai Piao was delighted. This was a good omen. Once Li Yanran raised her bid, the others graciously backed down, allowing her to purchase 10 blue honey cakes for 200 gold coins. In the neighboring private box, Zhang Koqiang, his face dark, had originally intended to drive up the price to swindle Li Yanran, but he ultimately restrained himself. Just moments ago, his clan had sent word his third brother Zhang Kolai had been beaten by Bai Piao. He was also warned to be careful outdoors, for an expert at the scene had observed Bai Piao's strength and determined it to be at least that of a martial master. Though Zhang Koqiang was skeptical at heart, he trusted his family's intelligence and decided to play it safe. Despite his womanizing nature, Zhang Koqiang's mind was far more meticulous than his third brother's. Looking ahead, Bai Piao discovered that the selection of pills at the auction was pitifully scarce. The only bottle of second-tier breakthrough pills appeared at a staggering price of 1,000 gold coins each. And that was merely the opening bid. The final transaction price actually reached 1,600 gold coins apiece. Li Yanran explained that Li City suffered from a severe shortage of alchemists with only one second-tier pill refiner, which naturally made pills scarce. Becoming an alchemist was no trivial matter. It required not only exceptional talent, but also a natural affinity for the fire attribute. If one possessed both the fire and wood attributes simultaneously, the success rate of pill refining would increase dramatically, making that alchemist nearly invincible among peers of the same rank. Unfortunately, across all of Li City, only 2 individuals bore the fire attribute. The city lord, namely Li Ruguang, Li Yanran's father, and that single second-tier alchemist. Li Ruguang lacked innate talent for pill refining, and thus could not practice it. Hearing this, Bai Piao's heart stirred. He had just drawn an 8th-tier alchemist, and with all 7 attributes at his disposal. Wouldn't he become an invincible powerhouse capable of walking wherever he pleased? In a mere Li City, there should be no one who could give him, Bai Piao, any trouble. Wasn't his identity as a wealthy young master now firmly sealed? Enjoyment. It must be enjoyed to the fullest. The auction concluded and Li Yanran parted ways with Bai Piao. Bai Piao gazed at the 10 blue honey cakes wrapped in his hand, and recalling Li Yanran's words, he could not help but feel elated. Tomorrow I'll come to your home to find you. She was coming straight to his house. How thrilling. Were the people of this world really so open? Impossible. The only explanation was that his own charm was simply too overwhelming. No, he absolutely could not become some faithless playboy. He had to refuse her. Very well, tomorrow I shall await Miss Li's arrival. Humming a little tune, Bai Piao returned to his own small courtyard. He had her Guzi fetch him a reclining chair, then settled comfortably upon it. Producing the blue honey cakes, he took a delicate bite. Fragrant. Delicious. In the span of a few quick bites, Bai Piao devoured 5 of the 10 blue honey cakes in a single sitting. They were simply exquisite, the most delectable confections he had ever tasted. At that cost, it was more than worth it. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the local specialty fruit juicer Guzi had prepared, Bai Piao was thoroughly content. He began to contemplate the meaning of life. He had already accepted the reality of his transmigration, and with the system at his disposal, he would now establish his place in this world. Yet this was a world of violence and bloodshed. Bai Piao disliked such things. The two instances he had struck out today were both contrary to his true inclinations. Engaging in violence and slaughter, was that not terribly uncivilized? Besides, he was a wealthy scion of the second generation. How could he possibly resort to brawling at the slightest provocation? What would become of his dignity? Could he afford to lose face? The true experts of this world remained as steady as mountains themselves, ordering their subordinates to charge forth and do the killing on their behalf. He too must have an absolutely formidable henchman. Gazing at Urguzi standing deferentially beside him, Bai Piao's eyes lit up. Urguzi, you're a 9-star martial warrior now. Replying to the young master, yes. Here, take this. Bai Piao produced a grade 6 experience pill from his system. He still had plenty of these things after using this 1/6 remained. For Urguzi, whatever his young master commanded, he would obey without hesitation. Without a word of protest, he took the pill and consumed it on the spot. From 9-star martial warrior, he advanced to martial master on the very spot. Urguzi, how many stars now? Urguzi silently assessed himself and replied, young master, 4-star martial master. Oh, Bai Piao was puzzled. When he himself had taken it, he had reached 5-star martial master, and Urguzi's foundation was actually somewhat better, so why only 4-star? It must be that his own innate talent was simply too extraordinary. That had to be the explanation. Take another one. How many stars now? Young master, 9-star martial master. Urguzi was inwardly shaken. What manner of celestial elixir was this? He himself had advanced through 3 mere pills to a level that ordinary people could never reach in an entire lifetime. Was this not absolutely extraordinary? Yet he cautioned himself inwardly the young master had forbidden him from speaking of it, and he must take that secret to the grave. Urguzi, what cultivation techniques, martial skills, and weapon attributes do you possess? Bai Piao nodded. The level was barely sufficient. Now, it was time to enhance combat capability. He certainly could not let Urguzi brawl with bare fists the way he himself had done today. That would be utterly beneath their station. How could his own subordinate be allowed to appear beneath contempt? He must be outfitted in a full set of orange-grade equipment. Young master, this servant possesses none of these. Urguzi answered truthfully. Bai Piao reflected, and it was indeed true. A mere servant was unlikely to possess any cultivation techniques or martial skills, otherwise he would never have ended up serving in such a capacity in the first place. As for cultivation techniques and martial skills, Bai Piao himself possessed none either. Weapons, however, he did have, though they were only grade 5, which would still draw considerable attention if displayed. Yet that mattered little, had not the system mentioned today that shock points could be used for draws. Moreover, there were still a few matters he needed to question the system about properly. System, I don't understand this world at all. I don't even know how to open a storage ring, and even if you gave me the 7 attribute system, I wouldn't know how to use it. What do? The storage ring. He stared at it for a long while to no avail. The 7 attribute system had indeed been granted, but during today's fight his hands had been just as transparent as everyone else, showing no trace of attribute power surging forth. Besides, what exactly were attributes in this world? Ding. Storage ring opening method and accompanying documents have been sent. Please check host. On the panel before Bai Piao's eyes, a large check button appeared. Check. Bai Piao clicked it. The taste of the sea, I know it. Bai Piao stared dumbfounded at the sudden advertisement before his eyes. System, you're something else. After a 15-second ad, something inexpressible had been added to Bai Piao's mind. Gazing at the storage ring on the middle finger of his left hand, Bai Piao's heart stirred. Instantly, a dim grayish space of roughly 1 cubic meter appeared in his mind. Noticing a small booklet inside, Bai Piao's heart stirred once more, and the booklet materialized in his hand. Fragrance Compendium. He opened it for a glance, his eyes lighting up, then snapped it shut with a decisive snap. Fortunately, Urguzi had simply been standing attentively to the side, paying no attention to what Bai Piao was holding. How embarrassing. He'd take another look tonight. After rummaging through a few more times, not a single valuable item could be found. Only a collection of odds and ends. Finding it dull, Bai Piao prepared to begin the lottery. Standing before the colossal wheel. System, it's 100 shock points for 1 draw, right? Correct. Checking his shock points, he had accumulated a total of 666 points today. A splendidly auspicious number. Draw. Instantly, the outermost ring of the colossal wheel began to glow. Though he had prepared himself mentally, Bai Piao still couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. How wonderful it would be if draws could start from the center, just like the newbie reward. But it couldn't be helped. The system had explained that at low levels one must begin from the outermost edge of the wheel, and only at higher levels could one gradually move inward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained 1 PSP game console. What the heck? Bai Piao suspected he had misheard. Claim X10. Mama will never have to worry about my studies again. 20 seconds later, 10 genuine 21st century PSP game consoles materialized before Bai Piao's eyes. System, what use is this thing? I was already sick of playing it in my past life. What I want are cultivation techniques, weapons, not game consoles. Bai Piao suddenly realized that this Colossal Wheels lottery was anything but simple. A trap indeed. PSP game console play for 1 hour to obtain one first-grade experience pill. The system's prompt tone chimed. What a... Bai Piao's eyes lit up. Play games for an hour and receive experience pills as a bonus. Though they were merely first-grade, playing for 10 hours a day was more than acceptable to Bai Piao. For a chronic all-nighter like him, this was nothing. And with 10 PSP consoles, in total 1 hour meant 10 first-grade experience pills. Wouldn't leveling up be as easy as a flick of the wrist? A conscience-driven system. A conscience-driven colossal wheel. He had to keep drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained first-grade magic artifact, Feather Duster. Though he knew the colossal wheel had a conscience, hearing this announcement still left Bai Piao utterly bewildered in the wind. Claim X10. After another excruciating 30-second advertisement. Synthesize. This Feather Duster must be synthesized. Letting Erguzi wield a Feather Duster to fight others. Just imagining the scene, Bai Piao couldn't help but find it utterly bizarre. As for what exactly was strange about it, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was simply strange. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the reward's second-grade magic artifact, Superior Feather Duster. Bai Piao crumbled inwardly. Could you not change things up after synthesizing? Must it always be a Feather Duster? Superior Feather Duster's second-grade magic artifact. Upon attacking, there is a 10 chance of triggering a critical strike effect. Critical strike effect: the enemy suffers tremendous damage and remains in excruciating pain for 5 hours, unable to find rest. The explanation sounded decent enough, but Bai Piao could never bring himself to actually use it. Everyone else wields cleavers, flying swords, or the like, and you pull out a Feather Duster. Are you dusting furniture? Continue drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a yellow tier low-grade martial technique. At last, something normal. Claim X10. Synthesize. Yellow tier, mid-grade martial technique, Shattered Jade Hand. It wasn't bad, but the grade was a bit low, wasn't it? His cultivation methods were all heaven tier, yet his martial technique was only yellow tier. Wasn't that rather unbalanced? Alas, it all came down to his level being too low. The range of rewards the system offered was simply that. It seemed he needed to raise his strength. Bai Piao decided he wouldn't rush to use his shock points for the lottery. Once spent, they'd be gone for good. He'd wait until his level rose and the rewards improved before drawing again. He wasn't in a hurry to draw now because he feared what might happen if his level rose too quickly, whether it would bring any adverse consequences. He'd observe for a day. If no one reacted strangely to his level by tomorrow, he'd continue advancing. The same went for Erguzi. The title of Gold Medal Enforcer had to be bestowed upon Erguzi. Having 6 mid-tier lottery draws from the system's rewards left, and nothing better to do, Bai Piao figured he could endure 2 more advertisements. He took another sip of fruit juice and began drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a heaven-tier low-grade cultivation method. Claim X10. Do not synthesize. Just kidding. 1 copy was for Erguzi's use, and the remaining ones could be saved for later. You never knew, someday he might rely on selling these cultivation methods to earn some pocket money. That stingy father of his wouldn't even give him spending money. Being the son of a wealthy family sounded impressive, but every coin he spent was hard-earned by his own hands. Watching those short advertisements was truly a miserable affair. He was just about to steel himself for one final wave of draws and watch the last advertisement. Suddenly a commotion arose beyond the courtyard gate. Upon receiving permission, Erguzi went to open the gate and quickly returned. Young master, the master of the house sent word requesting your presence in the study. Erguzi reported faithfully. Bai Piao's heart gave a start. This cheap old man was summoning him. Wasn't it supposed to be this evening? Why had word been sent barely a moment after he'd returned? Could it be that today's brawl had already come to his father's ears? A flurry of guesses swirled through his mind. After all, Bai Piao understood absolutely nothing about this cheap father of his, and he feared exposing some flaw. But since word had been sent, not going wasn't an option. He wrapped up the blue honey cake, neatly tidied his appearance, and made himself look as ordinary as possible. Erguzi led the way. The study. Master, you'll need to keep your composure shortly. You mustn't lose your temper. Below, a man bearing the appearance of a butler addressed Bai Sheng, who sat above. That ungrateful wretch has actually grown capable, and his father here knew nothing of it. What in the world is going on? And he spent 25,000 gold coins. Where on earth did he get that much money? Bai Sheng paced back and forth. Though his face was wrought with anger, the joy welling within his heart was by no means small. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Father, I've come. Bai Piao pushed open the door with Erguzi close behind him. The brother he had encountered that morning was staring directly at him. Upon seeing Bai Piao, Bai Sheng and Su Huai's pupils contracted slightly. 5-star martial master. Shock filled his heart, yet his face betrayed nothing. Shock points 2015. Bai Piao was puzzled. Where had these shock points come from now? Ahem, father. What did you need me for? Bai Piao cleared his throat lightly. The situation was rather awkward. Calling someone who looked about his own age father felt terribly forced. You brat, get over here. Bai Sheng's face was overcast, and even his words carried an unsettling chill. What is it, father? Bai Piao felt a twinge of apprehension within. If he drew too close, would his father perhaps notice something amiss? He approached timidly, standing beside Bai Sheng. Hold out your hand. Bai Sheng commanded. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Piao extended his hand. What is this? What is he going to do? Bai Sheng seized Bai Piao's hand in a single motion, and instantly, Bai Piao sensed a stream of primordial energy coursing through his body. Bai Sheng's expression remained dark on the surface, but within his heart waves of shock surged one after another. This worthless son of his was truly a 5-star martial master. The primordial energy within him was unmistakably that of a 5-star martial master, far more robust than that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. Bai Piao felt the primordial energy circulate through his body, particularly lingering near his lower dantian, and his heart tensed with unbearable anxiety. Fortunately, the primordial energy soon dissipated and his hand was released. You worthless fool, what cultivation technique have you been practicing? How has your progress been so rapid? Bai Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Bai Piao. Bai Piao was about to answer truthfully when he suddenly realized something and countered, Father, what grade is the finest technique in our family? The joy in Bai Sheng's heart seemed to have been doused with a ladle of cold water. What grade technique do you think your old man practices? Don't you know? Bai Sheng's chest heaved. He had thought this worthless boy had finally made some progress, only to discover that the lad didn't even know what technique his own father practiced. Bai Piao was dumbfounded. Father, I forgot. He could only press forward stubbornly. Was there any other choice but to guess? Young master, the master's technique is a high-grade profound rank technique. How could the young master possibly forget? Steward Su Huai, sensing the situation turning dangerous, immediately stepped forward to assist Bai Piao. Given Bai Sheng's temperament, 2 more bouts of anger might well result in a physical beating. Should that come to pass, Bai Piao would be in for a thorough drubbing. Old Su, don't cover for him. Bai Sheng's chest continued to heave. Oh, I remember now, father. It's the high-grade profound rank technique. Bai Piao wore a look of sudden enlightenment, and his goodwill towards Su Huai soared straight upward. A timely blessing in the snow. You worthless fool, I asked what technique you are cultivating. What you practice is not my technique. My technique could never produce such rapid progress. Though he had not paid attention to Bai Piao's cultivation for over a month, advancing from 1-star warrior to 5-star martial master in such a short span was something no ordinary person could achieve. It was not that Bai Sheng did not care about Bai Piao. It was simply that the former Bai Piao had never possessed anything worthy of a father's concern. Nearly 20 years of care and not a single thing to show for it. On his own birthday, the boy couldn't even manage a simple happy birthday, father. Whether he was truly a legitimate son was another matter entirely. Of course he was a legitimate son. Father, this. Bai Piao's mind raced furiously. He had to come up with some excuse to get through this, didn't he? It was fortunate he hadn't eaten 2 more 6th-grade experience pills, or explaining would have been even more difficult. I'm already this old. You ought to leave a fellow some little secrets, shouldn't you? Give me a bit of personal space. Or perhaps, father, why don't you take a guess at what technique I'm cultivating? Bai Sheng's chest heaved violently. Father, why don't you take a guess? You want me to guess, eh? Su Huai sensed trouble brewing and hurriedly shot a meaningful glance at Bai Piao. Young master, I heard you spent 25,000 gold coins at the treasure pavilion today. Where did all that money come from? I need to change the subject. I absolutely must change the subject. Can't you see Bai Sheng has already started clenching his fists? Oh, the gold coins, you say? Bai Piao also realized the atmosphere had grown somewhat amiss, especially the aura emanating from his dear old father, which seemed to be intensifying by the moment. Well, the gold coins. Bai Piao's mind began racing at breakneck speed once more. Where had the gold coins come from? Should he answer truthfully? Father, I practice a heaven-grade cultivation art, and the money came from selling a 5th-rank magical treasure. His old man probably only possessed a single 4th-rank magical treasure, yet he himself had gone and sold a 5th-rank one. Would he be done for? Not having grown powerful enough, yet Bai Piao dared not casually reveal the suspicion that he possessed a system. What if some supreme powerhouse of this world discovered it and subjected him to brutal torture? Dousing him with chilly water, splashing him with sulfuric acid. Would he confess or not? I picked the gold coins up from the street. Urguzi can vouch for me. At the time, Urguzi and I were walking down the street when we suddenly spotted a black card lying on the ground. I picked it up and looked, and wow, the card actually had money inside. As a good child and the young master of the Bai family, how could I, Bai Piao, possibly pocket all that money for myself? So I spent the money on Li Yanran instead. Whatever remained I used for myself, so it's not embezzlement. Urguzi, isn't that right? Bai Piao was confident that Urguzi would stand on his side. Everything the young master has said is absolutely true. For Urguzi, whatever the young master said was gospel. Even the master's words carried no weight. Shock points 10-5. Bai Sheng's hands could no longer be restrained while Su Huai stood there utterly dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of gold coins picked up from the street. Who in their right mind would lose tens of thousands of gold coins? Are you kidding me? Su Huai's heart ached with helplessness. Young master, it's not that I refuse to help you. You're digging your own grave. You can't blame me for this. You wretched boy, get over here. The more Bai Sheng thought about it, the angrier he became. That ungrateful son was actually making a fool of him. Asking his father to play guessing games, he could barely tolerate that. But picking up tens of thousands of gold coins off the street, that was beyond endurance. Bai Piao sensed that something was amiss and took several steps backward in quick succession. What's going on? Wasn't his excuse perfectly reasonable? Isn't finding money on the street the most logical explanation of all? Confusion swirled in his mind, but the increasingly terrifying aura radiating from Bai Sheng was undeniably real. His dear old father was about to lose it. The situation looked grim. Immediate retreat was in order. Father, I just remembered the grass in the yard still needs weeding, so I'll be heading back now. Erguzi, run. Bai Piao regretted not being born with 2 extra legs as he broke into a sprint. If he didn't run, was he supposed to stay and take a beating obediently? Bai Piao was no fool. You ungrateful wretch, stop right there. Bai Sheng was about to give chase. This wretched boy. If he wasn't beaten for 3 days, he'd start tearing the roof off the house. Master, calm yourself, please calm yourself. Su Huai rushed forward to restrain him. If a beating were to ensue, Bai Piao would be bettered in for at least 3 days. Father, there really is grass that needs weeding. I'll come visit you another time. Bai Piao's voice echoed from afar. He had already fled a considerable distance. Erguzi followed unhurriedly behind Bai Piao, and this scene was observed by Su Huai. Master, this servant's speed. How is it no slower than the young master's? Su Huai was stunned. Were all of Bai Piao's servants martial masters now? Moi. Bai Sheng, still seething with rage, had not noticed this detail earlier. But now upon closer inspection he was equally dumbfounded. Had Bai Piao's servant also advanced from a martial warrior to a 5-star martial master? My lord, it seems the young master possesses extraordinary fortune. Su Huai's eyes gleamed. If Bai Piao had advanced from a 1-star martial warrior to a 5-star martial master in little more than a month, it could still be considered plausible. But for an ordinary servant to advance alongside him at such astonishing speed, only fortune could explain it. Bai Piao had encountered a remarkable opportunity. Bai Sheng was inwardly astonished, yet his face darkened as he said, I shall thank 8 generations of my ancestors if that boy does not bring disaster upon us. How could Su Huai fail to understand Bai Sheng's thoughts? His face was as black as thunder, but his heart had surely already blossomed with joy. My lord, the young master may finally be growing up. I can't be bothered with that scoundrel anymore. He'll be the death of me one day. Come, old Su. Let us go drink. Su Huai inwardly chuckled. If you were unhappy, why were you going drinking? Bai Piao rushed all the way back to his courtyard in one breath. Only when he saw that his father had not pursued him did he finally allow himself a sigh of relief. He was panting and wheezing from the exertion, yet Erguzi by contrast was not even breathing heavily. It was clearly the difference in their cultivation levels. This would never do. He had to find a movement-focused cultivation art. If he could not win in a fight, he still had to be the fastest to flee. Especially in a situation like the one just now. Had his legs been a moment slower, his father's fist would surely have reached him. That evening Erguzi had the kitchen prepare and deliver an extravagant spread. Bai Piao ate with such relish that he could not stop praising it. Though it fell ever so slightly short of the dishes at the restaurant where they had dined that noon, it was still a delicacy of the mortal world. Fortunately, the system had provided some information. Once people in this world reached the martial master realm, they could gradually shape and refine their physiques without fear of losing their figures. Otherwise, Bai Piao might have feared that he would eventually become a reclusive fatso. There was far more information supplied by the system, and Bai Piao would need time to absorb it gradually. He gave Erguzi a low-grade heaven-tier cultivation art, instructed him to study it on his own, and then returned to his room to rest. Lying upon his luxuriously soft bed, Bai Piao contemplated the system's messages for a while before he could no longer endure his exhaustion. What was wrong with him? He was a rich second generation born to enjoy life. Very well. He would examine it again later. For now he would rest. With a snap of his fingers, a wisp of delicate flame suddenly sprang from his index finger. Having an elemental affinity was remarkably convenient. In the future, if he wished to set off firecrackers, he would no longer even need a lighter. After experimenting with it a few times and finding it rather uninteresting, Bai Piao suddenly remembered the PSP game console he had obtained that day. His eyes brightened, and at a mere thought the PSP appeared in his hand. It was a standard PSP identical to those from his former world. Anything produced by the system was sure to be a masterpiece. It required no charging, and he could play it however he pleased. After playing for an hour, one first-grade experience pill would be added to the system. The outdated PSP was practically an antique in the era before his transmigration, but to Bai Piao in this world, it was a delightful toy with which to while away the hours. Bai Piao played for an hour yet remained far from satisfied. A glance at his system inventory revealed that a first-grade experience pill had appeared. He took it out and swallowed it in a single gulp. He was still a 5-star martial master. There had been no advancement. It appeared that one first-grade experience pill was insufficient to raise his martial rank by even a single star. But that mattered not, for he possessed 10 PSPs. He would play one himself while the other 9 were played by others. In the end, every last experience pill would be his. It seemed he would have to find a few trusted individuals and distribute the remaining PSPs to them. What fun was there in cultivating every day? One could advance just as readily by playing games. After another hour of play, drowsiness overcame him, and Bai Piao drifted into a hazy sleep. On his first night upon a foreign continent, another might have lain awake aching for home. But for Bai Piao, his slumber was exceptionally sweet and peaceful. Roar ha! Before long, the sound of his snores shattered the tranquility of the night. The following morning, Erguzi, press here to attack. This button controls forward, backward, left, and right. Yes, yes. Hit him. Use the ultimate move. Eat some honey to restore health. From the break of dawn, Bai Piao's raucous shouts echoed throughout the entire courtyard. Erguzi held the PSP in his hands, clumsily operating it under Bai Piao's direction. Perhaps due to his cultivation, Bai Piao had awoken while the sky was still dim with the first light of dawn. With nothing better to do and having been attended to in his washing by Erguzi, he took out the PSP and began teaching Erguzi how to play games. Bai Piao could clearly sense Erguzi's loyalty. The mere fact that he had brazenly lied on his behalf without hesitation in front of his father yesterday had already won Bai Piao's complete trust in Erguzi. Therefore, the first PSP distribution slot went to him. Although Erguzi had never seen a PSP before nor anything so miraculous, since the young master had told him to play with it whenever he was free, he would naturally obey without question. After teaching him for a while, Erguzi had somehow already grasped 70% of it. He even knew when to eat honey to restore his health, which caused Bai Piao to regard him in a new light. Not bad. People of our caliber are truly born gamers. Erguzi played beside him while Bai Piao played with his own device, the two of them sitting in the courtyard playing games from early morning. After playing for a while, mealtime arrived, and Bai Piao began to feel hungry. Let's go, Erguzi, we're heading to the streets. On the second day of his rich second-generation lifestyle, Bai Piao chose to continue his indulgent wandering. Erguzi acknowledged the command and put away the gaming device, and the two set off toward the streets. With nothing to do along the way, Bai Piao recalled that he had mentioned yesterday about drawing a speed-enhancing martial skill. System, I want to do a draw the medium reward. He had 5 remaining chances at the medium reward, having already used half. The great wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mid-grade heaven rank martial skill, stepping heaven boots. Upon reading the description, Bai Piao was thrilled. Oh, just when dozing off, a pillow arrives. The very moment he had wanted a speed-type martial skill, stepping heaven boots appeared. System, could you possibly be trying to curry favor with me? Claim X10. Afterward, Bai Piao hurriedly averted his gaze, forcing himself to look at the flowers and plants around him. A 30-second advertisement is lethal. Hey, you know what? Walking while watching advertisements can actually help take one's mind off the annoyance of watching them. Do not synthesize. Once the notion took root that he needn't personally act every single time, Bai Piao would no longer casually synthesize items. Setting some aside for Erguzi to use wouldn't hurt. As for the rest, he could give them to whomever caught his fancy. At the very least, bringing them out to sell for money would also be quite decent. This rich second-generation lifestyle of his was something he had to build with his own 2 hands. His stingy old man hadn't given him a single gold coin. While strictly speaking, he should be considered a rich first generation. But being a rich second generation sounds more prestigious. Having learned 1 copy of stepping heaven boots, he still had 9 left. Walking down the road in high spirits, the air of this world seemed more fragrant than in his previous life. Moreover, today there was something else that would make Bai Piao particularly pleased. Li Yanran was coming to his home to find him. She hadn't specified what time she would arrive, but it likely wouldn't be at the crack of dawn, so Bai Piao prepared to head to the streets for breakfast. What if they happened to encounter each other by chance? Wouldn't that be an even greater surprise? Bai Piao remembered that when he was dreaming last night, he had dreamed of Li Yanran. The dream was wonderful and delightful. But upon waking up in the morning, he discovered an awkward scene. Glancing left and right to ensure no one was watching, Bai Piao quietly tossed his pants into a patch of grass. Though it was still early morning, the market was already teeming with people. As was his custom, he arrived at yesterday's restaurant. The shopkeeper was busy with his abacus when a shadow fell across his sight, sending a shiver down his spine. That damned freeloader is back again. Young Master Bai, you've arrived. The shopkeeper forced a smile across his face and stepped out to greet him. It was the classic smile that masked a heart full of curses. He didn't pay yesterday, yet today the shopkeeper greets me with such warmth. It seems my reputation preceded me. Shopkeeper, bring me your finest morning delicacies. Bai Piao headed straight for the 2nd floor, with Erguzi trailing closely behind. Right away, young master Bai, please take a seat upstairs. Bai Piao plopped down and was just about to pull out his PSP to play for a while when a commotion rose from downstairs. Erguzi, quick go see if Li Yanran has arrived. Bai Piao's eyes lit up. Before Erguzi could move, a graceful figure had already appeared within his line of sight. Young master Bai, what a coincidence. Li Yanran's cheeks flushed faintly crimson upon seeing Bai Piao. She had spent the previous night tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her heart fluttering like a fawn caught in a storm. When Bai Piao had fastened the jade pendant for her, the uniquely masculine scent that clung to him had etched itself into her memory. This morning, for reasons she could not fathom, she who had intended to have breakfast at home found herself heading straight for the restaurant instead. Though anticipation had stirred within her heart upon truly seeing Bai Piao, she could not help but feel her pulse quicken. A coincidence indeed, a true coincidence. When I stepped out this morning, I heard magpies calling and sensed that something fortunate was about to happen. And sure enough, I've run into Miss Li. Bai Piao was in genuinely high spirits. A chance encounter had been merely a hope. Never had he truly expected it to come to pass. Miss Li, have you had breakfast? Shall we eat together? Bai Piao ventured tentatively. Li Yanran offered a faint smile and said, I would be delighted. I've got a chance. Miss Li, do you enjoy playing games? Bai Piao asked. Games? What kind of games does young master Bai mean? Li Yanran was naturally a playful sort. Otherwise she would not have been so fond of teasing the old Bai Piao. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Here, this is called a PSP. Bai Piao produced a brand new PSP. Young master Bai, what is this called? Li Yanran regarded the device in his hands with curious eyes. Let's just call it a game console, BA. Game console, BA. No. It's just game console, no BA at the end. Oh. Li Yanran, being naturally playful, possessed remarkable talent. Within mere minutes of Bai Piao's instruction, she had grasped the essence of the game. Young master Bai, this game console is truly delightful. Li Yanran played with unbridled joy. Hee, if you like it, it's yours. Seeing Li Yanran happy filled Bai Piao with happiness as well. Li Yanran sat beside Bai Piao, her fragrance drifting close enough to reach his nostrils. Thank you, young master Bai. Li Yanran focused intently on her game, while Bai Piao offered guidance from beside her. From a distance, the two looked like a young couple lost in their own world. Downstairs. Young master Zhang, you've arrived. The shopkeeper was surprised. It was a rare occasion for the eldest son of the Zhang family to come for breakfast. Zhang Choyun flicked open his fan with a flourish. This young master has achieved a breakthrough today, and my mood is excellent. I've come to your establishment to sample your fare. Bring forth your finest delicacies. Right away, please proceed upstairs. Zhang Choyun possessed an impeccable reputation, for he always paid his bills without fail. The shopkeeper welcomed him with genuine warmth. With a nod, Zhang Choyun made his way directly toward the second floor. With this breakthrough coupled with his own magnetic charm, the odds of winning Li Yanran's heart must surely be the highest in all of Li City. Li Yanran, you shall never escape the palm of my hand. Once you fall into my grasp, you shall come to know true bliss. Lost in such thoughts as he ascended to the second floor, he was met with a sight that froze him in shock. Shock points 5. Bai Piao was chatting happily with Li Yanran and paid no heed to the system's voice. Whoever wished to be shocked could go ahead and be shocked. In fact, the more times the better. Before his eyes, Bai Piao and Li Yanran's faces were pressed so close together they were nearly touching. Zhang Qiuyan thought his eyes were deceiving him. He rubbed them clean. It was still Bai Piao. Rage beyond all bounds. Zhang Qiuyan was the second most exceptional youth of Liqing, surpassed only by Li Yanran, and even he had never been granted the chance to approach her. How dare this worthless Bai Piao act with such audacity? Even though Bai Piao had beaten his third brother yesterday, in his view, that third brother was nothing but trash himself. He had expected to enjoy a pleasant breakfast, then visit the city lord's residence to see Li Yanran and cultivate some goodwill. But this scene made Zhang Qiuyan's eyes blaze with jealousy. Bai Piao! Zhang Qiuyan bellowed. Holy crap! Bai Piao was startled. Why the hell are you yelling so loud? You trash! How dare you sit together with Sister Yanran? Zhang Qiuyan closed his folding fan with a snap and looked toward Li Yanran. Sister Yanran, how could you deign to play with this piece of trash? Li Yanran had been thoroughly enjoying herself when she was suddenly interrupted, and a deep displeasure welled within her. Moreover, upon recognizing the intruder as Zhang Qiuyan, she was instantly revolted. Others might not know what sort of person Zhang Qiuyan was, but Li Yanran understood him all too well. On the surface, he cut the figure of a refined and elegant gentleman, but beneath that veneer lurked a beast. Not long ago, a girl from some household had mysteriously vanished. Only later was it discovered that she had caught Zhang Qiuyan's eye. She had refused submission unto death, whereupon Zhang Qiuyan secretly dispatched his men to seize her, and she met a most gruesome end. All of this had come to Li Yanran's private knowledge through her position as the city lord's daughter. At the time, Zhang Qiuyan had destroyed the evidence with such swiftness that no investigation could proceed. No one could have imagined that the eldest young master of the Zhang family harbored such a vicious and malevolent side. What good fate could ever befall those who fell into his clutches? What have you come here for? This lady shall play with whomever she pleases. Is that any of your concern? Li Yanran's courtesy toward Bai Piao did not extend to courtesy toward everyone. Zhang Qiuyun was rendered speechless, and the fury in his gaze toward Bai Piao deepened. Beneath that fury lurked a thread of killing intent. Hey now, wailing and screaming at the crack of dawn. Who the hell are you anyway? Bai Piao figured that since Li Yanran herself offered no courtesy to this fellow, there was absolutely no need to grant him face either. You don't know who I am. Zhang Qiuyun stood stunned. Li Yanran was likewise somewhat taken aback. Are you some big shot? Why ought I to know you? Can you give birth on the spot? Can you defecate while standing on your head? No, can you? You possess not a single merit. How then should I be expected to remember you? Shot point 6-3. Zhang Qiuyun and Li Yanran were both struck with astonishment. Was there no shame left in his speech? In an instant Zhang Qiuyun erupted with rage. To be humiliated by a piece of trash in such a manner. Even he could no longer maintain his pretense. Bai Piao, this very day I shall claim your life. Zhang Qiuyun stamped both feet against the ground. Though he employed no martial technique, his entire reservoir of primal energy surged into full circulation. He was confident that this single punch, should it land, would leave Bai Piao either dead or grievously wounded. For he was a martial master of the 5th star. Oh my, losing your patience already and resorting to violence. Bai Piao patted Li Yanran's shoulder, signaling that she need not intervene. Air Guzi beat him down. Having only yesterday upgraded Air Guzi to Martial Master 9th star, he now found immediate use for it. Not bad at all. As you command, young master. Air Guzi accepted the order and took his stand along the very path that Zhang Qiuyun was about to charge down. You wretch! Would you send a mere servant to his death? You! Before Zhang Qiuyun could finish his words, an aura many times more formidable than his own erupted thunderously from Air Guzi's body. Crack! Zhang Qiuyun's fist was seized and Air Guzi's iron grip utterly immobilized. No matter how desperately Zhang Qiuyun twisted and writhed, he could not move even the slightest bit. The air seemed to freeze at that very instant. Shot points 7-4. Zhang Qiuyun was utterly bewildered. Li Yanran was struck with astonishment. Even a mere servant of Bai Piao possessed the ability to pin down Li Cheng and rub him against the ground the next day. You lowly servant, release me at once. Zhang Qiuyun's face flushed crimson with humiliation. Without the young master's commander, Guzi wouldn't give him the slightest attention. Moreover, the young master had ordered that he be beaten. Clenching his palm into a fist, he drove it straight into Zhang Qiuyun's chest. Thud! Zhang Qiuyun was sent flying by the punch, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Cough, cough. Zhang Qiuyun was horrified to discover thin traces of blood trickling from his mouth. Bai, I shall make you. Before Zhang Qiuyun could finish his threat, darkness clouded his vision as another blow struck him. His right eye instantly turned a ghastly shade of black, swelling into a perfect panda eye. To dare threaten me in such a state. Or Guzi, tie him up? Bai Piao let out a cold snort. It seemed that without a proper demonstration of his strength, this fellow would never surrender so easily. Yes, young master. Guzi fetched a long, thick hemp rope and bound Zhang Qiuyun so tightly that he resembled nothing so much as a fat caterpillar. Gazing upon the thoroughly trussed up Zhang Qiuyun, Bai Piao sighed inwardly. See, this is the beauty of not having to act personally. No dirtying one's own hands, no tarnishing one's refinement. Were he to take matters into his own hands, how could he later carry on an elegant conversation with Li Yanran? That would make him appear far too boorish, decidedly unbecoming. Bai Piao, what are you? I'll have you know Every time Zhang Qiuyun attempted to struggle free, Guzi would forcibly pin him down again until he dared not resist any further. Guzi gagged his mouth. Bai Piao waved his hand dismissively, truly insufferably noisy. Guzi fetched a rag used by the tavern for wiping tables and stuffed it forcibly into Zhang Qiuyun's mouth. Zhang Qiuyun was pressed against the ground, his bottom thrust upward toward the heavens, emitting muffled whimpers, utterly immobilized. Miss Li, do you find this fellow as repulsive as I do? Bai Piao offered Li Yanran a slight smile. Young master, Bai, I don't wish to see him at all. Li Yanran nodded. He then I'll avenge you this very instant. Under Li Yanran's curious gaze, a feather duster suddenly materialized in Bai Piao's hand. Young master, Bai, what is this object? Li Yanran inquired. This world actually has no feather dusters. This is going to be delightful. Ahem, Miss Li, this is my treasured magic artifact. Bai Piao declared with perfect solemnity. Watch as I vanquish this scoundrel for you. Having spoken, he wielded the feather duster, employing the bamboo handle as his instrument of attack, while the feathers served as the striking end. This was the childhood nightmare of countless souls. Zhang Qiuyun observed Bai Piao's ill-intentioned expression, and an involuntary shiver coursed through his heart, as though some dreadful fate was about to befall him. But with that foul-smelling rag crammed into his mouth, not a single threatening word could escape his lips. My dear young master, I do hope you can endure this. Bai Piao grinned broadly, and brought the feather duster down upon Zhang Qiuyun's bottom with a sharp swat. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. MMPH. Zhang Qiuyun's eyes bulged wide. Pain. Excruciating pain. Unbearable pain. From his very first breath, he had lived in supreme elevation. Never once had he suffered a beating. Even his own father had never dared to lay a hand upon him. Shot points 5. He was in so much agony that his very existence felt uncertain. Close your legs. Bai Piao noticed that Zhang Qiuyun's legs had inadvertently parted somewhat, deeming it both unseemly and inconvenient for the proceedings. Erguzi forcibly pressed Zhang Qiuyun's legs together. Smack. For your utter impoliteness. Smack. For interrupting my courtship. Smack. In any case, you thoroughly deserve it. Zhang Qiuyun was in such agony that his teeth nearly shattered and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Ding. Critical strike effect triggered. The enemy sustains tremendous damage, suffering such excruciating pain for the next 5 hours that sleep becomes utterly impossible. Bai Piao was momentarily startled by the system's notification sound. A critical strike effect was triggered. He looked again at Zhang Qiuyun, whose tears streamed down his face in agony. Alright, Erguzi, have someone escort him back. And you remember to treat others with courtesy next time. You can't just resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Bai Piao watched as Zhang Qiuyun was helped away by the crowd. Zhang Qiuyun took a single small step, and a searing pain shot through him. Shot points 3. Does this have a sustained effect as well? Bai Piao was mildly surprised. It seemed this feather duster was quite a treasure. It could allow the opponent to continuously provide him with shot points. Shot points 2. See, here it comes again. It seemed that whenever Zhang Qiuyun so much as shifted his rear end slightly, Bai Piao would receive 1 or 2 shock points. Young master, by the way you hit Zhang Qiuyun. Li Yanran reflected afterward that Zhang Qiuyun deserved it. Even killing him wouldn't break her heart. He was nothing but scum. But having beaten him like this, the Zhang family would unlikely let the matter rest. Hey Miss Li, he actually dared to be rude to you just now. Not beating him to a cripple was being merciful enough. Bai Piao waved his hand dismissively, looking utterly indifferent. Come, let's keep playing. We can play while having breakfast. Bai Piao sat back down and gestured for Li Yanran to join him. Li Yanran was momentarily stunned, her heart filled with joy. He actually dared to be rude to you just now. She sat back down, watching the boy earnestly teaching her how to play the game console, and a sense of belonging began to blossom within her. At the entrance of the Bai family estate, Li Yanran and Bai Piao walked in. Li Yanran said that her decision to visit his home today had actually been an impulsive remark she made yesterday. But now it seemed that moment wasn't impulsive at all. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, the first thing to do was naturally to pay respects to Bai Piao's father, Bai Sheng. In the study, Bai Sheng was reading when he suddenly raised his head, looking toward the door. That rascal! How dare he bring the Li family's daughter here? This boy is quite capable. Father, Miss Li has come to visit. Bai Piao knocked on the door. Come in, Bai Sheng said. Li Yanran pays her respects to Uncle Bai. Li Yanran entered and performed a courtesy. Hey Yanran, it's been a long time. Your martial cultivation has improved considerably again. Bai Sheng looked at Li Yanran, his heart stirring with surprise. 7 stars of martial master. In the past, he would have been both startled and envious. But now with Bai Piao already at 5 stars of martial master, there was nothing to envy. Thank you for the praise, uncle. Li Yanran smiled. Come, Yanran, sit. Old Su, bring tea. Bai Sheng was in quite a good mood. There's no need, Uncle Su. Yanran came on behalf of her father to check whether uncle has any ailments. Seeing that uncle is in good health, Yanran shall not disturb you further. Li Yanran had no intention of sitting. She wanted to go play games with Bai Piao. Father, Miss Yanran here came to see me. Checking on you was just a side errand. We'll be taking our leave now. Bai Piao spoke, about to pull Li Yanran away. You rascal. I'm speaking with Yanran here. When is it your turn to talk? Bai Sheng's brows furrowed as he was about to fly into a rage. Yanran, run. The situation looked bad. Immediate retreat was necessary. Father was about to erupt again. Grasping Li Yanran's hand, he pushed his speed to the limit, sprinting toward his own small courtyard. A young master Bai. Before Li Yanran could react, Bai Piao had already seized her hand without explanation. But Bai Piao's mind was entirely focused on running fast. He hadn't heard her at all. Li Yanran struggled slightly, then stopped. She quickened her pace, running alongside Bai Piao. She let him hold her small hand as he pleased. So this was what it felt like to have a boy hold her hand for the first time. Such sweetness. Gazing at Bai Piao's profile, an extraordinary radiance shimmered in Li Yanran's eyes. His feet struck the ground in the trampling heaven step, dashing forward at blistering speed. He didn't come to a halt until he had crossed the threshold of his own courtyard. I'm not bad. Though he had only just acquired the trampling heaven step, it had already proven sufficient to carry him home with composure and ease. And he wasn't even short of breath. What was this thing in his hand? He gave it a squeeze, soft and yielding. He turned his head to look. Damn, it was Li Yanran's hand. A Miss Li. Only then did Bai Piao recall that he had been holding her hand the entire way. Young master Bai. Li Yanran had been savoring the sweetness of the moment, when Bai Piao's intent gaze suddenly fell upon her, and the tips of her ears flushed crimson in an instant. Bai Piao was taken aback. Surely she couldn't possibly not blame him. The hand he'd been about to release. He didn't let go. How could he squander such a golden opportunity? Besides drawing from the experiences of his past life. Even if he'd never tasted pork, he'd at least seen a pig run. From Li Yinran's state, it was obvious there was a real chance she had developed feelings for him. Strike while the iron is hot. Yinran, there's something I've actually been wanting to tell you for a while now. Here we go. Damn it, why is my heart pounding so fast? It was his first time confessing to anyone, and Bai Piao's heart rate soared past 130. Young master, by why you were saying? Li Yinran's ears had turned beet red, her little heart fluttering like a caged bird. Bai Piao inched closer to Li Yinran's ear, his voice trembling faintly. I, like you. Li Yinran shyly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering with the lightest tremor. Bai Piao's confession was terribly abrupt, and yet within that abruptness there lingered something almost inevitable. Yinran, will you be with me? Bai Piao steeled his heart within. Success or failure hung upon this single moment. Li Yinran's pulse quickened, and the two hearts seemed as though they might collide with one another. A voice thin as a gossamer thread escaped from Li Yinran's throat. Yet Bai Piao heard it clearly. His hands trembled slightly as they rose to cup Li Yinran's cheeks. The two faces drew slowly toward each other. Ahem! A thunderous cough rang out. The pair startled like frightened birds springing apart in haste. Father! Uncle! Bai Sheng had long since spied this scene from afar. Such was the perception of a true expert, one who could detect the faintest stir within Bai Piao's courtyard. Seeing the moment that was about to unfold, joy bloomed in Bai Sheng's heart. Yet he had no choice but to intervene. If Li Tianyi were to find out, this boy's skin wouldn't be thick enough to survive the flaying. That madman Li Tianyi. Even if Bai Sheng wanted to hold him back, he wouldn't be able to. Damn it, this wasn't your father sabotaging your good fortune. Your father was saving your hide. Well now, Yinran, it just occurred to me. Why don't you stay for lunch? Bai Sheng feigned as though nothing had happened, addressing Li Yinran with an amiable smile. Oh, of course, uncle. Li Yinran was so embarrassed she could scarcely show her face and darted behind Bai Piao for cover. Bai Piao was utterly seething. Father, oh father, why on earth did you choose this precise moment to appear? You're the one standing between me and my fat grandchild. You rascal, take good care of Yinran now. Your father will be off then. Seeing the matter settled, Bai Sheng saw no reason to linger, and off he went with a satisfied pat of his backside. Although he had interrupted Bai Piao's romantic moment, Bai Sheng's heart was secretly bubbling with delight. Serves you right, you little punk, for giving me such grief. Yinran, shall we resume our game? Bai Piao turned his head toward the bashful Li Yinran, deftly changing the subject. Should the silence stretch any longer, even the air itself would congeal. All right. Li Yinran produced the gaming device, though her cheeks remained rosy as twin peaches. It was only after the two had been playing for quite some time that Guzi finally came through the doorway. Young master, I was just. The matter's done, I assume. Go and rest. Bai Piao spoke casually. Yes, young master. Guzi took his leave. Bai Piao watched Guzi's retreating figure with immense satisfaction. Far better than my father. At least he knows not to ruin my affairs. Over the next few days, whenever she had a moment to spare, Li Yinran would hurry over to Bai Piao's home. Bai Sheng watched this unfold with a heart both elated and troubled. Elated because this girl Li Yinran was truly remarkable, lovely in appearance, extraordinary in talent. Troubled, of course, because of her father, Li Tianyi. Bai Sheng had a premonition that the day Li Tianyi came knocking at his door was not far off. Come to propose marriage. It would be a blessing if he didn't tear the Bai family apart. No, this won't do. He needed to go cultivate. Otherwise, when the time came and he got thrashed by that bastard Li Tianyi, the loss of face would be unbearable. That troublemaking boy doing nothing but making work for me. On this particular day, Bai Piao and Li Yinran were playing a game together. Piao, there's something I need to tell you. Li Yinran leaned against Bai Piao's shoulder, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. Since that day when Bai Sheng had so rudely interrupted them, their contact had been limited to this level of intimacy. Neither had dared to venture further. Yet their two hearts were drawing closer and closer with each passing moment. Yinran, you were perfectly fine just a moment ago. What happened? Bai Piao gently stroked Li Yinran's head. My father is going to inspect my cultivation progress tomorrow, but I've been playing all this time and haven't cultivated at all. When he checks tomorrow, I'm as good as dead. And after that, I might not even be allowed to come out and play with you anymore. Li Yinran pouted her lips in a small sulking pout. I thought it was something serious. What level are you at right now, eh? He had assumed it was something significant, but it turned out to be merely a lack of cultivation. For Bai Piao did the people who belonged to him need to slave away at cultivation every day. To see another person's level, one generally needed to be an entire major realm above them. Otherwise, one could only probe tentatively through exchanges, or have the other party reveal it willingly. I'm a Martial Master 7-star. If I haven't reached Martial Master 8-star by tomorrow when my father inspects me, he's definitely going to fly into a rage. He might even confine me and not let me out to play until I've cultivated enough. For two young lovers who had just begun their romance, being separated for even a single day would likely drive them to the brink of madness with longing. Don't worry. How could I possibly let your father keep us from being together? Bai Piao smiled faintly, and several first-grade experience pills materialized in his palm. Over the past few days while Erguzi had been gaming non-stop, he himself had been keeping Li Yanran company. In a single day, he could accumulate roughly 40 first-grade experience pills. Within the system, he had already stockpiled a full 200 or more. During idle moments, Bai Piao would pop them like candy beans, which was how he had already risen to Martial Master 7-star. Advancing too quickly all at once would look suspicious. Slowly leveling up by munching on these first-grade experience pills was, however, perfectly reasonable. Piao, what is this? Pills. Li Yanran gazed at the few pellets in Bai Piao's hand with curiosity. They resembled pills, yet she had only seen pills a few times, and these looked nothing like the ones she had encountered. This is something wonderful. Try eating a few. Bai Piao chuckled. Keeping them all to himself wouldn't do. The people around him, all of them, needed to rise to greatness. When gaming alone could grant levels, who would ever fear lacking experience? Li Yanran took one with curiosity and swallowed it whole, without hesitation. She trusted that Bai Piao would never feed her anything harmful. The moment a first-grade experience pill entered her belly, Li Yanran paused briefly to savor the taste, and her eyes lit up. Piao, this. Shoo. Bai Piao raised a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Li Yanran understood instantly, and nodded in tacit understanding, though the little spark of excitement in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Go ahead, eat as many as you want. I have plenty more. Level up to Martial Master 9-star. Let your father praise you, and then it'll be much easier for us to play together in the future. Bai Piao produced several dozen first-grade experience pills from his hand, leaving Li Yanran stunned, speechless at the sight. So many. Cultivating and leveling up. Had it become this simple? Under Bai Piao's guidance, Li Yanran consumed 50 first-class experience pills in one breath and advanced to the 9th star of Martial Master. For advancing 2 stars, she had used 50 pills. Bai Piao had only needed 30 pills to advance 2 stars. It seemed he truly was gifted. I, Bai Piao, now declare that Li Yanran formally becomes a member of my secret circle. From this day forward, you shall keep this secret with me for life. Li Yanran, do you agree? Bai Piao spoke with great conviction, looking remarkably proper. I agree, Li Yanran said with a smile, nodding. Bai Piao's foolish demeanor was quite peculiar. Strangely adorable. Very well, as a reward, said Bai Piao, taking out a glass bead from his hand. As soon as the bead appeared, a powerful fluctuation suddenly surged across the sky above Li City. A fluctuation only those at the Martial King realm or above could sense. At the City Lord's mansion, Li Tianyi was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes, as if sensing something miraculous. A colored bead. At least a 3-colored bead. His figure moved, and Li Tianyi vanished from the spot. Similar sensations occurred at the Zhang and Wang residences. At the Bai residence, Bai Sheng was cultivating, afraid that Li Tianyi might come knocking the next day. Suddenly his eyelid twitched. Holy crap! His voice still lingered as his figure disappeared into the distance. Damn brat, what are you doing? Bai Piao had just taken out this 3-colored bead from the system. This was the remaining bead after he had claimed the fire attribute glass bead tenfold earlier, used 7 beads for himself, and left this one. He had originally intended give it to Li Yanran, so she could grow stronger alongside him. Who knew his father would appear before his eyes at an unknown time? Dad, why are you shouting? Bai Piao covered his ears. Damn brat, where did you get this 3-colored bead? Bai Sheng looked at the tricolor, flowing, dazzling 3-colored bead in Bai Piao's hand, feeling both happy and angry. I picked it up. What's wrong, Dad? Do you need to ask about everything? Bai Piao felt guilty. Picked it up. Huh. Quickly put it away. Bai Sheng was so angry that his chest heaved. 3-colored beads. They would bring about bloody storms and rivers of blood. You damn well pick up a 3-colored bead casually. Not long after speaking, before Bai Piao could make any move, Bai Sheng seemed to sense something. He lifted his head. Too late. Ha ha, brother Bai, I trust you've been well. A hearty laugh came from afar, and in the blink of an eye it appeared right before them. Surnamely, what are you here for? Bai Sheng sighed inwardly in his heart. Things that should come will still come. Oh Yanran, why are you here? Li Tianyi saw Li Yanran and Bai Piao standing together and felt puzzled. Dad. Uncle Li. As soon as Li Yanran spoke, Bai Piao followed closely behind. This was a future father-in-law. How could he not have some discernment? Before Li Tianyi could continue asking, 2 voices came from the distance at the same time. Haha, City Lordly family head, Bai, long time no see. Bai Sheng turned his gaze toward that direction. Zhang, surnamed Li, a short fat man, and an obese big fat man appeared before Bai Piao and the others. Their eyes were fixed on the 3-colored bead in Bai Piao's hand. As expected, a 3-colored bead has indeed appeared in the mortal world. With such a treasure in this world, if we can obtain it, we can fight invincible among peers, and even challenge across realms without difficulty. As soon as the 2 arrived, their eyes gleamed with greed, fixed on the 3-colored pearl, and that greasy physique made Bai Piao feel a wave of alarm. Ahem, gentlemen, aren't you being a bit too casual? Bai Sheng's gaze turned sharp. Oh, excuse me, Lord Bai. Forgive us, we forgot this is your home. Though their words were polite, their meaning was clear enough. Bai Sheng did not press the matter. Instead, he turned his head and looked seriously at Bai Piao. Bai Piao, why have you brought out that three-colored pearl? Bai Piao's mind raced. All the major powers of Li City had arrived at once, and every one of them was after the three-colored pearl in his hand. It seemed he had greatly underestimated its value. Nor had he anticipated that they could locate him simply by sensing its aura. Father, I was planning to use this three-colored pearl for Yinran. Bai Piao answered truthfully. Unfamiliar with the strength of Li Tianyi and the other two, his father alone certainly could not prevail. But if he could bring Li Yinran's father into the fray, the situation should be manageable. Yinran, you presume to address my daughter Yinran. Before anyone else could speak, Li Tianyi was the first to retort. His temper was notoriously volatile. Brotherly, now is not the time for this. Bai Sheng halted him with a glance. Li Tianyi drew a deep breath and remained silent. Yet it was only then that he secretly discovered Li Yinran's cultivation level was actually at the 9th star of Martial Master. That surpassed his expectations. From the servants' reports, Li Yinran had been resting little lately, leaving at first light and returning only at nightfall. Li Tianyi, being in a critical phase of his own cultivation, had chosen not to interfere, planning to reprimand her properly once his breakthrough was complete. Who would have imagined that Li Yinran not only made progress, but a tremendous one? He knew precisely the extent of his own daughter's capabilities. The only explanation was that the young man who could produce a three-colored pearl wasn't his name Bai Piao. A young master, by that is most improper of you. How could you so casually gift away such a three-colored pearl? The Zhang and Wang families had resolved today to wade into this murky pool. Such a treasure, one unlikely to be encountered in a lifetime, one that could spark rivers of blood, had been discovered in a modest city like Li City, and it was in the hands of someone merely at the Martial Master realm. How could they possibly let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? None of your business. It is my own property. I shall give it to whoever I please. Can you stop me? Bai Piao looked at the two men and felt nothing but irritation. They were so greasy. Especially the one on the right, so fat he seemed to be oozing oil onto the ground. Yinran, pay them no mind. Use the three-colored pearl quickly. Bai Piao smiled gently at Li Yinran and handed her the three-colored pearl. Piao Piao, this isn't appropriate. Wouldn't it be better for you to use it yourself? Li Yinran was somewhat startled by the scene, but seeing her father present, she dared not fear the two fat men. Oh, I have already used mine. This one is surplus, just take it. If you don't use it, I'll be truly offended. Bai Piao deliberately furrowed his brow. Fool. Bai Sheng, watching their tender exchanges, lost his temper before Li Tianyi could. Don't you have any idea of your own strength? Don't you understand the importance of a three-colored pearl? And yet you gift it to your future daughter-in-law. No to Yinran. Bai Sheng paused, a slip of the tongue. Li Tianyi's eyes seemed ready to spout flames. But before he could speak, Bai Piao suddenly extended a hand. Amid the bewildered gazes of all present, one finger emitted a certain attribute. On the 5 fingers, all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, manifested simultaneously. Father, I have 5 attributes. The system voice chimed continuously. Shock points plus 25 plus 23 plus 20. All 5 people present wore utterly bewildered expressions, as though they had witnessed something inconceivable. Good heavens. Across the entire continent, even a single attribute glass pearl could drive tens of thousands of powerhouses into a frenzied scramble, battling and slaughtering each other until heads were shattered and rivers of blood flowed. True, some are born with attributes, but those are the exceedingly few blessed by heaven's favor. If one is not born with such a gift, there exists only one means to obtain it in this lifetime. One must seek the continent's rarest treasure, the attribute glass pearl. Relatively speaking, single attribute pearls are the most accessible, among which lightning and wind attributes prove the rarest, while metal, wood, water, fire, and earth carry comparatively higher probabilities. Double or triple attribute glass pearls are so coveted that their mere appearance sparks bloody storms. Pearls of 3 attributes or more are so scarcely documented in historical records as to be pitifully few. Each occurrence either paints the land in rivers of blood or leaves behind a landscape of wailing survivors. And now, what were they witnessing? 5 distinct attributes simultaneously materializing within Bai Piao's grasp. They could only wonder if their eyes were deceiving them. Among those present, they knew of merely 2 individuals possessing attributes. Li Tianyi bearing the fire attribute. Li Yinran also of the fire attribute. Across all of Li City, only 3 people held attributes, the third being that alchemist. All 3 had inherited their gifts naturally. Across Li City's million-strong population, barely 3 had been discovered to possess attributes. Tell me, how infinitesimally small could such odds possibly be? Even doubling or tripling the attribute count across the surrounding cities might yield a single instance, if fortune smiled upon them at all. A triple attribute, having even one across the entire dynasty, would be considered remarkable. The men rubbed their eyes, then turned their gaze once more toward Bai Piao's hand. Indeed, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 distinct attributes. No flaw in their observation, nor were their eyes playing tricks. This, Bai Sheng's expression grew distant. This bastard possesses 5 attributes. and his own father remains completely unaware. Was he truly his blood? Hadn't they tested him back then? The results had been unequivocal, completely attributeless, not fivefold. Under such circumstances, only one explanation remained. Bai Piao had swallowed a 5-colored glass pearl. The thought made Bai Sheng swallow hard. Where in the world had this troublemaker acquired so many treasures? Were they not afraid of courting death? Should any powerful figure discover a 5-colored glass pearl in Li City, slaughtering the entire settlement, to claim it would be trivial? Bai Sheng pondered this possibility, and so did the others present. Bai Piao, the universally acknowledged good-for-nothing lacking any attribute whatsoever, was the open and obvious truth known throughout all of Li City. Yet now 5 attributes lay displayed upon his palm. What did this signify? Astonishment surged through everyone present once more. Shock points plus 20 plus 19 plus 17. Another wave of shock points flooded in. Hey young master of the Bai family, do you even comprehend the significance of a tricolor glass pearl? If you were to trade it, you would amass wealth and luxury beyond anything you could ever enjoy in this lifetime. Are you certain you'd simply give it away? The ever-profit-driven patriarch of the Zhang family finally spoke. Bah, I'll gift it to whomever I please. Wealth and luxury, do they matter more than my beloved Yanran? Let those who desire it go chase it. I'm asking, aren't you too annoying enough? I simply wish to present a gift to Yanran. Why are you prattling on? What business is it of yours? Bai Piao desperately wanted to swallow several 6th-grade experience pills in one breath and knock those 2 gossips senseless. Young Master Bai, are you truly certain you wish to bestow this tricolor glass pearl upon my Yanran? Speaking these words was Li Yanran's father Li Tianyi. In Li Tianyi's estimation, however impressive Bai Piao might be, that was his own affair. But if Bai Piao were genuinely willing to gift the tricolor glass pearl to his Yanran, the situation would shift considerably. At the very least, he would not be merely another pretty-faced idler. To be able to hand over such a rare treasure to one's own daughter without a moment's hesitation, no matter how wealthy he might be, at the very least in Li Tianyi's eyes this was enough to satisfy him. That's right, uncle. I am willing to give it to Wanran. Bai Piao nodded. Then Wanran, you shall take it. Father will stand guard while you consume it. Li Tianyi cast a glance toward Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng smiled bitterly within his heart. Damned boy, damned fool. Do you really think it's worth it? Even I, your father, never had an attribute of my own, yet you're simply giving it away to someone else. But there was nothing to be done about it. He supported his son. Most of the people throughout the Bai household knew that Bai Sheng, though he appeared ruthlessly fierce toward his son on the surface, loved him deeply in the depths of his heart. Otherwise, Bai Piao would not have had the audacity to wander about as he pleased without being beaten black and blue at every turn. This was all due to Bai Sheng's protective nature toward his own. Unlike the Zhang and Wang families, who each had several heirs, if any of them were beaten, not even a peep would be heard from the elders. The 3 members of the Zhang family had suffered setback after setback at Bai Piao's hands in succession, yet the Zhang family head remained entirely unaware. One could see this plainly enough. Perhaps even if he had known, he would not have spared it a second glance. Let things be as they may. They were all nothing more than offspring sired by happenstance. Bai Piao nodded. Li Wanran nodded. Bai Piao was just reaching his hand toward Li Wanran, the tricolored glass orb resting within his palm. Suddenly his hair stood on end as a violent premonition of mortal peril surged through him. Zhang, hold your hand. Wang, you dare lay claim to my daughter's treasure. Bai Sheng and Li Tianyi had long been prepared. The moment they witnessed the 2 men suddenly strike, they intercepted them directly. You two ought to think carefully. With this tricolored glass orb in hand, how greatly would your combat prowess be enhanced? Not only would you dominate Liqing, but annexing the surrounding cities as well would be child's play. Seeing the expressions of Zhang and Wang, the 2 fathers knew they would face resistance and hastened to persuade them. Whether our descendants possess fortune is their own affair. We elders ought not to meddle in such matters. Li Tianyi snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his person with thunderous force. Li, the world may call you the strongest in Liqing, but I, Wang, would put that claim to the test this very day. Bai, I'll fight you to the death. Zhang and Wang watched in madness as Li Wanran had already taken the tricolored glass orb and was about to begin absorbing it. How could they possibly let slip such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity? Wealth, glory, and the chance to unify the realm were all within reach. How could they bear to let it slip through their fingers? The moment they struck, they unleashed killing moves with everything they had. It's been far too long since I've had a proper fight. These old bones of mine are practically falling apart. Li Tianyi let out a thunderous laugh and brought his palms slamming down directly upon the Zhang family head. In an instant, a colossal storm of vital essence formed within Li Tianyi's palm. Under Bai Piao's exaggerated gaze, the tempest swelled ceaselessly larger, until at last it grew to the size of a bulldozer. Holy shit! Are the combat arts in this world really this ridiculously flashy? Why can't I do something like that? It must be because my level is still too low. Gazing upon such a resplendent martial technique, an unexpected flicker of longing stirred within Bai Piao's heart. If I could unleash a skill that badass, I'd surely be the coolest one around, right? Profound grade advanced martial art, mysterious heaven storm palm. With a grand sweep of his hand, Li Tianyi sent that bulldozer-sized palm of vital essence hurtling toward the Zhang family head with world-shattering force. Profound grade advanced martial art, fierce tiger mountain roaring fist. The Zhang family head dared not show the slightest negligence. His cultivation level was already inferior to Li Tianyi's, so he placed all his hopes in the clash between the Wang family head and Bai Sheng. If only he could hold on, he was certain that the Wang family head side would soon gain the upper hand. A colossal fist imprint surged forth with a thunderous roar. The rumbling vibrations were so intense, they left Bai Piao's eardrums throbbing with pain. Damn, what an absurdly powerful martial technique. Bai Piao winced, a surge of irritation welling within him. One day I will pin you, surnamed Zhang, to the ground and grind you into dust. Yet despite the howling fist winds, Li Tianyi's bulldozer-like advance was utterly devastating, sweeping the fist imprint away without a trace. Who? Seized by this devastating blow, the Zhang family's patriarch was sent flying backward, a vivid spray of fresh blood arcing through the air as he tumbled. Yanran, absorb it quickly, Bai Piao urged, for he could see that his nominal father seemed on the verge of collapse. Father, oh father, how could you possibly be pressed into such a defensive struggle? Your son is this extraordinary, you know. Li Yanran's method of absorbing the tricolored glass orb appeared entirely different from Bai Piao's. Bai Piao had swallowed it in one gulp, with the system handling the digestion directly. No more than 2 seconds were needed. In Li Yanran's case, the tricolored glass orb seemed like a massive vat of liquid requiring slow, steady absorption, sip by careful sip. After all this time, through several rounds of combat, she had only managed to absorb a third of it. Brother Wang, assist me at once. The Zhang family's patriarch had endured 2 more exchanges and could barely hold his ground. Meanwhile, on the Wang family's patriarch's side, though Bai Sheng had not vomited blood, he was retreating in continuous defeat. Surnamed Bai, why persist in this folly? If we shared this tricolored orb together, wouldn't we enjoy boundless wealth and glory for 10,000 years? Why must you be so obstinate? Look at your son. What a prodigal fool he is. Giving away the tricolored orb just like that? What if they part ways in the future? When no one bears you a strapping grandson in your old age, who will you turn to for comfort? It had to be said. The Wang family's patriarch possessed no ordinary gift of gab. Not content with suppressing Bai Sheng in combat, he launched a vicious psychological offensive as well. But Bai Sheng would not swallow such bait. It was not that he refused to speak or retaliate. It was simply that he possessed no spare breath for words. The moment he opened his mouth, he might very well spit out a mouthful of blood. All he could do now was stall the Wang family's patriarch for as long as possible, forcing him to expend more of his vital essence, so that when Li Tianyi faced the Wang family's patriarch later, the battle would be easier for him. Only thus could the safety of the 2 younger generation be secured. Even though Bai Piao appeared a wastrel, Bai Sheng did not mind in the least. Do you see that? My son possesses the 5 elements. 5 elements. When Bai Sheng witnessed this scene, what welled within his heart was joy. Pure, overwhelming joy. A joy that brought him to the verge of tears. After all these years, this little scoundrel had finally amounted to something. Such was the sentiment in Bai Sheng's heart. If only he knew that Bai Piao had just been complaining about him. Would he be so enraged as to cough up a mouthful of old blood? As the battle neared its fever pitch, with Bai Sheng on the brink of defeat, and Li Tianyi achieving total victory, the moment was about to arrive when Li Tianyi would face the Wang family's patriarch. Suddenly, all 4 combatants ceased fighting simultaneously. Why have they stopped? Bai Piao wondered in confusion. The 4 men halted in tacit understanding, saying nothing. Their gazes turned solemn, shot through with terror toward a certain direction in the sky. It was not that they lacked the will to move. It was that they could not move at all. Haha, I searched for so long, only to find it here. What a lengthy hunt this old one has endured. A rasping voice drifted over, and a hunched figure abruptly materialized within Bai Piao's field of vision. The instant this stooped old crone appeared, the hairs on Bai Piao's back stood on end. A life and death peril more intense than anything before. This crone's strength was countless times more terrifying than Li Tianyi's. Bai Piao tried to move, tried to cry out, and suddenly realized that he could not stir in the slightest. Everyone present save for Li Yanran was rendered utterly immobile. A terrifying power radiated outward from the old crone's form. This power was not something the old woman exerted deliberately. As if with merely an effortless stand, all present were rendered immovable. At this thought, a chill began to creep through Bai Piao's heart. What the devil was this? This was far too powerful. Li Yanran was deeply absorbed in her cultivation, perhaps sensing faintly that something unusual was happening outside, but she had reached a critical juncture and could not stop. Little girl, there is no need to rush. This old one shall wait for you to absorb it at your own pace. The old woman, her face deeply lined with wrinkles, revealed a set of yellow teeth, and smiled warmly at Li Yanran. Boy, it seems you have something to say. Upon seeing the old woman harboring designs on Li Yiren, Bai Piao immediately took offense and attempted to break free, which the old woman promptly noticed. Suddenly, Bai Piao felt the old woman's eyes flicker and his body seemed to lose its constraints. Hey old woman, what are you doing here? What is your purpose regarding my Yiren? Although the old woman was tremendously powerful, Bai Piao did not care about the consequences. Anyone who harbored designs on Li Yiren was simply unacceptable. Thankfully, she was an elderly woman. If it had been an old man, Bai Piao might have swallowed his pills right then and charged at him. My, you're Yiren. The old woman's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp, and in the blink of an eye she appeared beside Li Yiren, grasping her wrist to examine her. Her brows relaxed. Hee boy, you should not speak so carelessly. This young lady is perfectly fine. How could she possibly belong to you? The old woman's concern was Li Yiren's purity. I say she is mine, so she is mine. From such actions and behavior, Bai Piao instantly understood. What was the old woman's true purpose? Why check whether Li Yiren was still a virgin? The old woman no longer paid him any mind, and instead turned her gaze toward Li Tianyi. Suddenly Li Tianyi felt his entire body relax, as though his freedom had been restored. I am Li Tianyi, and I wonder. Li Tianyi bowed respectfully with folded hands. With such formidable strength, who would dare to act arrogantly? Only someone as foolish as Bai Piao. One moment of carelessness, and one would not even know how they died. Even Bai Sheng, watching from a distance, was sweating nervously. He is your father? The old woman interrupted before Li Tianyi could finish. Yes. Li Tianyi answered truthfully. This daughter of yours possesses considerable talent, and has caught the attention of our Tianhan Palace. In 10 years when she returns, I believe she could crush you to death with a single finger. There was no consultation with Li Tianyi whatsoever. Her tone left no room for objection. It was as though Li Tianyi possessed no rights at all, despite being Li Yiren's own father. This? Li Tianyi frowned. At the old woman's questioning sound. Li Tianyi unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of bright blood. The old woman's power was terrifying beyond measure. Say another word and die. The old woman's tone was icy cold. Li Tianyi stood aside with a bitter smile, daring not to speak further. A single voice from another's throat had already made him feel the threat of death. What could he possibly say? If he uttered another word, he was certain the old woman would kill him on the spot, without the slightest hesitation. If he were to die so obscurely, he would not even have anywhere to weep. Little girl, from the looks of it, you should be almost ready. Correct. Do not worry, absorb it slowly. As long as your father behaves himself, his life shall not be in danger. The old woman smiled warmly. Hey, I'm telling you, old woman, you want to take Yiren away. Impossible. What Tianhan Palace or Dian Palace? Did they even ask for my consent? When Bai Piao saw the old woman not once seeking his opinion, he immediately grew displeased. Believe it or not, he could swallow dozens of experience pills within minutes and kill her on the spot. Shock value 8E64. As Bai Piao's words fell, everyone present was stunned. A cold dread seeped into Bai Sheng's heart. How did I ever father such a foolish son? Did he not see Li Tianyi being obliterated in an instant? What gave that man such audacity? His father's backing. Did he not see that even his old man has been pinned here, utterly unable to move? Or could it be that this boy's mind is truly defective? Piecing together the earlier events, his freely gifting the tricolored pearl to a stranger, along with the current circumstances, Bai Sheng believed such a possibility could indeed exist. My son, you can only pray for your own fortune. If your father escapes this day without being dragged down to ruin by you, that alone would be a miracle. An expert of this caliber could discern blood relations with a mere glance. The fact that I am that scoundrel's father, how could it possibly escape this old crone's discerning eyes? Alas, I should never have acted so rashly back then. Regret comes too late. Meanwhile, Zhang and Wang were brimming with secret delight. Keep it up, keep causing trouble. Best to be slapped to death by this old crone. 5 attributes. Bai Piao's future knows no bounds. Moreover, he is the son of their adversary. Should he grow powerful, they would inevitably face retribution. Therefore, it would be best to strangle him in the cradle. The old crone furrowed her brow. Instantly, Bai Piao felt himself engulfed by a terrifying force. Boy, given that you possess 5 attributes, and that you gifted this little lass the tricolored pearl, this old one has spared your life. Should you fail to recognize the situation any further, do not blame this old one for making your father outlive his son, sending the white-haired to mourn the black-haired. The moment those words fell, Bai Piao felt as though his chest had been struck by a tremendous blow and was instantly sent flying backward. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The old crone had but slightly narrowed her gaze, yet Bai Piao could no longer endure. Beside them, Li Tianyi kept shooting meaningful glances at Bai Piao. This boy carries himself with such boldness, looking every inch the part. Yet how can he be so foolish? Did he not witness me, a martial king, being utterly obliterated? You, a mere martial master, are worth nothing. Bai Piao wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Thereafter, with a resolute expression, he declared, You may take Yiren away, but you must take me as well. The moment these words were spoken, everyone present was struck dumb with astonishment. Take you along. Have you any idea what level of expert she is? She is at the very least a martial emperor, or martial venerable, possibly even a martial saint in strength, to bring along a martial master like yourself. Wait, that's not right. How then could Li Yanran be permitted? Heh, you little whelp. Truly lacking in worldly understanding. This little lass possesses a naturally born frigid ice physique, an exceedingly rare constitution in all the world. She holds the potential to nurture into existence an eighth attribute, one of ice, with which dominating the entire continent would be but a trivial feat. You with your meager 5 attributes and talent as wretched as a stray cur, on what grounds should this old one take you along? The old crone spoke each sentence slowly and deliberately, and especially toward the end her expression was one of undisguised disdain. Bai Piao felt rather embarrassed. Not even a shred of courtesy. He was after all a possessor of 5 attributes. His talent was undeniably superior to Li Yanran's. He himself needed only 30 pills to level up, whereas Li Yanran required 50 first-grade experience pills. What he did not realize was that beyond innate talent, cultivation techniques held equal importance. He practiced a heavenly grade technique, while Li Yanran's was merely a mystic grade 1. The disparity in their absorption of medicinal efficacy was simply beyond comparison. Yet after all was said and done, it seemed there was no choice left to make. For a pair of starry-eyed lovers newly drunk on love, having only just come together to be parted for 10 long years. Whether their feelings would endure until then was a question in itself. For Bai Piao, experiencing his first true romance in this life, such a separation was utterly unacceptable. Unwilling to accept it, yet desperate to keep Yanran by his side, there existed but one path. Defeat this old crone. Despite the overwhelming likelihood of failure, nay a 99% certainty of defeat, Bai Piao still wished to try. A transmigrator blessed with a golden finger and mountains of cultivation pills. If he still could not defeat this old crone, where would his face be preserved in the future? How could he bear the shame of disgracing transmigrators everywhere? You want to take Yanran away? Fine, but you'll have to step over my corpse first. The moment Bai Piao finished speaking, he secretly began summoning his system and started consuming experience pills. Defeat this old crone with merely the realm of martial master. Impossible. In Bai Piao's estimation, this old woman was at least 3 major realms above him. Martial apprentice, martial master, grand martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial saint. This old woman was at the very least a martial emperor. With 6 6th-grade experience pills remaining, Bai Piao swallowed them all in one gulp. The old crone even suspected this brat was a fool. Can't you see how formidable I am? A mere martial master, and you dare challenge me? Finding Bai Piao utterly ridiculous, the old woman couldn't be bothered to exchange further words with him. She was about to slap him half to death with a single strike. Suddenly the hand she had just raised came to a halt. Under the probing of her primal energy, Bai Piao's realm had begun to skyrocket, soaring by several levels in the blink of an eye. Oh, you little whelp, you do have some interesting tricks about you. A look of interest surfaced on the old crone's face. She was certain she had seen correctly moments ago. This boy was indeed a martial master. Yet now his realm was openly beginning to grow before her very eyes. 2 possibilities. First, Bai Piao possessed concealment methods beyond even her ability to detect, masking his true realm. Second, Bai Piao possessed the ability to level up directly, to ascend infinitely in the blink of an eye. Either way, in her eyes, it was nothing short of miraculous. She was deeply intrigued. Having lived for so many years, having seen virtually everything under heaven, this particular sight before her was something she had genuinely never witnessed before. She found Bai Piao somewhat intriguing. She watched in silence. The first 6th-grade experience pill entered his belly. Grand Martial Master 2 stars. The second, Grand Martial Master 6 stars. The third, Grand Martial Master Peak of 9 stars. The fourth, Martial King Peak of 3 stars. The fifth, Martial King 7 stars. The sixth, Martial King Peak of 9 stars. Having swallowed them all in one breath, an awkward situation arose. Only Martial King. How was he to fight others like this? Wait, that's not right. There were still more. With over 100 first-grade experience pills remaining, Bai Piao frantically activated them one after another. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed from within his body. Martial Emperor 1 star. Having consumed all the 6th-grade and 1st-grade experience pills, Bai Piao's realm had barely climbed to Martial Emperor 1 star. Sensing the aura emanating from Bai Piao, everyone present, save for the old crone, was utterly dumbfounded. Shock points 30, 25, 22. But the old woman's strength was certainly far greater than this. Boosting his strength was of paramount urgency. Seeing the old crone still wearing that intrigued expression, as if to say, go on, level up. Continue, I'm watching. Bai Piao knew full well that the old woman could still obliterate him in an instant. He had overestimated the capability of the experience pills. There was no choice, however. The arrow had left the bow and could not be recalled. If the old crone truly ended up stepping over his corpse in a moment, there would be nowhere left to weep. On the spot lottery draw. System, hurry. I need to draw. Intermediate draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a low-grade heaven-tier martial technique. Claim X10. There was no other choice. In such a desperate moment, having finally drawn a martial technique, he absolutely had to synthesize it. One more measure of strength meant one more measure of odds at victory. On the battlefield, Li Yanran was silently absorbing the three-colored luminous pearl, having already reached the most critical moment. Li Tianyi, the Zhang and Wang family heads, and Bai Sheng, the four stood in place. One dared not move, three could not move. The entire arena was utterly silent, except for the old crone who watched Bai Piao with a smiling gaze, and Bai Piao himself, whose face was plastered with awkwardness. There was simply no choice. The advertisement would last 20 seconds. Ahem, old lady, what realm are you exactly? To stall for time, Bai Piao decided to make small talk with the old crone. He had no choice but to chat. Couldn't he see how intently the other was staring at him? If he didn't do something, how unbearably awkward would that be? Your level has been fully upgraded. The old woman smiled. No, not yet. How could Bai Piao dare say it was finished? If he had finished upgrading, wouldn't that mean the fighting would start? As for his level, star 1 of the martial emperor realm, he couldn't win. As for martial techniques, he only possessed one movement type skill, he couldn't win. As for magical treasures, he only had a grade 5 thunder battle blade, others likely had better ones, and still he couldn't win. But he had no choice. The boasting he had done must be backed up, even if he had to crawl to do it. Otherwise others would simply trample over his corpse. Oh, then continue then. A slight anticipation flickered in the old woman's eyes. To go from martial master all the way up to martial emperor in one breath. That spanned 3 entire major realms. She had never seen anything like it in her entire life. She had never even heard of it. Yet even so, in her eyes, these were all trivial matters. A mere martial emperor. What use could he possibly be? To serve her tea and water. If Bai Piao had known what the old woman was thinking, he would have expired on the spot. But he had no idea at all. Synthesize. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heaven rank mid-level martial art, Great Sun Indestructible Fist. Few Bai Piao breathed out a sigh of relief. The little advertisements were finally over. However, while martial arts could suffice for emergencies, they were not what he desired most. What he wanted above all else was the experience pill. Draw again system, keep drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heaven rank mid-level martial art. Damn it, why was it another martial art again? I already have a martial art, what do I need another one for? Temporarily declining the 10 draws time is pressing. There are still 2 lottery chances remaining. Just as Bai Piao was about to continue drawing Wu, Li Yanran let out a soft hum. Turning his head, he saw that she had already finished absorbing the 3-colored pearl. Li Yanran's hand had originally borne a red attribute, the fire attribute. Now 3 additional colors had appeared, green, blue, and cyan. Wood, water, and wind. Bai Piao's 3-colored pearl had unexpectedly contained the rare wind attribute. A serendipitous find. Lad, this girl has finished absorbing. Are you still going to upgrade? The old woman, seeing Li Yanran had finished, had lost all patience. She had waited for ages with no further upgrades, and began to suspect the boy had reached his limit. Had hoped he had some real capability, but once he hit Martial Emperor, he just stopped. Trash. So what if I don't upgrade anymore? Yanran, this old woman actually wants to take you away for 10 whole years, and she even injured your father. Bai Piao snorted coldly, and hurried to check on Li Yanran's condition. Father, how are you? Li Yanran had been in the midst of a critical phase, and couldn't even withdraw, forced to wait until the absorption was complete. She knew only fragments of what had happened outside. Seeing the pool of blood before her father, she rushed forward to examine him. Father is fine, don't worry. Li Tianyi stroked Li Yanran's head, reluctance visible in his eyes. Since the old woman had said she wanted to take her away, no one could stop her today. Father, I don't want to go with this old woman. Li Yanran had heard the old woman's words, and had no desire to go at all. Some talk of ruling the continent. She didn't understand it, nor did she want to. She only wanted to spend each day happily playing with Bai Piao, living in carefree life. She was playful by nature. Sigh, child, it is your father's lack of ability. Li Tianyi felt bitter in his heart. He did not want Li Yanran to be taken away by the old woman either. But did he have the strength to stop the old woman? Father is sorry for you. Li Tianyi lowered his head. Seeing this, Li Yanran's tears nearly spilled. She ran to Bai Piao and said, Pai Piao, I don't want to go with this old woman, please help me. I want to play with you, we cannot be separated. I can't bear to leave you. After Li Yanran spoke, her tears flowed freely. Bai Piao felt a sharp ache in his heart upon seeing this. It was the first time he had ever seen Li Yanran cry. Like pear blossoms drenched in rain, it was heart-wrenching. Don't be afraid, Yanran. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let this old hag take you away. Bai Piao spoke in a calm tone, but beneath his composure his heart ached with pain and burned with fury. This old hag had seemed amenable to discussion, yet she had gone so far as to make Li Yanran cry. She had gone too far. After comforting Li Yanran, Bai Piao fixed his gaze squarely upon the old crone. Are you truly determined to take Yanran away? His voice was as cold as ice. The old woman replied with a slight nod. No room for negotiation? Bai Piao asked. None, the old woman answered, slowly shaking her head. Then, let the battle commence. The moment Bai Piao's words fell, an awe-inspiring aura erupted from within him with thunderous force. Unlike the old crone's restrained aura, Bai Piao's presence surged forth with wild and domineering fury, rising like a tidal wave toward the heavens. Above the city of Li, the air was enveloped by a staggering oppressive force. What on earth is happening? I can feel the circulation of my vital essence becoming sluggish. Just which powerhouse could be doing this? Astonishment points 3, 2, 1. Numerous powerful cultivators throughout Li City were shaken, instantly granting Bai Piao over 900 astonishment points. Face me in combat, old crone. Within Bai Piao's palm, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, circulated in concert, instantly spreading to suffuse his entire body. His whole being radiated a dazzling 5-colored brilliance that pierced straight through the clouds. At this moment he rose into the air, his might unmatched. Heh. The old woman smiled faintly, making no move to strike. Instead, she simply watched Bai Piao's display with quiet composure. Observing this, Bai Piao sneered inwardly. Old crone, you brought this upon yourself by underestimating me. Following the guidance the system had provided, Bai Piao had already become adept at unleashing his full potential. First, he would test the old woman's abilities. Bai Piao drew a deep breath, and upon his right fist a resplendent light began to shine. A brilliant, dazzling golden hue. And surrounding that golden brilliance, the 4 other elemental colors flowed in harmonious rotation. Among them, the metal attribute possessed the most devastating offensive power. Old hag, take this strike from me. The great sun, indestructible fist. With a thunderous shout, Bai Piao launched his fist toward the old woman. As the blow was delivered, an immense fist of vital essence materialized before him, hurtling straight toward the old crone. Upon that vital essence fist shimmered all 5 elemental hues, with gold reigning supreme among them. The terrifying aura emanating from it was so overwhelming that even Bai Sheng and the others in the distance found it difficult to breathe. Astonishment points 25, 2018. The 5-colored fist advanced with unstoppable force, causing the earth to crack and split in its wake as raging winds howled in its path. A martial emperor powerhouse, such was the terrifying might they possessed. Bai Piao gazed upon his fist with satisfaction. It was even more dashing, even more awe-inspiring than the one that fellow had unleashed earlier. Not bad. Truly impressive. The 5-colored fist, bearing the terrifying aura that left Bai Sheng and the others trembling, surged directly toward the old crone. Even when the fist was less than a meter from her, the old woman still made no move whatsoever. Hey, old hag, if you don't act now, you're going to die. Seeing that the old woman remained motionless, Bai Piao was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that this old crone has been scared out of her wits? But if the old hag is driven away by my attack, all the better. Then Yanran won't be taken away. With this thought, Bai Piao composed himself and stood haughtily with hands on his hips. When the 5-colored fist was but a single chi from the old woman, she moved. She merely parted her lips. As if she had simply exhaled a breath. The 5-colored fist, imbued with terrifying energy, a heaven-tier mid-grade martial technique unleashed by Bai Piao at the 1-star martial emperor level, was simply gone, dissipated, as though it had never existed at all. Bai Piao was utterly dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Holy, he was certain of it. That old crone had merely exhaled a breath, and his most powerful ultimate technique had simply vanished. Vanished? No way. Was the gap truly this vast? At least give me a fighting chance. With a single breath, my strongest attack was erased. Then what's even the point of fighting? Martial Emperor 1-star, an intermediate heaven-tier martial technique bolstered by the augmentation of 5 attributes. With such a devastating blow, Bai Piao was supremely confident that even an ordinary Martial Emperor 5-star cultivator would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Yet against all expectation, this fearsome strike was dispersed by nothing more than a single breath from the old crone. Who could possibly endure such power? Bai Piao stood momentarily stunned. Little whelp, if this is the full extent of your abilities, then this young girl shall be taken away by this old woman today. The old crone spoke to Bai Piao with an unruffled smile, her expression utterly unchanged. In her estimation, no matter how formidable Bai Piao's techniques became, or how many times he elevated his prowess, he remained like the Monkey King. No matter his transformations, he could never escape the palm of Buddha. Her sole curiosity lay in the mysterious ability that had allowed him to suddenly surge in rank. Yet her interest remained purely that of idle curiosity. She harbored not the slightest desire to possess such a thing herself. Rising to Martial Emperor and finding it impossible to advance further was utterly worthless. Unfold hag, I still have more cards to play. Bai Piao was genuinely unwilling to let Li Yanran be taken away. Therefore, even if defeat was inevitable, he must fight on. After all, she was his first love from a bygone life. Bai Piao extended his palm, and a 5th-grade magical treasure, the Thunder Battle Blade, materialized before him in a flash of light. Yet upon his countenance a shadow of hesitation began to surface. Should he truly reveal his 7 attributes? From the very beginning, he had only exposed 5, believing it sufficient. To unveil any more would invite excessive notoriety, drawing upon himself unknown and unnecessary tribulations. But this old woman, even upon witnessing him leap from martial warrior to martial emperor in an instant, had reacted with nothing more than idle curiosity. Without risking everything, victory was absolutely impossible. Yet by staking everything there remained at least a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he had transmigrated into this world equipped with a golden finger. With leveling so effortless, why should he not exude a touch of arrogance? In his previous life, he had never lived with passion, nor settled his debts of gratitude and grievance. The heavens had granted him a second chance, blessing him with cheat-like abilities upon his arrival in this world. Was he now to cower in fear and hesitation? How could such a thing be tolerated? Since he had chosen the road of boldness, he would tread it with unrestrained magnificence. He, Bai Piao, would be arrogant, would be domineering, would live this second life with thunderous splendor. What was there still to hesitate about? 7 attributes manifest. Bai Piao bellowed in thunderous command. His long hair whipped wildly about him as his entire being began to erupt with world-shattering radiance. This brilliance seemed so piercing it could pierce through the very heavens themselves. The entirety of Li City along with several neighboring cities became enveloped by an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. The primordial energy within their very bodies had been forcibly suppressed. This was no mere suppression of cultivation levels. It was as though they had been born innately inferior to Bai Piao by an entire grade of existence. Such was the absolute dominion of the 7 attributes. Beneath the 7 attributes, all beings were naught but ants. The 7 attributes were the sovereign of attributes, the supreme ruler of all elemental powers. Even cultivators of the martial sovereign realm, unless they too possessed the 7 attributes, could only manifest 90% of their true strength in Bai Piao's presence. Such was the imperious might of the 7 attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind. Gold, green, blue, crimson, ochre, violet, azure. 7 distinct hues emanated from within Bai Piao's very being. High above the entirety of Li City, a 7-colored rainbow manifested across the heavens. The 7 attributes had already communed with the will of the heavens, compelling even the Lord of the Skies to alter the very fabric of reality in welcome. Stun points 50, 2018. Such exclamations accompanied the simultaneous emergence of Bai Piao's 7 attributes. Li Yinran's petite mouth gaped wide in utter disbelief. Bai Sheng and the other 3 wore expressions of profound bewilderment, as though trapped within a waking dream. Even the old crone's pupils contracted sharply. From her lips spilled murmured words of revelation. The 7 attributes converged upon a single individual, a phenomenon unseen across 10,000 ages. It has appeared in the annals of history, but twice before. Yet each occasion was accompanied by oceans of blood, the annihilation of living souls, and the very shattering of continents. Could it be that the events foretold in the prophecies are truly about to unfold? The great calamity upon our continent draws ever nearer. Old woman, why the dazed look? Were you frightened? Watch my blade. Bai Piao knew the old woman was not truly intimidated by his aura, yet he sought to dominate through words alone. If he could not win in strength, he would refuse to lose in spirit. 7 colors swirled around Bai Piao's palm, radiant and breathtaking. He relished this feeling. Within his Dantian Yuan Qi surged wildly, converging entirely upon the Leizhan Dao. The heavenly and earthly Yuan Qi surrounding them all seemed to obey his command at his disposal. The mighty torrent of energy poured completely into the Leizhan Dao. The Leizhan Dao naturally carried a slight thunder attribute. Its surface was dominated by purple radiance, with the remaining 6 colors serving as accents. This strike was fiercer than Bai Piao's earlier punch. Old woman, taste my blade. Without unnecessary flourish, Bai Piao raised the Leizhan Dao high above his head and slashed downward toward the old woman. With the heavenly step beneath his feet and the 7-colored Leizhan Dao in hand, this blow was one that even a martial emperor at the 9th star would struggle to withstand. For against Bai Piao, a martial emperor could only exert 80% of their true power. An attack gathering 7-colored attributes was beyond imagination, surging forward with unstoppable momentum toward the old woman. The old woman's eyes widened, reflecting the growing rainbow light. Yet she seemed lost in thought, deep in contemplation. She did not even register Bai Piao's attack. But Bai Piao cared little. Just moments ago, the old woman had effortlessly dispersed his strike with a mere breath at the last instant. Now, even if the old woman remained entirely passive, he would drive this blade down with full force. Clang! In the horrified gaze of all present, Bai Piao's blade actually struck the old woman's crown. A tremendous clash resounded, shaking everyone's eardrums raw. The old woman did not resist, allowing Bai Piao's blow to land. Before Bai Piao could feel any triumph, his pupils suddenly contracted. Where the Leizhan Dao touched the old woman, a hairline crack began to spread. Click, click, click. The crack expanded like a spiderweb, eventually covering the entire Lejean Dao. Bang! It shattered with a deafening crash. Only the hilt remained in Bai Piao's hand. Moi! The old woman seemed roused by the commotion, coming back to her senses as she looked toward Bai Piao. Her gaze held too many complex emotions. Ahem, well. Bai Piao was about to explain. With a wave of her hand, the old woman sent him flying backward, where he crashed face first onto the ground. Child, let this matter end today. This girl I shall take with me. If fate permits in the years to come, you may seek me out at Tianhongong. Without caring whether Li Yanran consented or not, the old woman lifted both of them into the air. Li Yanran struggled, but to no avail. Against the old woman's power, a martial artist was no different from an ant. Old woman, don't take my wife away. Bai Piao scrambled up and lunged to grab Li Yanran. The old woman cast a glance at him. Bai Piao froze mid-air, still outstretched. I have said it, in 10 years this young girl shall return. If you possess the capability, come to Tianhongong and find me. Should your strength satisfy me, perhaps I shall allow you to see her. Of course, if your progression continues as it has, our Tianhongong may well welcome you with open arms. You are blessed with extraordinary fortune, but you must tread carefully. I depart. Carrying Li Yanran, the two figures vanished without a trace. Left behind was but a jade pendant of emerald hue. Li Yanran departed, taken away by the old crone. For several days thereafter, Bai Piao did not step beyond his door, spending his time lying around the house. A state of utter desolation and dejection. Upon the great bed, Bai Piao gazed at the jade pendant in his hand. This must have been deliberately left behind by that wretched old hag. But what purpose could it possibly serve? He turned the pendant over and over, examining it countless times. The pendant was of an emerald hue, throughout warm and silken to the touch. Its sole clue lay in the diminutive character Fong inscribed upon its surface. Fong. Could it be that the master of this jade pendant bears the surname Fong? The Fong family. I have never heard of them. Bai Piao racked his brains, but found not a single thread to follow. He had questioned his father, who likewise professed to have never seen it, nor did he know of any distinguished personage bearing the surname Fong. What a vexing puzzle. Bai Piao rubbed his brow, and as he regarded the jade pendant, his thoughts drifted inexorably to the tranquil heart jade he had purchased for Li Yanran. I wonder how Yanran is faring. Bai Piao brooded in bitter melancholy. It had taken such tremendous effort to court a woman, only for another to tear it all asunder. He felt a tumultuous blend of fury and helplessness. All of it was the fault of that accursed old crone. If ever I should grow stronger than she, I shall certainly have my way with her daughter. Young master, the master has arrived. From beyond the door came the voice of Erguzi. Ever since Bai Piao had ascended to martial emperor, Bai Sheng's demeanor had softened considerably. He no longer dared to flippantly curse Bai Piao as a wretched fool at every turn. Damn it all, I am but a martial king. How could I possibly challenge a martial emperor? Besides, am I not well acquainted with this brat's temper? Should one grow careless, a counterkill would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Bai Piao stepped outside. Father. In the depths of his heart, Bai Piao had long since come to truly acknowledge this convenient father of his. That day, Bai Sheng had been beaten into a cowering wreck, all in the name of shielding him. The depth of that devotion Bai Piao could feel with absolute clarity. My son, I merely came to see how you fare. Bai Sheng wore a genial smile, no longer uttering curses. What is there to see? I am not ill. Bai Piao lounged comfortably upon the reclining chair. Erguzi, ever attentive, swiftly presented a cup of fruit juice. As for that jade pendant, I confess I know not its origins. Yet something has stirred in my memory. I believe I glimpsed it within the library pavilion in my younger days, though the recollection eludes me. I cannot recall in which volume it might be found. Bai Sheng mused inwardly that this ungrateful whelp had not even the decency to offer his father a seat despite all the efforts he exerted on his behalf. Oh, is that truly so? Bai Piao bounded up from the reclining chair in an instant, dusted it off with a few pats, and declared, Father, come, you shall have the seat. Bai Sheng cleared his throat with a modest cough and settled himself leisurely upon the reclining chair. One had to admit the whelp truly knew how to indulge himself. It seemed those rigid wooden benches of his own ought to be replaced without delay. Oh, my son, that young lady Yanran was truly a fine girl. Bai Sheng sighed with profound sentiment. The loss of Li Yanran, this daughter-in-law to be, caused him no small measure of grief. The terrifying might of the old crone was evident to all who had witnessed it. Their sole hope lay in Bai Piao's potential to rise to greatness. Yet from their vantage point, such hope appeared exceedingly slender. Ah, father, I am already racking my brains for a solution, am I not? As for the Tianhan Palace, we know naught of it, nor have we ever heard its name. The sole thread we possess is this jade pendant. Now that you have recalled something, might you venture to the library pavilion and search on my behalf? Bai Piao delivered a series of brisk pats upon Bai Sheng's back, his masterful technique affording the elder a moment of exquisite comfort. To send Bai Piao himself to peruse dusty tomes. No thank you. The library pavilion sounded every bit as dreadful as a dungeon. Setting foot within would be a death sentence. Very well, this father of yours shall seek it out on your behalf. However, my son, do observe your father's recent financial predicament. Bai Sheng rubbed his thumb against his fingers in an unmistakable gesture. He had long since observed that Bai Piao's quarters overflowed with extraordinary treasures. Tens of thousands of gold coins dispensed without so much as a blink, fifth-grade magical artifacts handed over without a second thought, not a flicker of regret, even when shattered, tricolored pearls bestowed upon others as mere trifles. Each and every one of these stood as irrefutable testament to the fact that Bai Piao was a scion of immense wealth. No, rather a self-made titan of fortune. Bai Sheng departed, a foolish grin spread across his face as he walked away. He carried with him a low-grade heaven-tier cultivation method, a fifth-rank magical artifact known as the Thunder Battle Blade, a mid-grade heaven-tier martial technique called the Heaven-Treading Step, along with 50,000 gold coins. He beamed with unrestrained joy. What a ridiculously wealthy rascal his son was. Those two heaven-tier treasures alone should either be sold would fetch enough gold to sustain the entire Bai family for a decade, and then some. Of course, he was not foolish enough to peddle such heaven-tier treasures. Such magnificent artifacts were undoubtedly meant for his own cultivation. With elation warming his heart, Bai Sheng made his way toward the library pavilion. For Bai Piao, such treasures were nothing remarkable, possessed in such abundance that he could never possibly exhaust them. He lounged upon his reclining chair, idling away the hours with a game until tedium crept over him, prompting the decision to stroll through the streets. Seeking out Li Yanran was unquestionably necessary. Here in the vastly city, his cultivation at the martial sovereign realm rendered him the most formidable being. This starter village. He found himself rather reluctant to depart from it. To reign supreme over a starter village, to command the wind and summon the rain, to indulge in the lavish life of a young master. How exquisitely delightful that would be. Why on earth would anyone abandon such paradise to venture out into bloodshed and chaos? Did one transmigrate into this world merely to slay? Certainly not. Such a world was meant to be savored. Yet circumstances would not permit such indulgence. For the sake of his first love, it appeared this starter village was destined to be left behind. Wait 10 years. By then the flowers would have withered to nothing. With his imminent departure from the starter village, Bai Piao desired one final stroll through the streets, seeking any delicacy his palate had yet to experience. To Bai Piao, the most exquisite delicacy he had encountered thus far was the blue honey cake. Yet only 10 of those confections existed, and once consumed, they vanished forever. He had devoured 9 of them himself, while Li Yanran partook of the remaining one upon her arrival the following day. Upon learning they were produced in a nearby city, Bai Piao resolved that when opportunity permitted, he must journey there to purchase several thousand, storing them within his spatial ring for gradual indulgence over time. A practitioner at the martial sovereign realm under ordinary circumstances no longer required sustenance, having attained the standard of grain avoidance. The occasional sip of water alone sufficed to sustain the requirements of life. One could remain awake for 10 days and 10 nights without slumber, yet retain boundless vitality. However, such abstinence was beyond Bai Piao's tolerance. Deprived of food and sleep, he found himself utterly unable to adapt. The most beautiful and most blissful pursuits in this mortal world were but few in number. Strip away 2 of them, and what meaning would life retain? At the marketplace, Bai Piao wandered along, sampling every fragrant-looking delicacy his eyes had not yet encountered. Urguzi trailed closely behind, entrusted with the duty of settling the bills. Li City by relative standards was a modest settlement, yet to Bai Piao it remained sufficiently expansive. Despite countless days in this world and a culinary journey without repetition, he had still failed to sample every delicacy the city had to offer. Yuan Jie and his retinue of 6 wandered through the streets of Li City. Brother Yuan, how could such a shabby little place possibly harbor a treasure like an attribute glass bead? Precisely. Just look at these wretches here. Not one of them is even worthy of stooping to tie our shoes. Such a barren, impoverished place could never possibly conceal an attribute glass bead. Several attendants clustered around Yuan Jie, their voices raised in spirited chatter. Their garments were resplendent, their bearing one of unmistakable nobility. My father is utterly clueless. Perchance he even knows where this place lies, yet he dispatches us to suffer in such a forsaken land. He must have sensed incorrectly. Yuan Jie felt that even treading upon this soil constituted an affront to his dignity. Too barren, too decrepit. It differed not at all from a refugee's hovel. Suddenly a scheme occurred to him. You. Go. Question that fellow over there who appears not entirely filthy. Inquire whether he knows the whereabouts of the attribute glass bead in this region. Yuan Jie pointed toward a young man some distance away who was partaking of food, issuing the command to one of his attendants. Bai Piao was gorging himself with reckless abandon, determined to sample as many delicacies as possible before departing Li City. He also purchased a great many treats that he fancied, stowing them away in his storage ring to serve as provisions for the road ahead. Boss, give me 100 of these and 200 of those. Wrap them all up carefully. Don't damage them. Oh, I need them to last a long while. Bai Piao was instructing the proprietor. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching him. The perception of a martial emperor was razor sharp. Hey you, have you seen or heard anything about an attribute glass orb appearing around here recently? From a distance, a rasping, duck-like voice rang out. Bai Piao glanced left and right, then pointed at himself and said, "Are you talking to me?" "Obviously. I'm damn well asking you. Answer me quickly," the man snapped impatiently, as though every additional word exchanged with Bai Piao was a petty squandering of his precious time. "Just because you ask me, does that mean I have to tell you it? Who do you think you are?" Bai Piao, noting the hostility in the man's tone, immediately took offense. Had the fellow asked politely, Bai Piao might have answered in a generous mood. "With that attitude of yours, your nostrils are practically tilted toward the heavens. Your nose hairs are showing. Like hell I'd ever answer you." The man froze, certain he had misheard. "Boy, if you answer me obediently, granddaddy here might be in a good enough mood to spare your miserable life. Dare to show such disrespect again, and I'll lop off your dog's head and hang it from the city walls." The man revealed a vicious visage, his words dripping with venom. Hearing this, Bai Piao merely smiled. He could perceive the man's cultivation with perfect clarity, Martial King 2 stars. Though inwardly astonished, even Bai Piao's own father was only a Martial King 4 stars, such a level still amounted to nothing before him. "Hey, allow me to return the favor with a single remark of my own. Kneel down obediently and kowtow 3 times, and granddaddy here might also spare your life today." Bai Piao had always lived by this creed: respect given a foot deserves respect returned a fathom, but he who dares offend shall be repaid 100-fold. Shot points 10. "Boy, you refuse the wine of courtesy only to drink the wine of punishment. Seems you don't know how fearsome this daddy truly is." The man's face flushed crimson with rage as his aura surged, and his primal energy erupted, launching himself toward Bai Piao. That irresistible force swept aside every bystander in the vicinity, eliciting cries of alarm. "Brother Yuan Monkey is fighting that guy." "Humph, these wretched commoners here know nothing of submission. Even if they were beaten to death, it would hardly be a loss. The moment Monkey makes his move, that wretch won't even leave so much as scraps behind." Yuan Jie observed Monkey's attack with detached calm, showing no intention of intervening. Why bother stopping him? A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Let them die and be done with it. He was supremely confident that he could slaughter every soul in this shabby city without a single person daring to hold him accountable. Profound grade upper martial technique, Iron Mountain Fist. Monkey could not gauge the depths of Bai Piao's cultivation, but he assumed that no prodigious youth could possibly hail from such a wretched city. In his estimation, this young man before him had at best been granted some family heirloom capable of concealing his cultivation level. Determined to establish his dominance with a single strike and to salvage the face he had just lost before his companions' ridicule, he resorted to a martial technique. He would obliterate Bai Piao into ashes with one punch. Seeing Bai Piao standing utterly motionless, Monkey assumed his opponent had been petrified by his overwhelming presence. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in his eyes, as though he could already envision the scene of Bai Piao's limbs shattering into pieces. Just as Monkey's fist was about to make contact with Bai Piao, his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. It had come swiftly and ceased just as swiftly. His body hurtled backward through the air at a velocity even greater than his initial charge. A spray of fresh blood scattered through the air. Monkey crashed to the ground, his fate unknown. Shot points 2015-13. Yuan Jie and his companions were stunned. They had witnessed with their own eyes how the monkey activated a martial technique, charging swiftly toward Bai Piao, only to strike something like a coiled spring and be launched backward in an instant. Shouldn't it have been Bai Piao who vomited blood and perished? But the bloodstains on the ground and around the monkey's mouth told a different story. It was the monkey that had been wounded. The crowd swallowed hard. The monkey's strength was comparable to theirs. If one strike had defeated the monkey, then this young man clearly possessed the same power to dispatch them all. Martial King at a high tier. Or perhaps even a martial emperor. In such a desolate place, how could a genius of such caliber appear? With a casual backhand, Bai Piao sent the monkey flying. Then he turned his gaze toward Yuan Jie and his companions. From their attire alone, it was clear they were a group. "What business do you have here?" Bai Piao asked calmly. If it did not concern him, he had no intention of asking further. This group was no pushover. Their leader had already reached the 5th-star level of Martial King, surpassing his own father. He was about to leave Li City and venture into the wider world, and would not return for a long while. If they came back for revenge, or sought out his father later, it would indeed complicate matters. A few among the group were visibly shaken. But Yuan Jie snorted coldly and stepped forward. "Boy, don't think that beating the monkey gives you the right to act arrogant. I am the son of the Peak Master of Yaofeng Peak on Shuqing Peak. If you dare lay a hand on us, my father will never forgive you." Yuan Jie's face showed no sign of panic. Wherever he went, no matter how grave the trouble, simply mentioning his father's name was enough to make opponents fold. Some even treated him as an honored guest. This tried-and-true tactic was one he wielded with absolute mastery. Behind him the others breathed a sigh of relief. Right, with Yuan Jie's father backing them up, what was there to fear? Their posture straightened accordingly. But alas, Bai Piao had never heard of Chuqing Peak or Yaofeng Peak. And so Yuan Jie's tragedy that day was sealed. Oh, then tell me precisely, how does your father intend to exact retribution? Bai Piao displayed genuine interest. Judging by the youth's tone, his father must indeed be someone of significance. That audacious, well-grounded demeanor suggested he had pulled such tricks countless times before. If only he himself had a father like that, how wonderful that would be. My, Yuan Jie froze. Something felt off. Shouldn't the other party have surrendered immediately upon hearing his father's name? What was this kid's deal today? Time and again he refused to follow the script, throwing them off balance each time. Was this fellow just dense, or were they being too arrogant? They? Arrogant? Impossible. After all, the fault must lie with this kid. Just some brainless hothead. Boy, let me make this clear, my father is a martial saint. If you know what's good for you, you'll kneel and submit, and we may just let you walk away with your life. With no other option, Yuan Jie revealed his lineage, placing heavy emphasis on the words martial saint, as if afraid Bai Piao hadn't heard him clearly enough. Bai Piao's heart skipped a beat. Where is your father now? Is he nearby? Far from here. Seeing Bai Piao finally fall into line and show concern about his father, Yuan Jie exhaled in relief. My father is currently garrisoned at Yaofeng Peak, busy with affairs of state from dawn till dusk. How could he possibly be in a wretched place like this? It's at least 100,000 miles from here. If he had been nearby, would they really have needed to travel for days? They had ridden flying magic treasures for several days just to reach this remote backwater. Oh, far away then. That works in our favor, Bai Piao nodded with a smile. Now then, tell me, you just threatened me. How should I deal with you? Yuan Jie was momentarily stunned. What was going on in this kid's head? He had clearly been startled upon hearing about the martial saint, so why would he still ask such an idiotic question? Wasn't he afraid his father would come storming over? Kid, are you out of your mind? My father is a martial saint. Do you even know the power of a martial saint? You dare lay a hand on me? Yuan Jie repeated. How could he possibly dare to fight Bai Piao? He couldn't win in a million years. Everything he relied on was his father's reputation. What if Bai Piao, this reckless kid, didn't understand the power of a martial saint? I know a martial saint, very awesome. But you yourself said he's tens of thousands of miles away, ridiculously far. Even if I beat you up, he can't get here now. Bai Piao explained patiently. In his view, this kid was truly stupid. Hadn't he made himself clear enough? Yuan Jie paused for a moment. That actually makes sense. Shocking points 5. The crowd behind them watched Yuan Jie and Bai Piao exchange words, but Bai Piao showed no signs of backing down. Some in the group began to doubt whether this was a wise move. Could this actually work? They were out in the middle of nowhere. If they got beaten up for nothing, what then? Receiving the shocking points, Bai Piao let out a sigh of relief. The foolish kid finally understood. Why you don't dare do anything reckless. If anything happens to me, my father won't let you off. Yuan Jie panicked, truly panicked. Why couldn't this brat understand? His father was a martial saint, a martial saint. If he got beaten up for nothing, he wouldn't even dare to go back and report it. He, Yuan Jie, a genius, actually got done in by some kid from the boonies who looked younger than him. Would his father believe it? He'd be lucky to walk away without losing a layer of skin. Bai Piao's smiling eyes made him feel deeply uneasy. No way, I never said anything would happen to you. I just want to give you a little lesson. Bai Piao's goal was to make Yuan Jie afraid, to make him flee, so he wouldn't spread word that Bai Piao was from Li City, preferably keeping his father out of it entirely. With that in mind, he added another sentence. Hurry up. After I'm done with you, I still need to reach the next city. Sai, you have no idea how hard it is for me to travel all this way. And yet I run into you guys in some dump like this. As he finished speaking, something appeared in his hand. What are you doing? Don't you dare. Yuan Jie let out a roaring cry and bolted backward the moment he saw Bai Piao move to strike. Fight. Impossible. Run. Hee, where do you think you're going? Bai Piao found it entertaining to pass the time with some amusement. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of qi erupted from within him, lifting Yuan Jie's body and carrying him toward Bai Piao. Oh no, don't. Yuan Jie was truly terrified. From childhood onward, he'd never once failed by simply mentioning his father's name. This time was different. Stop yelling as if I'm about to do something to you. Bai Piao pinned Yuan Jie to the ground, rendering him completely immobile through qi control. Swinging the feather duster in his hand, Bai Piao gazed at Yuan Jie's rear with a sinister smile. A young master from a wealthy family was indeed different. He had considerably more flesh on him. Smack! The feather duster landed hard on Yuan Jie's rear. Yuan Jie let out a pained cry. Humiliation. It was pure humiliation. He, a prodigy and youngest peak master of the Mountain Glory Peak, was being spanked in public. Yuan Jie was overwhelmed with shame, his face contorted in pain that rivaled the stinging on his rear. But that feeling wouldn't last long. Smack! Critical hit triggered. The enemy takes massive damage, suffering excruciating pain for 5 hours and unable to sleep. Well, luck's on his side. He triggered it on just the second strike. Pain. Yuan Jie felt as though his rear was about to split open. The excruciating agony drew a shrill scream from his throat. From a distance, even hearing the cries was enough to make one feel a wave of torment. The few people standing far away saw Yuan Jie being beaten and considered stepping in to help. What should we do? Brother Yuan is being beaten. Let's go together and save him. Are you foolish? Brother Yuan couldn't even defeat him. Do you want to go up there and throw your lives away? If the Peak Lord finds out we stood by and didn't help, it's fine. Brother Yuan wouldn't dare tell the Peak Lord, rest assured. After going back and forth, they ultimately decided to stay put and continue watching. Senior, please, I beg you, stop hitting me. Tears streamed down Yuan Jie's face. Each stroke of that feathered duster truly hurt. He began to beg for mercy. His guts were practically green with regret. It's only the second strike, why stop already? I haven't had enough fun yet. Bai Piao wore an amused expression. Please, I beg you, don't have any more fun. I have treasures here, magical artifacts, many fine items. Senior, take whatever you like, I only beg you to stop hitting me. As he spoke, Yuan Jie kept digging through his storage ring, producing all manner of items in an attempt to bribe Bai Piao. You want to give me treasures? Do you take me for someone whose eyes are blinded by wealth? Let me see what you have. Bai Piao's eyes lit up. She put away the feather duster and crouched down. Yuan Jie exhaled in relief when the feather duster vanished. This nightmare was finally over. He wiped his tears, but when he opened his eyes again, he found that the items he had just taken out were gone. The storage ring on his hand was missing too. In his stunned state, Bai Piao had already risen to her feet. Playing with Yuan Jie's storage ring in her hand, Bai Piao sent her spiritual energy inside to investigate. A faint barrier prevented Bai Piao's intrusion. Her spiritual energy pulsed gently. Pop! The barrier shattered. The storage ring was conquered and Yuan Jie immediately sensed it. You? Senior, what are you doing? A bad premonition surged in Yuan Jie's heart. What do you mean, what am I doing? Didn't you say you were giving me this storage ring? Could he have misheard just now? Bai Piao asked in puzzlement. With her other hand, she casually summoned the feather duster, once more waving it lazily. Gulp! Yuan Jie swallowed hard, his eyes following the swinging feather duster for a few rounds before forcing a smile onto his face. Well then, Senior, this storage ring is yours. However, inside it are items my father gave me that are very important to me. Perhaps you could. His tear-stained forced smile looked as unpleasant as spraying perfume right after passing gas. Bai Piao said nothing, merely glared at Yuan Jie. Her left hand held the storage ring, while her right waved the feather duster again. Bai Piao's future life as a wealthy young master would have to be built brick by brick through her own efforts. With such an excellent opportunity to openly take advantage, how could she pass it up? Important items. Those must be the most valuable. There was no room for negotiation. A chill seeped into Yuan Jie's heart. If he continued to press the issue, he would surely be beaten again. But if he didn't get those items back, how could he face his father? Either way, he was doomed. Why was he so unfortunate today? He hadn't checked the almanac before leaving home. Yuan Jie watched Bai Piao constantly examining the storage ring, and suddenly an idea struck him. Senior, this storage ring is now yours. Can I leave now? Bai Piao glanced at Yuan Jie. Scram. Scram. Don't let me run into you next time. A bunch of arrogant youths who relied on their backers for bravado. Bai Piao was in a good mood today, and chose not to hold it against them. That fellow she had encountered earlier would have had his head hung on the city walls otherwise. He didn't seem like a decent person at all. I'm going right now. Yuan Jie bent forward and retreated step by step, but deep in his lowered eyes burned intense hatred. The Bai family estate. Bai Piao lounged comfortably on his recliner, examining that person's storage ring. With a mere thought, a small jade pendant materialized before his eyes. A kingfisher green jade pendant appeared in his left hand. A faint shimmer glinted from his own storage ring, and an identical jade pendant manifested in his right palm. The jade pendant from Yuan Jie's storage ring bore an uncanny resemblance to the Feng character pendant that old woman had given him. The shape matched, the color matched, and even the texture beneath his fingertips was indistinguishable. The sole distinction was that the Feng character pendant was slightly larger, bearing a Feng character carved at its very center. This one bore no inscription whatsoever. What manner of connection existed between the two? What purpose had that old woman served by leaving him this pendant? Bai Piao rubbed his temples. The one thing he dreaded most was pondering questions that defied explanation, no matter how deeply he contemplated them. Yet this concerned Li Yinran, so he could not afford to be casual. Fortunately, his father seemed to possess some information regarding the Feng character pendant. He wondered how his father's search in the library was progressing. Suddenly, Bai Piao's gaze drifted toward the courtyard gate. Son, I found it. Bai Sheng burst in without so much as knocking on the door. Watching his father carefully balance a towering stack of books while maintaining such formal courtesy, Bai Piao felt a pang of amusement. Father, there is no need for such formality. I would much prefer you remain as stern as ever. This overly polite manner makes me deeply uncomfortable. Hearing this, Bai Sheng set the books down carefully and spoke with gravity. Son, your father was merely imposing discipline upon you in those days. Only through pressure can one forge motivation. Now that you have grown into an accomplished man, there is no longer any need for such rigid methods. Stern. He couldn't best his father with a single finger. Be harsh to him. Did he want his son to take advantage? Enough of this nonsense with you, boy. Take a look at this. Bai Sheng lifted a stack of books roughly the thickness of 10 dictionaries. The volumes opened of their own accord, their pages turning rapidly one after another. Witnessing his father's display, Bai Piao felt a grudging sense of admiration. Even as a martial emperor himself, he could not control his primordial energy to such a refined degree, yet his father, merely a martial king, achieved it effortlessly. It became clear that despite his higher cultivation level, there remained vast room for improvement in both practical application and combat effectiveness. He leaned in closer, and the pages automatically halted upon a certain folio. Upon it, densely packed characters swarmed across the paper, none of which Bai Piao could decipher. They curved and twisted somewhat, resembling ancient oracle bone script. Look here, it states. The Cold Ice Palace, one of the 3 great powers of Fengdi Province. Father, where is Fengdi Province? Well, your father does not know either. You cannot expect me to merely point in a direction and declare there lies Fengdi Province, can you? Very well, Bai Piao conceded silently. However, your father is not entirely ignorant. Bai Sheng, unwilling to lose face before his son, hastened to explain. Across this continent lie countless smaller territories, each designated as a province by name. And provinces are further divided into holy provinces, immortal provinces, and emperor provinces, representing the supreme power level of their strongest inhabitants as martial saint, martial immortal, and martial emperor respectively. Martial saints rank below, while martial emperors sit at the apex. The name of the province also derives from the surname of its strongest ruler. For instance, in this emperor province, the supreme martial emperor bears the surname Feng, hence Fengdi Province. And our humble Li city resides within Li Holy Province. Bai Sheng spoke with evident conviction, projecting the demeanor of a learned elder, looking remarkably convincing. In truth, his understanding of these matters remained superficial. Most of what he had recited he had only just encountered while browsing through books in the library, committing them to memory on the spot. Although the Feng Emperor Prefecture holds jurisdiction over our Li Saint Prefecture, the distance between them is incomprehensibly vast. Even if your old man were to fly for an entire lifetime, he could never reach it. So if you wish to go to the Ice Crystal Palace to rescue Yinran, your father does not say this to discourage you, but it will be exceedingly difficult. Though you are a martial emperor, there remain 3 great realms above you: martial venerable, martial saint, and martial immortal. It is entirely possible that the strongest expert within the Ice Crystal Palace could very well be a martial emperor. Your father knows not why your cultivation has advanced so rapidly, but if you lack the capacity for continuous breakthrough, relying solely on your own training to ascend to martial immortal within a decade would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, the idle dream of a fool. Bai Sheng patted Bai Piao's shoulder, then turned his head and added, of course, if you find it impossible and would rather settle down in Li City to marry and raise a family, your old man would be content with that as well. In due time, take a beautiful wife, bear your old father a brood of plump, fair-skinned grandchildren, and live together as a harmonious family. There is nothing wrong with that either. Ha! Bai Piao's face was laced with exasperation. Just moments ago the conversation had been perfectly serious. How had it suddenly shifted to such a different tune? Truly thou art most extravagant, thou hast strained my waist. Father, quickly tell me, what connection does this so-called Feng Emperor Prefecture have with my jade pendant bearing the character Feng? Bai Piao hastily steered the conversation elsewhere. Oh, speaking of this, it involves certain primordial secrets. Bai Sheng's expression sobered as he spoke with measured gravity. Historical records state that once every 1,000,000 years a catastrophe descends upon the world, plunging the continent into devastation with countless lives lost. Just as the entire continent teeters on the brink of ruin, a child of the continent shall be born, one who shall lead the people of the land to resist the calamity and restore peace. And during the last great catastrophe, it was a man bearing the surname Feng who became the child of the continent. While the realm was thrown into turmoil and displacement, he saved all living beings, vanquished the disaster, and restored tranquility across the land. Later, Feng left behind an inheritance to bestow blessings upon future generations, preparing for the catastrophe that would befall the continent another 1,000,000 years hence. Bai Sheng took a swig of fruit juice that Erguzi had handed him, wiped his mouth, and remarked, "It all sounds so convincing, yet whether any of it is true remains uncertain. After all, spanning 1,000,000 years. Surely even a martial emperor could not live so long, could he? Then what does this have to do with the Feng character jade pendant?" Bai Piao asked. "As for that, I cannot say with certainty either. Though Feng left behind an inheritance, the historical records do not clearly document what form it took or through what method it was passed down. However, in certain chronicles of anecdotal accounts I have read that the inheritance Feng left behind took the form of a jade pendant bearing the character Feng, exceedingly precious and rarely glimpsed by ordinary people." Upon hearing this, Bai Piao furrowed his brows. This was utterly preposterous. A catastrophe occurring once every million years sounded no different from the end of the world. Whether it could be trusted remained highly questionable. But Father had said the Fong character jade pendant was exceedingly rare. This pendant had been given to him by an old woman, an item carried by a master. Surely it could not be anything ordinary. Setting aside the matter of the Fong jade pendant, the information regarding the Ice Crystal Palace seemed far more pressing. Too weary to dwell further on the pendant, Bai Piao asked his father to produce a map. He wanted to examine the route. A rough map of Li Saint Prefecture was spread out before Bai Piao. There was no help for it. The widest range map available was only that of Li Saint Prefecture. His father possessed no larger chart of the lands beyond. However, for Bai Piao this posed no great problem. He would first travel to Li Saint Prefecture, cultivating and growing stronger along the way. By the time he arrived, he ought to be able to gather broader intelligence and learn the location of Fong Emperor Prefecture. Committing the map to memory, Bai Piao set about making preparations for his departure. Although Father had told him to stay in Li City and give him a chubby grandson, both of them knew that was merely a jest. Father had cultivated to the realm of martial king and built the vast Bai family enterprise through his own efforts. How could he possibly let his son stay home every day without venturing out into the world? Regarding Bai Piao's desire to set out on a journey, Bai Sheng was in full agreement. A true man should set his ambitions on the four corners of the earth. At only 20 years old, if one did not venture forth to forge his own path, what would be the point of staying home and waiting for death? Although Bai Piao truly wished to idle away his days at home as a dissolute rich second-generation, circumstances simply would not permit it. His wife had been stolen from him after all. At night, Bai Piao lay quietly on his bed. Li City, a small modest town, was essentially no more than a starter village to him. He was already capable of reigning supreme within this starter village, but the moment he stepped outside, he might encounter someone who could extinguish him within minutes. Although being a martial emperor was already quite impressive, Bai Piao feared death above all. Even within the small confines of Li City, he had attracted the attention of monstrous old hags like that one. Would it not be far more dangerous out there? To die without understanding why, only to be discarded in the wilds and fed to the dogs. Having transmigrated only to gain nothing and lose everything would be an utterly miserable bargain. Therefore, enhancing his strength was an urgent necessity. Gazing at the system's interface, he saw that 2 moderate lottery chances remained. What Bai Piao desired most was an experience pill. Leveling up in an instant without so much as a flutter of the eyelids. Such bliss. System Initiate Lottery. A massive wheel materialized before his eyes, emanating an intense white radiance from its center as a small red began to hop randomly across it. Experience pill, experience pill. Bai Piao chanted incessantly. He had no need for martial techniques or cultivation arts. Only the experience pill would suffice. Soon the red dot gradually came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 10-fold cultivation accelerator. Bai Piao was perplexed, but he nevertheless tapped to claim the X10. He would receive it first and see what it was. From the sound of it, it seemed to be something that accelerated cultivation. After a maddening 25-second advertisement, the voice returned. Synthesize. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 100-fold cultivation accelerator. Bai Piao hastily examined the 100-fold cultivation accelerator's description to understand exactly what it was. 100-fold cultivation accelerator enables the host to cultivate at 100 times the normal speed during practice. For instance, if the host's cultivation progress for 1 hour is 0.01, it will become 1. Staring at the description in a daze, Bai Piao finally understood. It was essentially a cultivation accelerating system, one that multiplied his speed by 100-fold. Nevertheless, Bai Piao was not satisfied. What use was a 100-fold accelerator? He would still have to cultivate on his own. Where was the exhilaration of swallowing an experience pill? One final chance. I must win the experience pill. By the decree of Taishang Laojuan, let it be done. I must win. Hey huh. Smack. Bai Piao, resembling some sort of charlatan, performed a series of self-devised rituals he believed would enhance his luck, then slapped the lottery into motion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Bai Piao was dumbfounded. Had the system glitched? What was it saying? Had it contracted a virus? Surely it wasn't about to explode. If it detonated inside his head, could he reincarnate yet again? The system continued to glitch until Bai Piao's heart was pounding with anxiety. Then ding. System initiating automatic update program. Update progress 123. Listening to the notification sounds, Bai Piao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't activating a self-destruct sequence, all was well. Meanwhile, he was also quite curious. Automatic updates. It actually had this feature. Sophisticated and advanced. After the long wait, the progress bar finally reached 100%. Ding. System automatic update complete. Hearing this sound, Bai Piao quickly opened the interface to see what had changed. He checked his attribute panel first. Host Bai Piao level Martial Emperor 1st Star Technique Heavenly Tier, Mid-level Great Sun Heart, Sutra Martial Skills Heavenly Tier, Mid-level Great Sun Indestructible Fist, Initial Glimpse Heavenly Tier, Mid-level Step on Heaven Stride Initial Glimpse in Skill 8th Level Alchemina Points 2015. And upon closer inspection Bai Piao noticed that several additional parentheses had appeared after the martial skills. Initial Glimpse. Having read quite a few fantasy novels, Bai Piao guessed this must represent proficiency in martial skills. And that plus sign afterward, was that for allocating points? Thinking it could do no harm to try, Bai Piao tapped the plus sign next to the Great Sun Indestructible Fist. Instantly, the proficiency description beside it shifted from Initial Glimpse to Stepping into the Hall. The cost was that his 2015 AW points dropped to 1,915, a deduction of 100 points. Bai Piao understood immediately. Martial skills had proficiency levels that could be enhanced by consuming AW points to allocate bonuses. After grasping this, Bai Piao turned his gaze toward the prize-drawing wheel. And Bai Piao distinctly sensed that the enormous wheel which had once towered higher than skyscrapers had visibly shrunk. It felt much smaller. System, what's going on? Why did it become smaller? And this wouldn't do at all. If it shrank, it meant there were fewer rewards to obtain. Host is detected to possess a 100-fold cultivation accelerator. The system has automatically removed certain content from the prize wheel, such as experience pills that directly increase levels. We hope the host will cultivate diligently and not squander the system's expectations. Bai Piao was utterly stunned. And they canceled the experience pills. And system, no. How could you cancel my experience pills? I don't want your accelerator, I don't want it. I only want my experience pills. And quick, revert it. I don't want this version. I want the previous one. And Bai Piao roared, but unfortunately the system offered no response. After shouting himself hoarse with no reaction from the system, Bai Piao knew it was over. It was all ruined. And what should he do now? And no more experience pills. Could he only rely on the 100-fold cultivation accelerator to advance levels from now on? In other words, if he wanted to grow stronger, he would have to cultivate honestly and steadily. No way. He had come to enjoy the life of a wealthy heir. How could they make him cultivate? And if popping pills could level him up, why force him to train? But no matter how much he resisted or shouted, it was all futile. And the system didn't spare him a single glance. And lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling, Bai Piao's eyes grew hollow and lifeless. Would he only have bitter cultivation ahead from now on? And had he barely enjoyed less than a month of his wealthy heir life before it was already slipping away? Was his dream of indulgence gone? And no. And Bai Piao suddenly sprang up from his bed in a flash. And following the system's cultivation instructions, he crossed his legs into a meditative posture and began regulating his breathing. A 100-fold cultivation accelerator. If someone else needed a full year of sitting meditation to advance from Martial Emperor 1st star to 2nd star, he would only need 3.5 days. That must be how it worked. And Bai Piao began to try. And this was also his first time formally stepping onto the path of cultivation. Cultivating for 1 minute gained 1100 experience points. Cultivating for 1 minute gained 1100 experience points. With every passing minute, a mechanical notification echoed through his mind. Bai Piao's chest rose and fell with measured rhythm as a peculiar and mysterious sensation welled up from the depths of his heart. All around him, primal qi raged like a tempest, and Bai Piao stood at the very eye of the storm, drawing in the ceaseless torrent of energy, transforming it and letting it settle within his dantian. This was the terrifying might of a heaven-tier mid-grade technique combined with a 100-fold cultivation accelerator. Before he knew it, dawn had broken. Phew. Bai Piao opened his eyes. The previous night, the moment he had entered cultivation, he had stumbled upon a wondrous sensation. The feeling was strange and ineffable. He had always assumed cultivation would be dull and tedious, but after an entire night of practice, to him, it had felt no different from a brief nap, and his entire body was wonderfully refreshed. Crack, crack, crack. He stretched lazily, his whole body emitting a series of crisp pops. He glanced at his level. 2 stars of Martial Emperor. Not bad, not bad. A whole night, and I leveled up once. It seems my talent, Bai Piao's talent at the very least, belongs to the ranks of geniuses. That old hag saying my talent was poor, she must have been blind. After a moment of self-satisfaction, Bai Piao casually glanced at his system inventory and suddenly recalled that 10 mid-grade heaven-tier martial techniques he had obtained from a lottery during his last scuffle with the old hag had yet to be used. Fuse. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a heaven-tier high-grade martial technique, Indestructible Golden Body. He looked closer, and it turned out to be a body forging technique. The kind that reinforced the physique equivalent to a body cultivation art. He had heard that body cultivation techniques were excruciatingly painful. Fortunately, however, all he needed to do was allocate some shocking points to master it. He directly learned the Indestructible Golden Body, attaining the entry-level mastery. Although he possessed abundant shocking points, Bai Piao decided against upgrading it for the time being. He would save his shocking points for emergencies. If he truly found himself unable to win a fight, he could always allocate points on the spot. While there was nothing much to pack either, His rations and snacks were more than sufficient. It was time to bid farewell to his father and set off on his journey. As for Urguzi, Bai Piao had originally wanted to bring him along so that he would have someone to attend to him on the road. But then he remembered that he could no longer level up Urguzi, and with the latter only at the martial master rank, any random skirmish Bai Piao got into would unleash collateral damage more than enough to instantly obliterate him. A portable gaming console. Nothing but first-grade experience pills. By the time Urguzi leveled up to Martial Emperor, Bai Piao would have probably already unified the entire continent. A true man's ambitions stretch across the four corners of the world. Your father supports you. Go with peace of mind. When you're out there, stay safe. Don't act too arrogantly, and always speak with courtesy. Also, your old man doesn't have much coin left anymore. Alright, 50,000 will do. Don't worry about Urguzi. I will train him well. Good. Your father will wait at home for your return. I'll be waiting for you to bring a daughter-in-law home. Bai Sheng smiled, watching Bai Piao soar into the distance. Then he turned away, a single tear sliding down his cheek. My son, you must come back alive. Bai Piao oriented himself and shot forth like an arrow toward a chosen direction. Destination Wu City. Departure. Why was his very first stop a place as close as Wu City? Because his father had mentioned that blue honey cakes seemed to be a specialty of Wu City. On the road to Li Saint Province, dropping by Wu City to buy some blue honey cakes. How absolutely delightful would that be? Soaring through the skies like Iron Man, Bai Piao thoroughly savored the exhilarating thrill of flight. Although Wuqing was one of the several cities near Liqing, it was the farthest among them. Even at Bai Piao's flying speed, as a martial emperor, the journey would likely take half a day. Otherwise, the blue honey cake would not be so scarce in Liqing. While flying, Bai Piao was calculating. In the past, shock points could only be used for lottery draws, so if his luck was decent, his demand for shock points was genuinely not high. But things were different now. Besides the lottery requiring shock points, even upgrading skills required shock points. From now on, his need for shock points might grow even more intense. Therefore, he would have to pay closer attention to everything around him from now on to see if there were any shock points he could scrape together. Regarding his own strength, aside from level, the proficiency of martial techniques was also of great significance. Now that there were no more experience pills to casually consume for quick level-ups, every advancement had to rely on his own diligent cultivation. Bai Piao had to keep an eye on every aspect of improving his strength. These days of careful calculation truly break one's heart. Bai Piao began to reminisce about that brief, yet wonderful period of effortlessly leveling up through pills. Huang Yeye had been sent out by her father to search for clues about the attribute bead, while also tempering herself through experience, so he allowed her to leave. He had even assigned her a bodyguard along the way to ensure her safety during the journey. En route, she secretly shook off that bodyguard and fled all on her own. Now that no one's watching me, I can finally play by myself. This vast world. At last I, Huang Yeye, have broken free. Bai Piao was streaking through the air, passing over a stretch of towering mountains and rugged ridges. Help me. There are ruffians. Someone save me. Suddenly a woman's cry rose from below, drawing Bai Piao's attention. Huang Yeye pretended to struggle in resistance, while secretly glancing at Bai Piao's reaction. She appeared to be held hostage by the three men, yet she had not allowed them to gain the slightest advantage over her. Come on, hurry up and rescue me. I've traveled the whole way without encountering a single soul. I'm absolutely bored to death. Huang Yeye grumbled inwardly. After great difficulty, she finally came across a few living people, only to find they were a band of ruffians. Just as she was about to slap these blind fools to death, she suddenly sensed the unhidden aura of a martial emperor passing overhead. Bai Piao's appearance gave her the impression that he was no villain. At last here was a proper living passerby. And so the present scene came to be. Huang Yeye prayed in her heart, hoping Bai Piao would linger so that she would finally have company. Moi. Bai Piao could clearly hear the cries drifting up from below. There's a lady being held hostage. She seems rather pretty, doesn't she? As a new era young person, how could I, Bai Piao, possibly suppress this heart of mine that yearns to defend justice upon witnessing such a thing? Fair maiden, fear not, for I am here. Bai Piao swept his wide sleeves back, his face grave with solemnity, and descended toward the ground below. You brazen scoundrels! Under the bright sky, and in this clear, upright world, you dare commit such outrageous deeds. I ascertain I can no longer stand idly by. Bai Piao landed squarely upon the ground, his words ringing out with righteous eloquence, his tone impassioned and stirring. Had there been a sun glowing behind his head, he would have looked even more divine. Kid, I'm telling you, don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Where did this little whelp come from, still wet behind the ears? Why waste so much breath talking to him? Just do it already, I want my pleasure tonight. The three ruffians, just as they were about to commit their misdeed, were suddenly interrupted and turned their heads in unison. Each of them was uglier than the last, yet each spoke more viciously than the last. The last one drew the broad blade from his waist and charged straight at Bai Piao. Brat, go down and become a ghost, who knows why. Being a good man is not as easy as you think. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in the bandit's eyes, as though he could already envision the scene of Bai Piao being cleaved clean in two. Those words should be mine to say to you. In your next life, be a good person. Never again commit such heinous crimes against the heavens. What a calamity has befallen the world. It truly pains the heart. A look of compassion surfaced on Bai Piao's face as though he were mourning the fate of all creation. Just as the great blade was about to fall upon him, he extended 2 fingers and caught the blade firmly between them. How is this possible? No matter how desperately the bandit struggled, the blade did not budge even a fraction. Panic seized him. The 2 bandits were likewise struck dumb with disbelief. Shock points 13, 12, 12. This seemingly ordinary youth, no more than 20 years old. How could he possibly possess such terrifying power? Their strength was by no means meager for those who pursued such villainy. 2 at the 8th star of Great Martial Master, and 1 at the 9th star. By any reasonable measure, such prowess should have allowed them to roam these mountains unchecked. In leeching, a martial king could already establish himself as the head of a household, and a cultivator at the peak of Great Martial Master was more than qualified to serve as an elder, or even the grand elder, of a clan. With such strength, they had found banditry in these mountains to be virtually invincible. Martial kings could already soar through the heavens, meaning they would never deign to cross paths with the likes of these men. Anyone who traveled by land was 99 times out of 100 prey within their grasp. When Bai Piao had suddenly appeared, the bandits had been so engrossed in the beauty before them that they failed to notice how he had arrived. Lust had addled their wits. Had they been more attentive, they would have realized that Bai Piao had in fact descended from the sky. Indeed, above the character for lust hangs the blade of a knife. Shock points, not bad at all. Bai Piao was well pleased within his heart. Bloody slaughter was never his style. 3 crisp smacks rang out. All 3 were knocked unconscious with a single slap apiece. He also took the liberty of confiscating their storage rings. After some deliberation, he further crippled their cultivation. Not killing them did not mean Bai Piao would allow them to continue harming others. Miss, you are safe now. Bai Piao regarded the young woman before him with a gentle smile upon his face. From afar she appeared to be a beauty. Up close she proved to be a great beauty. If Li Yanran belonged to the seductive type, then Huang Ye belonged to the adorable type. Were there truly so many beauties in this world? Whether it was Li Yanran whom he had met in Liqing, or Wang Shiqi, or any random girl encountered along the road, in his past life all of them would have ranked among the fairest. Bai Piao failed to consider that Li Yanran and Wang Shiqi were both daughters of prominent families. Though their fathers were not particularly handsome themselves, their mothers were surely stunning, and the offspring of such a union could hardly be plain. And as for how the oily Lord Wang could have begotten a beauty like Wang Shiqi, well, who could be certain that the child his wife bore truly belonged to Lord Wang? Thank you so much, big brother. Huang Ye giggled merrily, no trace remaining of the terror she had felt moments ago when the bandits had seized her. The young man before her spoke with such righteous conviction, and he hadn't even killed anyone, merely knocked them out. His heart couldn't possibly be wicked. Huang Ye stole a few discreet glances at Bai Piao, and made her decision on the spot. Big brother, where are you headed? Huang Ye asked with bright curiosity. I am bound for a place far away. My next stop is Wuqing. Might I ask where the young lady is headed? Bai Piao answered truthfully. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also headed somewhere far away, and just happen to pass through Wuqing too. We're actually traveling the same route. Then shall we set off together? Would that be all right? Huang Ye asked, her great eyes spinning craftily. Such a coincidence. Then by all means let us travel together. Bai Piao agreed with a nod, though his heart rejoiced within. Big brother, what's your name? I am called Bai Piao. And you? My name is Huang Ye. What Bai Piao had no idea of whatsoever was the kind of existence he had just encountered. Regarding beautiful women, Bai Piao truly had little resistance. Who could blame him for never having been in love in this lifetime? Along the way the two chatted and laughed, Bai Piao using the conversation to relieve the dullness of the long flight, while Huang Ye was simply enjoying herself out of pure playfulness. Somewhere far away, the farther the better. Preferably somewhere her old man would never find her in a lifetime. Training and cultivation day in and day out. She was about to die of boredom in that cultivation chamber. If only Bai Piao had possessed half a brain at that moment, he would have realized that Huang Ye was flying alongside him. With at least the strength of a martial king, how could she possibly have been kidnapped by a few mere grand martial masters? Soon amid their pleasant time together, the pair arrived at Wu City. It was almost mealtime. Piao, look, what's being sold over there? It smells so good. Huang Ye darted through the crowd like a little elf. For her this marked the first time she had ever shopped alone, completely unbound and wonderfully free. She could happily watch street performers for hours on end. But when an unusual fragrance drifted toward her, her eyes locked onto it instantly. Fasting from grains. But for a food lover, that was simply impossible. Quick, let's go see. Huang Ye grabbed Bai Piao by the wrist and pulled him into the crowd. All right, take it easy. Bai Piao exhaled in relief upon realizing she'd grabbed his wrist rather than his hand. If she'd taken his hand directly, would he have had the heart to refuse? Was he the kind of boy who went along with anything? Perhaps. It depended on the situation. Boss, what's this called? How much? Huang Ye pointed at a pastry on a nearby stall. Bai Piao glanced over and froze. Wasn't this the blue honey cake he'd once tasted? Hey young miss, this blue honey cake goes for 3 silver coins each, or 4 for 10 silver coins. The vendor was an old man speaking with a warm smile. Bai Piao was astonished. He clearly remembered that at the auction Li Yanran had paid 10 gold coins for a single piece. And here it was just 3 silver coins apiece. No, it must only resemble it on the surface. The boss claimed it was blue honey cake, but he was surely deceiving him. In his mind, the blue honey cake back then had been so precious that it warranted an auction, certainly something rare and extraordinary, impossible to be this common street fare. Oh. Huang Ye nodded, though she clearly didn't grasp what silver coins meant. She turned to Bai Piao with a grin, and her meaning was unmistakable. Boss, give me 4. Bai Piao produced a gold coin and held it out, telling him not to worry about change. He refused to believe this wasn't the real blue honey cake. Right away, the boss carefully took the coin and presented 4 freshly baked blue honey cakes. Huang Ye snatched one eagerly and took a bite. Wow, it's delicious. Her eyes lit up as she devoured 2 cakes in quick succession. That familiar aroma gave Bai Piao a sinking feeling. He took a bite. The familiar taste and the even more fragrant aroma of freshly baked goods left him stunned. If the boss had a system, it would have chimed with ding shock points 99999. Bai Piao demolished his 2 cakes in no time flat. Boss, at 1 gold coin for 400, I'll take all your blue honey cakes for today. Bai Piao poured out a pile of gold coins on the counter. Damn, how badly had he been ripped off before. 100 gold coins for 10 blue honey cakes back then. Here that same amount would buy 40,000. Bai Piao's heart ached bitterly. He had worked hard to build his fortune as a rich second-generation heir, yet he had been swindled out of 99 gold coins and 990 silver coins. The pain was unbearable. Although blue honey cakes sold for only 4 silver coins per 10 in Wu City, transporting them from the city furthest from Li City would incur toll fees. This was an opportunity for cargo merchants to earn extra income. Scarcity breeds value. Transporting merely 10 at a time takes up no space in storage rings, yet still allows them to inflate prices. Why wouldn't they? The boss stared blankly at the massive pile of gold coins before him. He had never seen so many in his entire life. I can make at most 100 blue honey cakes today, young master. You need not give me any more gold coins. That single one you just handed me is more than enough. The boss pushed the gold coin back. Though fond of money, he would never take what did not belong to him, keeping only his rightful share. The old man's mind was simple and uncorrupted. Seeing the boss refuse, Bai Piao pondered for a moment before retrieving the gold coins. With so much wealth on display, it would hardly be prudent if some were to set their sights on the elder. Then take your time, boss. We shall come by tonight to collect them. Having spoken, Bai Piao was dragged away by Huang Ye, who clutched dozens of blue honey cakes under her arm. That girl had her eyes set on yet another stall. By the time they had wandered through every little shop and novelty, evening had fallen. Rubbing her pleasantly round little belly, Huang Ye turned her gaze toward the grand restaurant across the way. To her, today might have been the happiest day of her life. She had seen many wondrous things, and whenever something edible appeared, Bai Piao happily paid without a word. When 2 equally delightful items came into view, there was no need to choose. He bought both. Her regard for Bai Piao had risen considerably. Observing the look in Huang Ye's eyes, Bai Piao smiled helplessly and said, with so much food already inside you, do you still have room for meals at a restaurant? No, Piao, I must eat. Huang Ye immediately began coaxing. She had discovered Bai Piao's fatal flaw. He could not withstand a girl's sweet petitions. The moment she begged, Bai Piao relented at once. Very well, let us go. He hurriedly agreed and led the way inside. Few things excited him more than a beautiful woman pleading with him, especially one as striking as this. Piao, you're the best. Huang Ye bounced along behind him, her twin ponytails dancing with each step. Boss, I want this one, and also this. Her finger fluttered endlessly across the menu. Take your time, miss, take your time. The waiter's hand could barely keep up. Commoners without cultivation relied on brushes akin to writing implements to record orders. That's all. I couldn't possibly finish more. Huang Ye closed the menu and returned it to the waiter. The waiter thought to himself, why didn't you simply say you wanted everything from the start? You made me transcribe the entire thing. A dark line appeared across Bai Piao's face. Ordered more. You pointed to every item on the menu. Try ordering one more and see what happens. Should I have the kitchen invent something new for you? Fried rice with egg. Stir-fried rice with noodles. Piao, look how much I ordered. Huang Ye grinned mischievously. Not at all excessive, Bai Piao replied with a polite smile. Young Master Ma, please follow me upstairs. Cut the nonsense. Bring every premium dish from last time to my table. A domineering voice echoed through the hall. Yes, sir, I shall arrange it with the kitchen immediately. The manager's sycophantic tone followed. A stir rippled through the crowd as a young man's figure appeared on the staircase. The moment he ascended and caught sight of Huang Mingming, his eyes widened in stunned fixation. That little girl, come here and keep Master Ma company. The man staggered with each step, heavy dark circles beneath his eyes, a clear sign of excessive indulgence. He stared brazenly at Huang Ye, making no effort whatsoever to conceal the gleam in his gaze. Since when did a beauty as heavenly as this appear in Wuqing? No, I must have my way with her. Huang Ye had been chatting merrily with Bai Piao when the conversation was abruptly interrupted. She cast a look of revulsion toward Ma Lu. Had Bai Piao not suddenly appeared today, she would have struck those three scoundrels dead with a single palm strike. She despised those who harbored lustful intentions, yet brazenly displayed them for all to see. She was about to speak when Bai Piao raised his hand, gently silencing her. How could such matters be left to a woman to handle? You! How dare you utter such filthy, despicable words under the bright heavens and in broad daylight? Was it your father who failed to raise you properly, or is your own depraved nature simply beyond redemption? How could my great Wuqing ever produce a wretch who speaks such vulgarities? Bai Piao's words rang out with unwavering conviction, his gaze fixed squarely upon Ma Lu. Ma Lu froze for a moment, a threatening expression creeping across his face. Where did you crawl from, boy? I'll give you 3 breaths to scramble out of my sight. Otherwise I'll make sure you never see tomorrow's sun. He could not fathom the depths of Bai Piao and Huang Ye's abilities, but what of it? Anyone who was anyone in Wuqing would never dare lay a finger on the eldest young master of the Ma family. Besides his bodyguard, a 6th-rank great martial master standing behind him, was no easy opponent. In his estimation, Bai Piao claimed to be from Wuqing, yet did not even recognize him as a member of the Ma family. He must be nothing more than some country bumpkin devoid of any cultivation whatsoever. This would also neatly explain why he had never laid eyes upon a great beauty like Huang Ye before. Huang Ye watched Bai Piao speak, and her mood instantly lifted. Through her brief acquaintance with him, she had discerned that while Bai Piao carried himself with proper decorum, his righteous tirade had most certainly been deliberate. A smile played upon her lips as she watched to see how Bai Piao would entangle with his adversary. How dare you speak such things? Bai Piao exclaimed in feigned shock. The peace and stability of my great Wuqing are beyond compare. There has never been any violence or bloodshed here. How could you utter such words that wound the sensibilities of the common folk? Bai Piao delivered his lines with such convincing flair that he nearly had Huang Ye believing them herself. Ma Lu burst into laughter. You country bumpkin, as I suspected, you've never set foot in Wuqing before. Wuqing may enjoy decent order, but I Ma Lu can slay whomever I wish within its walls, and the city lord's mansion has no authority over me. A mere commoner like you would die without so much as a grave to mark your passing. Bai Piao was struck with terror. Why you? You can't possibly. You cannot kill me. Bai Piao retreated repeatedly, his calves trembling as visible fear overtook his features. Now you understand fear, do you? Too late. Who told you to defy this lord just moments ago? Uncle Feng, kill him. I'm going to have a proper chat with my little beauty. Ma Lu roared with laughter and immediately ordered his bodyguard to make a move. Uncle Feng sighed inwardly. Another innocent life would be lost today. Yet when he struck, he would show no mercy whatsoever. Boy, in your next life, learn to be a wiser man. Uncle Feng heaved a soft sigh and launched his attack. 2 fingers curled as he lunged straight toward Bai Piao. He intended to snap Bai Piao's neck, directly granting him a swift end. Beneath Ma Lu's gaze brimming with malicious satisfaction, Uncle Feng blurred past him like a phantom, arriving before Bai Piao in an instant. He turned away, heading toward Huang Mingming, unwilling to let the sight of Bai Piao's demise affect his performance shortly thereafter. Bai Piao trembled as he awaited Uncle Feng's arrival, yet he made no move to defend himself. A trace of the primordial energy within him surged forth in a sudden eruption. Uncle Feng abruptly felt an unseen force seize control of his mind as a terrifying power invaded his body. He turned his head and sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood across Ma Lu, who had just arrived beside him. With a sharp crack, Uncle Feng collapsed onto the ground unconscious. In his final breath, he delivered 15 shock points to Bai Piao. Meanwhile, shock points 10-2. Ma Lu was dumbfounded, and so were his 2 lackeys. A warm, foul-smelling stream rushed across his face. He looked down to find himself drenched in red blood. He smeared his hand across his face. It came away soaked in blood. Shock points 12. Ma Lu's excitement vanished in an instant. Holy shit. Staring at Bai Piao, who had suddenly ceased shaking, whose face bore no trace of fear, and who now regarded him with a cheerful smile, Ma Lu felt as though a revelation had dawned upon him. Playing possum. This kid was never some country bumpkin, nor was he without cultivation. It was simply that his cultivation realm was entirely beyond Ma Lu's perception. Anxiety crept into his heart. But then he recalled his father's prowess and the fact that this was Wuqing. Ma Lu gradually steadied himself. So what if you could defeat Uncle Feng? My father stands at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. He failed to notice that Bai Piao hadn't even lifted a finger before Uncle Feng had vomited blood and fainted. Kid, I admit you're strong, but my father is a 9-star martial king. If you know what's good for you, then. Before Ma Lu could finish, Bai Piao cut him off. All day long it's my father this, my father that. I'm sick of hearing it. Hell, I also have a martial king for a father. Bai Piao felt a surge of jealousy at this tiresome parade of paternal boasting. If only my father were a martial emperor. How wonderful that would be. Then I could flaunt his name wherever I went, just like these second-generation rich brats. The very ones I enjoy beating are daddy-dependent trash like you. The moment the subject arose, Bai Piao's fury ignited. As his primal essence unfurled, Ma Lu suddenly discovered he could no longer move. The surrounding vital energy had been completely sealed off. What are you doing? Ma Lu panicked. Immobility meant being at the mercy of others. You too. Hurry and report to my father. Ma Lu was genuinely terrified now. His father may have been formidable, but he wasn't here at this tavern. The two men nodded frantically, but the moment they turned around they collapsed unconscious. Come, let's have a nice little chat. Bai Piao smiled pleasantly. With a flick of his vital energy, he drew half of the garments from those two men and wrapped them around Ma Lu, concealing the stench and blood. With a gentle pat, Ma Lu tumbled to the ground, his backside pointed skyward. Why you? What are you going to do? Ma Lu's face was pressed to the floor, his neck unable to turn. He couldn't see what Bai Piao was doing behind him at all. Without knowing why, his backside clenched tightly as memories of Brother Lu from the previous night surfaced. It had been utterly mad. He could barely manage the privy today. Haha, what else could I possibly do? With a flourish of his hand, a feather duster materialized in Bai Piao's grasp. Huang Ye watched the feather duster in Bai Piao's hand with curiosity. What a peculiar object. What does Bai Piao intend to do with it? Crack. Arg. A single strike of the feather duster drew a blood-curdling scream from Ma Lu. Shock points 11. To Bai Piao, this feather duster was nothing less than a divine artifact. An artifact specifically designed to harvest shock points. Moreover, once a critical strike effect was triggered, the victim would endure hours of agonizing pain. Pain so torturous it made them question the very meaning of life. Yet it generated an endless stream of shock points. How could he possibly let such a magnificent opportunity slip by? Ma Lu lay sprawled upon the ground, utterly immobilized, his face pressed against the floorboards with absolutely no means of resistance. Huang Ye watched as Bai Piao wielded this bizarre object to strike a man, and seeing Ma Lu writhe in agony, she immediately ran over. For her, those who brazenly harbored lecherous intentions toward her were the most despicable of all. Piao, I want to play too. Let me play too. Huang Ye came over, and Bai Piao handed her the feather duster. Don't strike too hard. It wouldn't do to accidentally kill him. Bai Piao cautioned, worried that Huang Ye might not know her own strength. Oh, I know. Huang Ye pushed Bai Piao aside with a giggle, then gazed down at Ma Lu with an air of superiority. Boy, weren't you being awfully arrogant just now? Huang Ye was in no hurry to strike Ma Lu. Instead, she held the feather duster in her hand, tapping it lightly. Crack, crack. Each sound struck Ma Lu's heart in turn. He wasn't afraid of the beating itself. He feared the agonizing build-up before it landed. It was just like getting an injection. The moment the needle pierces the skin is dreadful enough, but the agonizing process of swabbing the area beforehand is even more unbearable. That sensation of impending pain that refuses to arrive was enough to shatter one's sanity. Ma Lu was experiencing precisely this torment now. His body trembled slightly as the sting on his buttocks and the anguish in his soul assailed him in relentless succession. If only he could, he would rather Huang Ye strike him with full force and put an end to this inhuman torment. Crack. Huang Ye appeared delicate and frail like a little lowly, but her strength was absolutely formidable. A sound rang out, louder even than the one Bai Piao had just produced. Bai Piao watched as a sizable dent instantly formed on Ma Lu's backside, and his own heart involuntarily shuddered along with it. It had to hurt. It had to hurt terribly. Shock points 5. When others inflict punishment, does one also receive shock points? The points weren't many, but it was likely because the feather duster belonged to him, granting a small bonus. Crack, crack, crack. A fatal 3-strike combo. Cling. Critical hit effect triggered. A crisp mechanical chime rang out, and Bai Piao clearly saw that tears had already begun streaming down Ma Lu's face. Not in single drops, but in a steady flow. He was in so much agony that he could no longer speak. His face burned crimson. Shock points 10. Isn't that enough? Bai Piao was growing concerned. If Huang Ye delivered another fatal 5-strike combo, Ma Lu might actually die from the pain, and that wouldn't bode well for anyone. For an ordinary person, perhaps it wouldn't come to that. But Ma Lu was the pampered young master type, a man who had never known hardship in his life. How could he possibly endure pain? His threshold for suffering was undoubtedly abysmal. Serves him right for disrespecting me just now. It seemed Huang Ye hadn't yet vented her fury. Crack, crack, crack. 3 more strikes landed, and Ma Lu fainted on the spot from the agony. Only then did she finally stop. Here, Piao, it's yours again. Dealing with that bastard has put me in such a great mood. Huang Ye dusted off her hands and hopped back onto the table. The food would be arriving soon. Bai Piao glanced at Ma Lu. The boy had no life-threatening injuries, and instructed the innkeeper to send someone to drag him away. The innkeeper, seeing Ma Lu sprawled out like a dead dog, felt his very heart tremble. What manner of master was this to dare strike even the eldest young master of the Ma family? Bai Piao, try this dish quickly. It's absolutely delicious. Huang Ye, completely unfazed, began devouring the food on the table as if nothing had happened. Bai Piao marveled at the young woman's temperament, shook his head, and joined her in the meal. Indeed, he had to admit, the food was remarkably good. It was on an entirely different level than the restaurants back in Liqing. As for the matter of Ma Lu, Bai Piao couldn't be bothered to dwell on it any longer. He feared no retaliation from the Ma family, nor did he feel any apprehension. Besides, they would be departing by tomorrow morning at the latest. Once they were gone, no one could even find them. How could the Ma family possibly seek revenge, just as they finished their meal and were settling the account? Shot points 15. Had Ma Lu awoken, Bai Piao paid it no heed. After handing over the money, he intended to find a nearby inn to rest for the night. Flying at night meant traversing towering mountain ranges, which was terribly inconvenient. Moreover, the mountains were rife with fearsome beasts of immense power and overwhelming numbers. The night belonged to them, their domain. About to head out to find an inn, she was stopped by Huang Ye. Bai Piao, where are you going? Obviously to find an inn. Do you really want to set off at night? Bai Piao asked in confusion. Oh. Huang Ye nodded, her eyes darting about. Bai Piao, shall we go out for another stroll? Look, the night has just fallen. It's the perfect time to enjoy the evening scenery. What's there to see at night? All right. Bai Piao nodded. With nothing else to do, strolling through the night with a girl was not a bad plan. Having been single for so many years, Bai Piao was slowly analyzing the reasons. Not being direct enough was a key factor. He had once seen a joke about straight men, the clueless kind. Straight man, why do you like scumbags and not guys like us who are honest? Girl, do you really want to hear me say it? Straight man, yes. Girl, then come to my place tonight, and I'll explain it slowly. Straight man, no, I want you to explain it to me right now. Who could withstand such a move? So Bai Piao had to change. He absolutely had to. Having only spoken halfway, he suddenly remembered and quickly corrected himself. Yeah, let's go. Huang Ye grabbed Bai Piao's wrist and bounced ahead cheerfully. Hardly had they left when, boss, get your ass out here. A thunderous shout erupted from within the tavern. And Master Mayu. Though the innkeeper had somewhat anticipated this, he could not help but tremble. Cut the nonsense. Where are those two dogs of a couple? Master Ma's heart seethed with rage. His own son had been beaten in Wu City. Moreover, even the bodyguard he had assigned to protect his son was lying unconscious. This was slapping Master Ma's face. If he could not even handle something as trivial as this, how could he ever maintain his authority in Wu City? Our return, Master Ma, those two have already traveled far away. Then what use are you to me? Master Ma's primordial energy burst forth, and the innkeeper was instantly annihilated right there on the spot. From now on, this tavern will be run by my Ma family. Issue a citywide warrant for that pair. I want them alive or dead, bring them to me. Master Ma swept his hand, his words ruthless. In the distance, Bai Piao and Huang Ye hid in the shadows, watching everything unfold. When he saw the innkeeper blown into fragments, a shiver ran through Bai Piao's heart. This was the first time he had ever witnessed killing, and that innkeeper had died because of him. Bai Piao's heart was filled with guilt. At the same time, it made him see this world even more clearly. In this world, people could truly be killed at will. That innkeeper was dead. Not even a complete corpse remained. His ashes were nowhere to be found. His worldview began to shift. This was his first metamorphosis. In this world, reasoning was useless. Fists were the only absolute truth. In the past, he had read those Xinxiao novels and thought they were all bluffing. Now a living example was laid bare before his eyes, and his convictions wavered. This world was different. His approach to things should also change. Watching Master Ma's retreating figure for the first time, a killing intent appeared in Bai Piao's eyes. If he had killed Master Ma earlier, the innkeeper would not have been caught in the crossfire. Everything was caused by his own hands. If he had not slapped that Ma Lu, or if he had not eaten at this tavern, perhaps the innkeeper would not have died. But the root cause was not him, it was Ma Lu. Ma Lu's lustful desires and his murderous intent toward Bai Piao had driven the bodyguard to target Bai Piao. Bai Piao, adhering to his principle of not taking lives, had chosen not to kill despite the bodyguard's killing intent and lethal resolve. Reflecting now, if he had killed that bodyguard back, then how many innocent people could have been spared from harm? Bai Piao was beginning to change. Huang Ye felt a pang of sorrow as she witnessed that sight. Then she suddenly turned her head and looked at Bai Piao, voicing the intention she had already decided upon. Bai Piao, when night falls we. Huang Ye leaned close to Bai Piao's ear and whispered. After listening, Bai Piao nodded firmly. Soon heavy night descended, the moon hanging high in the sky. The people of Wu City had already drifted into slumber. The Ma family estate. In the inner courtyard. Master, don't be angry anymore. That damn fellow truly disgraced me beyond measure. Without sufficient authority, how can I unify Wu City? Oh Master, look, my chest hurts. You little vixen, I'll surely perish on your bed. Come lie beside me. Just as the two were about to proceed, the great door was blasted open by a surge of spiritual energy. The head of the Ma family was shaken by the sudden intrusion and the young woman immediately lowered her head in fright. Who goes there? The head of the Ma family was first startled, then quickly steadied himself. He pushed the concubine away from his body and calmly gazed at the two intruders at the doorway. A young man and woman. If my guess is correct, you must be the pair who injured my son last night. The head of the Ma family casually took a sip of tea. A veteran fox after all. Though the door had been blasted open and he was momentarily shaken, he could recover his composure and keep a clear head within moments. Bai Piao led the way with Huang Ye following behind. I truly regret not killing your son instead of merely beating him. Bai Piao's words carried no courtesy whatsoever. Towards someone who slaughtered the innocent without a second thought, he harbored utter loathing. Speaking so viciously was partly to bolster his own courage. To say one would kill, when it came to it, overcoming the psychological barrier was far from easy. Your son is nothing but a scoundrel. Huang Ye couldn't help but curse. The shopkeeper's innocent death had weighed heavily on her conscience. Between the two of you are indeed ruthless individuals. The head of the Ma family smiled faintly, then suddenly erupted into motion, charging straight toward Bai Piao at the forefront. Then perish. Mystic Tier Advanced Martial Art, Blood Nether Palm. Releasing the peak power of a martial king and wielding his signature technique, he launched his strongest strike in the blink of an eye, all within mere words. Truly a seasoned fox. Unable to read the two young opponents, he still felt confident that no one in their early 20s could possibly have reached the peak of the martial king realm. In the end, his vision was too narrow, his world too small. But that sudden strike from the old fox did catch Bai Piao off guard for a moment. Yet almost instantly the strength of a martial emperor erupted fully. A sneak attack. So what? He was a martial emperor. Spiritual energy surged forward, striking first despite coming second. Relying on no martial art, no elemental attribute, merely a pure punch overflowing with spiritual energy, it crashed forth. Halfway through his charge, the head of the Ma family's pupils contracted sharply. Shock point 23. A martial emperor. The seemingly unfathomable youth before him was actually a martial emperor. He was defeated, but there was no turning back now. Moreover, this boy was far too overconfident, refusing to even deploy a martial art. That was the folly of youth. There was still a glimmer of hope. Pumping more spiritual energy into his strike, the head of the Ma family unleashed the most powerful palm of his lifetime at this critical juncture. Bang! The collision of two spiriting energies was so fierce that the entire courtyard was shattered, roof tiles scattering everywhere. Old man Wu, what are you still watching for? Come and aid me. Seizing the moment, the head of the Ma family retreated several steps and let out a deafening shout. The Ma family head retreated 5 steps, while Bai Piao retreated only 1. The Ma family head employed martial techniques, but Bai Piao did not. Neither of them possessed any elemental attributes. Yet Bai Piao furrowed his brow. He was a 2-star martial emperor, yet when clashing head-on against a peak martial king, even after unleashing an advanced profound rank martial technique, the martial king remained utterly unscathed. He had merely taken a few steps back. Honestly speaking, Bai Piao was dissatisfied with this outcome, genuinely profoundly dissatisfied. Upon reflection, it appeared to be a matter of insufficient combat experience. A full barrel of water, yet only the strength of a single bull had been unleashed. Meanwhile, the Ma family head had drawn forth the force of 2 barrels from his own reserves. It seemed his past fantasies of being able to withstand 6, 7, or even 8-star martial emperors had been nothing but the height of overconfidence. Ha ha, old ma. So this is how it ends for you. A burst of thunderous laughter rang out from beyond the horizon, audible only to Bai Piao and his 2 companions, leaving the city's residents entirely undisturbed. Upon beholding the approaching figure, Bai Piao's pupils contracted. A 5-star martial emperor. How could such a modest city as Wu City harbor a martial emperor guardian, and a 5-star one at that? Save your breath. This kid is freakishly strange, but he's pathetically weak. If his cultivation weren't higher than mine, I would have slapped him to death with 1 strike. The Ma family head snorted coldly. Dark lines creased Bai Piao's brow. Very well, very well. This old man is about to take his leave. Consider this my final act of assistance to you. Henceforth the 2 of us shall owe each other nothing. I do not kill. I shall at most cripple them for you, and then you may reap the harvest. With every word, Lord Wu had already decreed the precise manner of Bai Piao's demise. In former days, Bai Piao might have dismissed such words as idle threats. Yet now he understood with absolute clarity. If ever the opportunity arose, both men would undoubtedly see him dead. Then what reason remained for him to spare their lives? That wretched woman. Leave her to me. He's such a tender little thing. I've scarcely laid eyes upon her like in all my years. A silvery gleam flickered within the Ma family head's eyes as he lunged directly toward Huang Ye. How dare you? Bai Piao bellowed, surging forward to shield her. Boy, your opponent is me. Lord Wu strode forth, intercepting Bai Piao in his path. Piao, you handle that old codger. Leave that silver staff to me. Even as she spoke, an eruption of primal energy burst forth from Huang Ye, causing the 3 men to freeze in astonishment. 9-star martial king. This seemingly delicate girl was in truth a 9-star martial king. Bai Piao was utterly dumbfounded. He had always assumed Huang Yeye possessed no cultivation whatsoever, yet she was beyond all expectation a martial king. How profoundly this girl had concealed her true depths. But that wasn't quite right either. He had simply never thought to ask. Old Ma, once I've dealt with this boy, I'll come to assist you. Amidst Lord Wu's booming laughter, primal energy surged through his form as his massive hand clawed toward Bai Piao. So young yet already at such lofty cultivation. You must hail from some great clan or noble sect. What this old man treasures most is the joy of crushing promising young talents such as yourself. Huh? The Ma family head dared not show the slightest negligence, unleashing his full might to engage Huang Yeye in combat. Both seasoned foxes understood perfectly well. The forces lurking behind such prodigies were immensely powerful. Should they fail to eliminate every trace and allow them to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus in their eyes both must perish. Old man, since you seek my death, you can hardly blame me for what comes next. Resolve hardened in Bai Piao's heart as the entirety of his primal energy erupted outward, elevating his 2-star martial emperor cultivation to its absolute zenith. Killing is but a trifling matter, boy. You remain far too green. Lord Wu showed no mercy despite Bai Piao's inferior cultivation, unleashing the full breadth of his power with every strike. Earth rank advanced martial technique. Abyssal fist of darkness. Boy, meet your doom. Bai Piao sensed the rush of spiritual energy bearing down upon him. He took a deep breath and began to unleash his martial technique. Heaven tier intermediate, great sun, indestructible fist. Metal, fire, and water. The 3 attributes release. Not willing to be at a disadvantage, Bai Piao unleashed all 3 attributes in a single strike. Lord Wu's black fist collided thunderously with Bai Piao's tricolor fist. A violent shockwave erupted, shaking the very skies above Wu City. Invisible waves rolled outward for an extraordinary distance. Lord Wu, despite fighting at 120% of his full strength, was sent flying backward, his face etched with utter shock. A heaven tier intermediate martial art. Metal, fire, and water. 3 attributes. This kid must have an incredibly powerful background. Today one of us will die, he or I. He regretted agreeing to old Ma's request for help, but they were now bound together, like frogs on the same string. Either Bai Piao would die, or he would. The tremendous commotion eventually roused most of Wu City. In the distance 2 figures stood suspended high in the air. 3 attributes. A heaven tier intermediate martial technique. At least the strength of a martial emperor. What on earth is that young man's background? Both were utterly shocked. They were the clan heads of the other 2 major families in Wu City. But they had no intention of helping. They chose to sit back and watch the tigers fight. To them it would be ideal if the others perished. Only then could they rule Wu City unchallenged. Meanwhile, numerous wandering cultivators below watched the battle in the sky, stunned by Bai Piao's youthful appearance contrasted with his disproportionately immense martial emperor-level power. Many were left utterly astonished. Such an enormous crowd directly provided Bai Piao with roughly 2,000 shock points. After a strike concluded, Bai Piao turned his gaze toward Huang Yeye's position. Seeing clan head Ma being overwhelmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his attention back to Lord Wu. Without giving him a chance to speak, Bai Piao enveloped himself in spiritual energy and launched a preemptive assault. What does it matter that you've reached the 5th star of the martial emperor realm? What does it matter that you're deploying more of your power than I am? I possess heaven tier cultivation methods. I wield the heaven tier intermediate offensive technique, Great Sun Indestructible Fist. I command the heaven tier intermediate movement technique, Heaven Stepping Steps. I possess the heaven tier advanced body tempering technique, Brilliant Yellow Indestructible Body. I have 7 attributes. Yet to defeat you 3 attributes suffice. You are my whetstone. Bai Piao charged toward Lord Wu, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. This was the highest grade technique he had obtained. The heaven tier advanced martial art, Brilliant Yellow Indestructible Body. His practical combat experience was lacking, so Lord Wu would serve as an excellent whetstone. A 3-star gap. No matter. His cultivation methods, martial techniques, and attributes would make up for it. A gap in combat experience. No matter. He'd simply fight his way back. For his first real brawl, Bai Piao fought like a desperate warrior, his reckless fists hammering directly into Lord Wu. Lord Wu was taken aback. Seeing Bai Piao's reckless demeanor, he wished to create distance and attack from afar, but he couldn't outspeed him. Bai Piao's heaven stepping steps were no mere trick. He was an old man over 100 years of age. How could he dare exchange blows with Bai Piao? Old fists fear the young and strong. Forced, he could only stand his ground and fight back. Damn kid, I'll find a chance to chop both his arms off. There was no fancy flair. Bai Piao simply traded punch for punch, raw and unrelenting. Offensively, 3 attributes. Defensively, a heaven tier advanced martial technique. To all the onlookers in Wu City, a 5th-star martial emperor fighting a 2nd star should have been a crushing domination, even an effortless slaughter. But the battle witnessed today was destined to shatter everything they thought they knew. Shock points 13, 11, 10. Over 1,000 shock points accumulated. High above in the sky, City Lord Wu was forced into continuous retreat. His face was battered and swollen, his body covered in welts, and even one of his eyes had been blackened. At first he could still barely hold his own. Yet what was truly bizarre was how frightfully powerful this young man was. The longer the fight dragged on, the more spirited he became, and the more treacherous the angles of his punches grew, leaving no opening to defend against. With nowhere left to retreat, City Lord Wu finally erupted. "Brett, you've gone too far. You wish to kill me. Should I spare you in return, eh?" Bai Piao showed not the slightest mercy, unleashing punch after relentless punch. Compassion served no purpose here. This City Lord Wu had undoubtedly taken countless lives with his own hands. To be deceived by his aged appearance would be a grave and fatal mistake. Aawea. Earth-grade mid-tier martial technique. Demonic blood-devouring seal. "Brad, even if I am to die, I shall drag you down to the grave with me." A look of utter madness contorted City Lord Wu's face. This Earth-grade mid-tier martial technique was his ultimate trump card. Wounding the enemy by 1,000 while crippling oneself by 999. Bai Piao sensed an imminent wave of deadly peril descending upon him. In that fleeting instant, he found it nearly impossible to mount a proper defense. With no other recourse, he unleashed all 4 attributes at once. Gold, water, fire, earth. The earth attribute, fortified for defense. At such close range, Bai Piao was bound to sustain injury, so he channeled the earth attribute, whose primary virtue lay in defense. An earthen yellow hue enveloped his entire being, further reinforcing his radiant yellow, indestructible body. Impregnable and steadfast. Heaven-grade mid-tier martial technique. Great Sun Indestructible Fist. The Great Sun Indestructible Fist, now empowered by all 4 attributes and refined through a more comprehensive grasp of practical combat, struck with dozens of times the force of his previous blows. "Ode, you possess yet another attribute." City Lord Wu cried out, in abject terror, horror etched across his features. Shock points 30. Shock points 25, 23, 20. Everyone, including Huang Yeye, was utterly astounded. Another 2,000 shock points amassed. What in the world is the origin of this young man? 4 attributes manifesting within a single person. Even considered separately, I have never in my lifetime witnessed 4 distinct attributes. City Lord Wu appears to be in grave peril. All eyes were fixed upon the spectacle. Even Huang Yeye and Patriarch Ma ceased their own battle. The radiance of 4 attributes illuminated the entire heavens. City Lord Wu's martial technique now appeared utterly feeble in comparison. Poof! The 2 martial techniques collided. Yet no deafening explosion rang out. Everything unfolded with an almost eerie serenity and almost tender tranquility. The 4-hued fist steadily consumed the blood-crimson seal, devouring it whole. Boom! The 4-hued fist pressed onward, crashing into City Lord Wu's body. Already grievously wounded from unleashing the blood seal, City Lord Wu took the devastating blow head-on, vomiting a geyser of fresh blood as he plunged from the sky. Silence. A silence so profound it seemed as though all present had drifted into slumber. Every soul held their breath. The terror that had loomed over them for so long. The undisputed overlord of all of Wuching, the supreme authority, whose word was absolute law, had met his end just like that. At the same moment, their gazes turned toward the young man, standing resplendent within the radiance of 4-hued light. His long hair billowed gracefully, his gaze remained calm and composed, and only the steady rise and fall of his chest betrayed the storm within. For attributes. Martial Emperor 2-star. Heaven-grade martial technique. Who on earth was this young man? Huang Yeye gazed at Bai Piao, whose brilliance now blazed in full splendor, and her eyes sparkled with adoring little stars. So impossibly handsome. Patriarch Ma regarded Bai Piao, a creeping chill gnawing at his heart. This young man whom he had utterly disregarded from the very beginning. Was he truly this powerful? Was it merely because the so-called trash martial Emperor 2-star had never before unleashed his 4 attributes that they had assumed him an even match? Beneath the gaze of the assembled multitude, Bai Piao slowly turned his head, fixing his eyes upon Patriarch Ma. Patriarch Ma, now. It's your turn. Shock points 25, 22, 20. 2,000 shock points. The Ma family head wore an expression of utter disbelief. Wu City Lord, one who could not withstand a single exchange against him, had actually been killed by Bai Piao. But upon witnessing the radiant 4-colored light emanating from Bai Piao's body, revealing the clearly visible attributes of gold, water, fire, and earth, his throat tightened with emotion. Could it be that he was truly about to perish here today? From Bai Piao's gaze he could plainly discern killing intent. Bai Piao would slay him without hesitation. Fight, he cannot win. Flee, he has no escape. The Ma family head realized there was nowhere left for him to go. Madness surfaced in his eyes. If this is how it must be, then let this little girl accompany me to the grave, ha ha ha. The Ma family head threw his head back and laughed loudly to the heavens as his entire being's yuanxi began to surge and expand. He was actually going to self-destruct. He and Huang Yeye were positioned very close to one another. At this distance, Huang Yeye had absolutely no chance of evading it. No. Bai Piao sensed something was amiss and prepared to act to rescue her, but the self-destruction of a martial king was terrifyingly swift. Before Bai Piao could even finish shouting, he witnessed a colossal burst of brilliant light erupting from within the Ma family head's body. An awe-inspiring force exploded with thunderous power. Boom. Even Wu City Lord, a 5-star martial emperor, would be forced to avoid the brunt of a peak martial king's self-destruction. Huang Ye, equally at the peak of martial king cultivation, would suffer grievous injuries at the very least, if not perish outright. After all, this was the most devastating strike imaginable, purchased with the self-destructing individual's own life. Don't. Bai Piao surged forward to shield Huang Ye, yet the terrifying power sent him flying backward. The bright yellow indestructible body, reinforced by the 4-colored attributes, shattered completely, but it absorbed the full impact, leaving Bai Piao unscathed. Colossal energy cascaded from the heavens, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. A peak martial king expert, who held absolute authority within Wu City, had so casually chosen self-destruction. How terrifying was this young man truly? Yet their gazes simultaneously fixed upon the explosion's epicenter. That little girl, they reasoned, would surely perish from the self-destruction. All eyes converged upon that location. The detonation's energy finally dissipated. The scene at its center gradually came into focus. Bai Piao's heart grew heavy as he turned to look. The energy cleared. At its core, something resembling a colossal silkworm cocoon materialized before everyone's astonished gaze. The cocoon appeared utterly impenetrable, sustaining not a single scratch despite the devastating energy barrage. And coiled within, none other than Huang Yeye herself. What? What is happening here? That cocoon. It must be a defensive magic treasure. Could any artifact possibly possess such power to withstand a peak martial king's self-destruction? The crowd erupted in stunned disbelief. Even the family heads of the 2 other houses showed visible shock. With such a magic treasure, even they lacked one. Yet none were more utterly amazed than Bai Piao. Initial shock gave way to overwhelming joy. Yeye, are you unharmed? Bai Piao gazed at Huang Yeye safely nestled within the cocoon, his shoulders finally dropping in relief. The cocoon gradually dissolved, and Huang Yeye emerged. I'm perfectly fine, Bai Piao. No need for concern. Seeing Bai Piao's evident worry, Huang Yeye smiled warmly. Then, shall we consider the matter concluded? There are too many witnesses present. Bai Piao hesitated. Of course. Huang Yeye playfully tapped Bai Piao's head regarding him, as one might have fooled, then chuckled. Did you really intend to burn down the Ma family compound with the entire city watching? Their original plan had been to eliminate the Ma family head, cripple Ma Lu, and reduce the Ma family estate to ashes. However, given the commotion and the assembled crowd, they had no choice but to abandon their remaining objectives. Not at all. Bai Piao shook his head. He merely wished to ascertain precisely how lawless this world could become. If even in full view of the entire city one could torch the Ma family compound, then his understanding of this world would require yet another recalibration. After all the spectators had finished watching the spectacle and dispersed, the 2 of them quietly found an inn that operated through the night and settled in for a stay. The innkeeper was no martial arts expert and had not been able to discern the appearances of the 2 figures in the sky, so they were received as ordinary guests. 2 premium rooms, one for each of them. By the time Bai Piao had returned to his room and settled in, preparing to cultivate properly through the night, a sudden knock sounded at his door. Puzzled, he went to open the door. Huang Yeye was standing at the threshold. Yeye, why aren't you sleeping? What brings you to my room? Bai Piao inquired. Bai Piao, I can't sleep. I wanted to come talk to you. Huang Yeye had lost her usual vivacity, as though something weighed upon her heart. Bai Piao was momentarily taken aback. In the dead of night, a girl suddenly knocks at his door, claiming she cannot sleep. What is one to do in such a situation? Should he proceed directly or follow the proper protocol? However, upon closer observation, Bai Piao discerned that Huang Yeye harbored no such intentions, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Come in then, what would you like to talk about? Huang Yeye entered and sat down, gazing at Bai Piao while fidgeting with her fingers. Bai Piao, I've been concealing my true strength all along. You won't hold it against me, will you? Oh, it's nothing. Bai Piao understood she was referring to the matter with the bandits. How could a peak martial king possibly have been kidnapped by a few great martial masters? Martial king is martial king, and I'm a martial emperor myself. Huang Yeye, who had been feeling somewhat guilty, found the better part of her remorse dissipate upon hearing Bai Piao's smug tone. Ba. So now that you know I'm a martial king, you didn't ask me anything about it today. You're not planning to wait until tonight when I'm asleep and then sneak away never to speak to me again, are you? Huang Yeye demanded, poking at the table with a pout. What sort of twisted logic is that? I didn't ask you because there was simply no need to. I'm dirt poor. If you were to say you approached me with ulterior motives, even I wouldn't believe it myself. As for whether you truly meant to freeload off me for a day by staying together, I'll accept that too. Bai Piao spread his hands, affecting an expression that suggested he was resigned to his losses. Hey Bai Piao, how can you be like this? Upon hearing herself labeled as a freeloader, Huang Yeye's lips curled up so high they nearly reached her nose. Yet one of her actual motives did indeed align with that accusation. She truly had no money. Alright, enough of this bickering, you're truly infuriating me to death. Let's get down to business. Seeing that Bai Piao remained utterly indifferent, Huang Ye directly shifted the subject lest she explode from frustration. Earlier I used a defensive treasure as you witnessed, Huang Ye said with a solemn expression. And then, Bai Piao nodded. That treasure was actually given to me by my father. It bears a divine sense imprint of his upon it. Once the treasure is activated, the divine sense imprint upon it automatically triggers, and my father will immediately know my location. I've been away for so long, my father must be terribly displeased. I imagine he's already dispatched my uncle, and they should be on their way now. By tomorrow morning at the latest my uncle should arrive, and then I'll have to be taken back home. Upon saying this, Huang Ye tugged at Bai Piao's sleeve, and whispered softly, Piao, I don't want to go back. I want to continue traveling with you. The time we spend together. It truly makes me so happy. Bai Piao listened attentively to the end, his heart stirring with astonishment. He was momentarily stunned by her final words. It had all come rather suddenly. Nevertheless, he could clearly perceive that Huang Ye spoke of pure friendship untainted by any other sentiment. But the implications of this truth would require time for him to fully process. Huang Ye was usually kept under her father's watchful eye. This time she had been away for too long, and her father was quite displeased yet unable to locate her, so he had no choice but to let it be. The incident that evening, however, had revealed Huang Ye's whereabouts to her father. He had already dispatched people to bring her back, and they were presently en route. By tomorrow morning that person would arrive in Wuqing and take Huang Ye away. Yet a twist had come. Huang Ye did not wish to return. Moreover, she wished to travel alongside him. This was not entirely out of the question. But Bai Piao could not guarantee Huang Ye's safety with absolute certainty. He was merely a martial emperor, his strength far from fully matured. He had only just departed from the starter village. Out here, encountering even a minor boss could result in injury or even death. Should a major boss suddenly appear along the way, he would likely meet his end then and there. Having Huang Ye follow him was indeed unsafe. Well, if you wish to come with me, I have no objection. The moment Bai Piao finished speaking, Huang Ye lifted her head, her large eyes brimming with delight. However, I must make myself perfectly clear. If you follow me, I cannot guarantee your safety. Should another incident like today occur, if you lack the ability to defend yourself, I cannot assure your protection with full certainty. These matters Bai Piao had to make explicit. No, that won't happen. Huang Ye hurriedly shook her head, explaining, I carry plenty of such treasures on me. I won't be in danger. Otherwise my father would never have allowed me to venture out alone. It's just that all those treasures bear my father's imprint. Whenever I encounter danger and they activate automatically, it triggers his awareness. This is how father protects me. Huang Ye explained. She feared that Bai Piao would refuse to let her follow and send her back alone. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Bai Piao said, All right, then I'll take you with me. But are you certain we can evade your uncle's pursuit? Bai Piao spoke as though they were plotting a crime. Well, my father can only determine that the location should be around Wuqing. But if we flee tonight and keep going, by the time my uncle arrives, we shall have already escaped beyond the range of his divine sense. Then everything will be fine. At the mention of fleeing, Huang Ye grew visibly excited. She had done such things many times before and thoroughly enjoyed them. Your uncle possesses divine sense. Your uncle possesses divine sense. Is he a martial venerable? Bai Piao was taken aback. Damn it. He knew from the system's encyclopedia that divine sense was something only a martial venerable could possess. The one coming to capture them was a martial venerable. My uncle is at the peak of martial venerable. Huang Ye nodded. Then what was the point of running? A peak martial venerable in pursuit while a peak martial king and a 2-star martial emperor attempt to flee. Huang Ye, are you the fool, or am I? How could I possibly fathom the workings of your mind? Bai Piao rubbed his brow. If they truly intended to flee with Huang Ye dressed as they were now, they would likely be caught before noon tomorrow. If they truly wished to escape, they would have to sit down and devise a proper plan. All right, then you go back first. Let me pack up and I'll call for you. Then we'll set out together. Bai Piao said. But what if you sneak off by yourself? Huang Ye's little face fell, then she declared, No, I'm going to stand guard at the door. What if you run? What would I do then? So saying, she ran off on her own to open it, walked out, and then shut the door behind her. Piao, hurry up and pack. I won't peek, but you're not allowed to run either. Huang Ye's voice drifted in from beyond the door. Bai Piao pressed a hand to his forehead. All right, I won't run. I'll come out shortly. Sigh. Uncertain whether such innocence and charm were a blessing or a curse. Lying in bed, Bai Piao organized his thoughts. After confirming the reality that he would need to escape soon, he entered the system space. Host Bai Piao. Level Martial Emperor 2-star. Cultivation Art Heaven Tier Mid-Grade Art Great Sun Heart Sutra. Martial techniques, Heaven Tier Mid-Grade Technique, Great Sun Immortal Fist Mastery, Heaven Tier Mid-Grade Technique, Heaven Treading Step, Initial Mastery, Heaven Tier High-Grade Technique, Radiant Yellow, Immortal Body, Initial Mastery. Skills Level 8 Alchemy. Shock Points 9270 inch. Bai Piao was somewhat surprised that his shock points had reached over 9,000. I never expected that performing some shocking deeds before such a massive crowd would reward me with this many shock points. If I want to earn shock points in the future, relying solely on quality won't be enough. Although it's clear that the higher the level of the shocked person, and the more severe the matter, the more shock points I gain. But as long as the quantity adds up, even if each martial artist only provides me with 1 shock point, 10,000 shocked martial artists would amount to a full 10,000 shock points. Bai Piao nodded. He now had a general direction for how to rapidly earn shock points in the future. Then he turned his gaze toward the Grand Lottery wheel. To escape from a peak martial sovereign, they needed some kind of trump card. Relying solely on their own strength, the two of them had no chance of getting away. If they wanted to escape, they had to find something useful from the system to help them. What kind of help it would provide depended entirely on luck. The 10 mid-tier lottery chances had already been used up. Now he could only rely on his own fortune to draw. System I want to draw. After Bai Piao spoke, the wheel, now considerably smaller, began to glow with white light in the sections slightly above the lower tier. Previously, the prizes were located at the edge of the wheel. Now that he had reached Martial Emperor, the positions on the wheel had shifted accordingly. The items drawn this time should be good ones, right? If he got another feather duster, he couldn't take it. Activate. The moment Bai Piao slapped the button with his palm and pulled his hand back, he finally saw the display on the button. 500 shock points per draw. Damn, the price went up. He clearly remembered that when he first drew, it was only 100 shock points per try. As his level increased, the items would become better, but the price of drawing had risen accordingly. Damn it, he had just thought that over 9,000 shock points would last him a long time, and now the system had pulled this move. Ruthless. A heartless system. All it knows is scamming my shock points. He grumbled in his heart. Fine, it's expensive, but I have plenty of shock points. But you better give me good equipment. Don't let the price go up while your goods are still the same strange junk as before. Within Bai Piao's thoughts, the bouncing red dot finally came to a stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 piece of uncooked stinky tofu. The system notification sounded. What a... Bai Piao was stunned. Stinky tofu. Before his eyes, a piece of dark, unappetizing tofu appeared. If it weren't uncooked, Bai Piao estimated he would be able to smell its stench. However, no look of disgust appeared on his face. For a true foodie, the fragrance of stinky tofu was something ordinary people could never comprehend. The absolute truth of smelling foul, but tasting delicious. Without perseverance and determination, one truly wouldn't have the qualifications to understand it. Yes, this world had stinky tofu to satisfy his cravings, but damn it, he had spent a full 500 shock points. And you just fobbed me off with a piece of stinky tofu. Embracing a heart full of doubt, and on the verge of exploding, Bai Piao looked toward the explanation. Uncooked stinky tofu. Once boiled, it triggers the stinky tofu attribute, granting a 100x cultivation speed enhancement buff for a duration of 10 hours. After reading the explanation, Bai Piao's eyes lit up with excitement. But then they dimmed once more. What good was that? Sure, 100-fold boost to cultivation speed, but he already had a cultivation accelerator. Even if the two effects could stack, so what? What he needed right now was a way to escape, not faster cultivation. Even if it stacked with his existing 100-fold accelerator to become 100-fold on top of that, what then? A 10,000-fold cultivation speed. Would that even be enough to reach Martial Venerable? As Bai Piao pondered this, he suddenly froze. Wait. It actually might. With a 100-fold cultivation speed, he had risen from 1-star Martial Emperor to 2-star Martial Emperor in a single night. If it were 10,000-fold, wouldn't his cultivation speed be just like chewing Xianmai candy, soaring through the levels, unstoppable? Martial Venerable in a single night. Wouldn't that be a cinch? His eyes gleamed with renewed hope. No more hesitation. Action speaks loudest. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. He rose to his feet and strode straight toward the door. Creak. The door swung open. Huang Yaya had been trying to peer through the crack to observe the commotion inside, when suddenly she found herself face to face with Bai Piao. What are you doing? Bai Piao asked, puzzled. And nothing at all. Huang Yaya hadn't expected Bai Piao to suddenly fling open the door and had been caught red-handed. Piao, why are you coming out? Are you all packed? No, not yet. I need to go to the kitchen to take care of something. Bai Piao paid it no mind and said, come on, let's go together. Going to the kitchen, of course, meant firing up the stove to boil stinky tofu. Though his cooking skills left much to be desired, he had eaten so much stinky tofu in the past and watched that any vendor prepare it countless times. Bai Piao had long since mastered the process. Today seemed to be the perfect time to show off his skills. Huang Yaya was completely bewildered, having no idea what Bai Piao was up to, and peppered him with questions the entire way. You'll know when we get there. In the kitchen, the head chef was still present. Inns operating through the night had certain guests with peculiar demands at unconventional hours. With the persuasive power of a single gold coin, Bai Piao easily secured the head chef's position. Young man, take your time. I'll be standing right here watching. The head chef was a portly man standing to one side, while clutching a gold coin tightly in his pocket. The reason he stayed was that Bai Piao looked far too young. He feared the young man might accidentally blow the entire kitchen sky high. Bai Piao nodded and asked the chef to help stoke the fire, then produced that block of uncooked stinky tofu. Huang Ye watched as Bai Piao pulled out something pitch black and asked in confusion, "Bai Piao, what is that? It doesn't look appetizing at all." Bai Piao snorted and declared, "Never judge a person by their appearance and never judge a food by its looks either. This dark and unassuming block. You'll soon discover just how fragrant and delicious it truly is." Hearing Bai Piao speak with such confident conviction, Huang Ye chose to believe him. "All right, then hurry up and make it. I want to be the first one to take a bite." The little girl was overjoyed, utterly fascinated by this novel experience. As for why Bai Piao had come to the kitchen to cook instead of figuring out an escape plan, that had long since vanished from her mind. Watch closely. Today I by someone or other shall demonstrate how to transform something that looks unappetizing into an utterly magnificent delicacy. Huh. Bai Piao let out a thunderous shout that sent the head chef's rolls of fat quivering in fear. Why did the chef have the strangest premonition that something catastrophic was about to befall the kitchen? In just a moment something dreadful was bound to unfold within those kitchen walls. Bai Piao rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the cooking oil, and poured it directly into the large wok. A wok brimming with oil. Only with an abundance of oil could the frying yield an irresistible aroma. The first step naturally was to bring the oil to a rolling boil. How else could one fry anything? Gazing at the lazy flicker of flames beneath the great wok, Bai Piao grew rather impatient. Far too slow. By the time this wok of oil actually boils, one might well have fallen asleep waiting. With a snap of his fingers, a tiny flame leapt forth from his index finger and darted beneath the great wok. Whooshed! Instantly the oil within the wok erupted into a furious boil. This? The head chef gawked in utter bewilderment. Stunned reaction 1. Useless. Ordinary folk could only contribute a single point of stunned reaction, practically worthless. The first step complete. Now for the next. Step 2. Lower the stinky tofu into the boiling oil. The wok churned and bubbled without cease. Bai Piao kept his distance, stretching his arm to its fullest extent, and pinched a piece of stinky tofu between thumb and forefinger, dropping it into the seething oil. Crackle, pop, sizzle. The moment the stinky tofu plunged in, the wok erupted in a chorus of jubilant sounds. A single piece of tofu cast into such a vast sea of oil vanished like a pebble sinking into the ocean depths. The stinky tofu was gradually swallowed by the oil. Step 2 complete. Step 3. Wait. Wait for what? Naturally, for the stinky tofu to cook through. Once the stinky tofu was fully cooked, the system would surely sound its notification. When that moment arrived, the deed would be done, and it could be served at once. Bai Piao, you're finished. Huang Ye had never set foot in a kitchen and couldn't fathom what Bai Piao was doing, yet something about it struck her as decidedly strange. Just a moment longer, and you'll be tasting something exquisitely delicious. Bai Piao affirmed with an emphatic nod. Oh yay. Huang Ye beamed her gaze, turning toward the wok with keen anticipation, a glistening sheen gathering at the corner of her mouth. More delicious food to enjoy, what bliss. The head chef stood aside. Though everything appeared normal for now, that unshakable premonition lingered still. Some time passed. Bai Piao, why do I smell something foul? Huang Ye wrinkled her nose and asked Bai Piao, is there a foul smell? Bai Piao sniffed the air. What foulness? Was this not the distinctive fragrance of stinky tofu? There is. Huang Ye insisted, sensing the stench growing ever more potent, and began tracing it to its source. Missed this foul odor. Does it not seem to be coming from the wok? The head chef hesitated, but ultimately spoke up. How could anything from that wok smell so utterly revolting? Huang Ye leaned in closer and nodded at once. That's right. It's from the wok. Then she promptly pinched her nose shut and turned to Bai Piao. Bai Piao, why does it reek so terribly? What on earth are you cooking? Where is the stench? It smells perfectly wonderful. Bai Piao disagreed, declaring, I'm making stinky tofu, a most delicious delicacy. People say it smells foul but tastes divine, but personally, I don't even find the smell offensive. Huang Ye could bear it no longer and began slowly retreating from the wok. Foul, absolutely unbearably foul. The head chef too found his endurance at its limit and retreated alongside her. He longed to stop Bai Piao, but the image of that gleaming gold coin nestled in his pocket stayed his tongue. As the seconds ticked by, the aroma of the stinky tofu only intensified, spreading ever farther. Even Bai Piao was somewhat taken aback. How was the stinky tofu bestowed by the system possessed of a flavor more singular than even the old aunties at the street stall? Inside the inn, several patrons were enjoying a late-night snack. Suddenly, an indescribably monstrous stench assailed their nostrils. Who is committing this uncivilized abomination? Damn it! Who's defecating out here? Show yourself. No, the smell is drifting from the kitchen. Oh heavens, the stench. Head chef, are you bloody boiling up excrement? A group of people were dining together, chatting cheerfully and savoring their meals when a foul odor suddenly hit them, nearly suffocating. Good heavens, how terrible. Their appetites vanished instantly, and they rose one by one, heading toward the kitchen to investigate. Chef, are you secretly boiling excrement? Even the shopkeeper, who often pulled all-nighters and rarely slept, sometimes dozing off while standing at the counter, was affected. Suddenly the scent of stinky tofu drifted toward him. That overwhelming aroma snapped him awake instantly, any trace of drowsiness vanishing. Who's there? Who is it? He gasped. That smell was invigorating. He wiped his nose, convinced someone had smeared something foul right on it. Following the guests from the table, they all made their way to the kitchen. What on earth was happening? The group rushed into the back kitchen and spotted Bai Piao calmly waiting as the stinky tofu finished cooking. But the overpowering stench made them cover their noses. Can't breathe. What are you doing? Boy, why does such a large pot of oil smell so foul? Shock points 211. The stinky tofu sat at the bottom of the pot in a small piece too far away for them to see clearly. Only the roaring, bubbling oil was visible. There was the source of the stench, the oil pot. The chef grew increasingly anxious as the shopkeeper arrived. Fat man, who are these people? What are they doing here? Why did you let them in? Upon seeing the chef, the shopkeeper fired off 3 questions at once. I. The chef stammered, unable to speak. If he admitted to taking the gold coins, they would certainly be confiscated. Bai Piao observed the man reprimanding the chef and guessed he must be the shopkeeper. The men covering their noses looked thoroughly miserable, clearly overwhelmed by the tofu's aroma. With a flick of his fingers, several gold coins flew through the air and landed smoothly in each person's hand. All right, I apologize for disturbing everyone this late. I'm just cooking something. Please bear with me, Bai Piao said politely. After all, he was in the wrong. 1 gold coin per person served as compensation. Everyone's eyes lit up at the coins. They glanced at Bai Piao and nodded in agreement. Very well, since our friend has been so generous, we have no further complaints. Continue cooking, the shopkeeper said, tucking the coin away while exchanging glances with the others, all signaling their approval. A single gold coin might mean nothing to the shopkeeper, but he was notoriously greedy. Bai Piao nodded in return, saying no more, and resumed waiting. The aroma from the oil pot was intensifying. Something was about to be ready. Though they accepted the coins and calmed down, no one left. They were all eager to see what this generous young man was actually cooking. Why did it smell so foul? Everyone except Bai Piao covered their noses while waiting quietly. Huang Ye watched him, calm yet subtly excited, and felt puzzled by his composure. If it smelled so bad to everyone else, why didn't he seem bothered? Could they even eat it? Just as they waited, Bai Piao suddenly jolted to attention, fully alert. Ding! The unripe stinky tofu has finished deep frying. Attribute triggered, eating grants a 100x cultivation speed buff lasting 10 hours. At that exact moment, the waiting crowd was hit by an astonishing wave of stench. Foul, unbearable, noxious beyond description, as if their very fate had been seized by the throat. They jammed 2 fingers into their nostrils, yet still could hardly bear the stench. It was as though the smell had legs burrowing aggressively into their noses. Done and done. Fresh, delicious, stinky tofu right out of the pot. Bai Piao controlled his spiritual energy and scooped the stinky tofu from the bottom of the boiling oil wok. Suddenly, that nauseating stench intensified tenfold. A small blackened cube, appearing overcooked, emerged before everyone's eyes. Yes, it's this thing. The stench is coming from it. It looks neatly square, doesn't resemble excrement, does it? Then why does it smell exactly like shit? Everyone retreated in unison, pinching their nostrils and covering their mouths as they stammered among themselves. Huang Ye could not withstand the smell. She summoned her spiritual energy to shield her body and plugged her nostrils, attempting to keep the odor at bay. But she was stunned. Even her spiritual energy could not block this stench, penetrating everywhere, passing through all things. This stench was terrifying. Could this be Bai Piao's trump card, meant to deal with Uncle tomorrow? A single piece of so-called stinky tofu with a stench that even spiritual energy could not contain could directly drive Uncle away. That was indeed quite possible. So when Bai Piao had said this was food, she was only joking. Huang Ye was just congratulating herself on her cleverness when she suddenly saw Bai Piao lift the stinky tofu toward his mouth. Bai Piao. Huang Ye could not help but cry out. Moi. Bai Piao was about to savor the delicacy when Huang Ye interrupted him. What's wrong? Bai Piao asked. You. Huang Ye found herself at a loss for words. The stench was so overpowering it had disrupted her train of thought. Oh. Bai Piao slapped his forehead and nodded. You're right to remind me. I nearly forgot. Huang Ye stood dazed. Had she said anything? How could she not remember? Bai Piao turned and found Sichuan pepper salt among a row of seasonings, sprinkling it lightly over the dish. All right, we can begin. Ye, would you like to try a bite first? Bai Piao asked Huang Ye, chopsticks holding the stinky tofu extended toward her. No, I don't want it. Huang Ye dodged far away, her face twisted in disgust. Very well, I'll eat it myself. Bai Piao nodded, opened his mouth, and dropped the stinky tofu inside. Pop! A flood of rich juice burst open, releasing an intoxicating fragrance within his mouth. Bai Piao's eyes lit up. Delicious. Too delicious. Compared to his keen appetite, everyone, including Huang Yeye, was dumbfounded. He actually ate it. How could he swallow something that smells like shit in one bite? Look at him savoring it so much. It looks almost sinister. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, and even the head chef was left stunned. Moreover, he turned his gaze toward the large pot that had boiled the stinky tofu. That pot would surely need replacing, or it must have been tainted by the stinky tofu, and any dishes stir-fried in it would likely taste just as foul. Although she firmly believed Bai Piao was not the type to indulge in such heavy flavors, the unbearable stench reaching her nostrils still made it difficult for her to accept that he had truly eaten it. Especially seeing the expression of pure delight on Bai Piao's face as he savored what seemed like the greatest delicacy in the world. For Bai Piao, this was absolutely the finest food under heaven. He had never tasted such exquisite stinky tofu before. The fragrant texture and refreshing taste intoxicated Bai Piao. There was only one minor flaw. It was a bit firm. Perhaps it had been overcooked. But that couldn't be right. He had scooped it out the moment the system gave its prompt. Still, it was truly fragrant. Shocking points 22-1. Huang Yeye was shocked, and so was everyone else. Phew, that was truly delicious. Bai Piao sighed with contentment, exhaling a fragrant breath as he spoke. My friend, we did not realize you harbored such peculiar interests. Forgive us for the intrusion. Farewell. The crowd clasped their fists in salute and promptly departed. Bai Piao returned to his room. Yeye, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing so far away? Bai Piao asked. Stinky Piao, your breath is absolutely foul. I refuse to speak with you. Huang Yeye's face was etched with disgust. That she did not flee on the spot spoke volumes of the trust she placed in Bai Piao. Any ordinary girl witnessing Bai Piao devour something resembling excrement with such enthusiasm and delight would have long since taken her leave. Oh, come on, Yeye, why must you be like this? Stinky tofu is genuinely delicious. Next time I'll let you taste it first, otherwise you'll never understand its magnificence. Bai Piao hastened to explain. No, I absolutely will not eat it. Huang Yeye retreated directly to her room and slammed the door shut. Find a way to rinse that mouth of yours, and quickly. Sai, why does no one comprehend me? Why does no one appreciate the glory of stinky tofu? Bai Piao sat alone upon his bed, sighing and lamenting his solitude. After savoring the lingering fragrance upon his tongue for a while, Bai Piao conjured a sphere of water, thoroughly rinsed his mouth, and then settled cross-legged upon his bed once more. No sooner had he finished consuming the stinky tofu than the chime of the system resonated within his mind. Ding! Host has consumed stinky tofu, gaining a 100x cultivation speed buff. Duration 10 hours. Once activated, this enhancement cannot be interrupted. If Bai Piao's theory proved correct, then 100-fold multiplied by 100-fold would yield a cultivation speed of 10,000 times its original rate. At such a pace would leveling up not be akin to riding a rocket. Employing the same method from the night before last, Bai Piao commenced his breathing exercises and meditation. Cultivating for 1 minute, gained experience points 110-0100. Cultivating for 1 minute, gained experience points 110-0100. Just as Bai Piao had predicted, the stinky tofu buff and the 100-fold cultivation accelerator buff had indeed stacked. Bai Piao was overcome with exhilaration, focusing intently on his breathing and meditation. At this pace, I, Bai Piao, shall ascend to martial sovereign tonight. No to martial saint. Does anyone present have any objections? However, as each minute and second slipped by, Bai Piao's brow gradually creased with mounting unease. What was happening? When he had cultivated the night before last, he had entered a peculiar state, yet tonight, why had it not returned? When he had cultivated the night before last, it had felt no different from slumber. He had sensed nothing at all, and before he knew it, dawn had broken. But tonight, why was that transcendent state nowhere to be found? Impossible. Bai Piao suddenly conceived of a possibility. They say that when certain individuals cultivate, they can enter a wondrous state. Be it the unity of heaven and man, or the unity of person and sword. Could it be that the night before last he had stumbled into such a state? Yet now that state had vanished. In an instant, the drudgery and tedium of cultivation assailed Bai Piao like a relentless tide. It was no different from an old monk sitting in meditation, required to maintain his posture without the slightest movement, a feat far too arduous for Bai Piao, who had once gone so far as to forge a medical history to escape military training. Sitting upon a bed of thorns. 10 minutes felt to Bai Piao as though 10 hours had elapsed. The urge to leap to his feet and abandon his cultivation grew nearly unbearable. Yet he had already consumed the stinky tofu. Failing to seize this moment for cultivation would render it all a waste. No, I must endure just a while longer. Just a little longer. Bai Piao ceaselessly encouraged himself. 20 minutes later. Damn it. I'm done cultivating. Cultivation. Cultivate my ass. I'm here to enjoy the life of a rich second generation. This damned cultivation is 10 times more unbearable than standing at attention. Enduring half an hour means Bai Piao has broken through the limits of human endurance today. No, it's just a waste, only 500 shock points. Besides, I got to eat stinky tofu, so it's not a loss. At half an hour, even with a 10,000-fold speed boost, Bai Piao barely reached Martial Emperor 5 stars. Judging by this ratio, it seems the higher the level, the more experience required will increase considerably. If I don't believe it. Besides leveling up, doesn't the system have any other treasures? Bai Piao's slender shoulders sprawled across the bed in a star shape as he entered the system space. System, I want to draw the lottery again. Slap. A slap came down and 500 shock points vanished. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 piece of uncooked stinky tofu. Damn, stinky tofu again. System, are you deliberately screwing me over? Giving me another one. Keep drawing. If I get stinky tofu one more time, I'll fucking livestream. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 piece of uncooked stinky tofu. Bai Piao hurriedly bit his tongue. One more time, I refuse to believe that I by someone cannot draw something else today. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 4th grade magical treasure, boots of swift steps. A pair of exquisitely crafted boots appeared before Bai Piao. Phew, finally not stinky tofu. Bai Piao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the boots of swift steps. Boots of swift steps, 4th grade magical treasure. Upon equipping, the host will receive a tremendous movement speed boost, and this effect remains equally effective during flight. Such an explanation delighted Bai Piao. Not bad as speed-type magical treasure. The only question is whether the speed can surpass that Huang Yeye's martial ancestor uncle. A flicker of unease stirred within him. Martial Emperor 5 stars paired with an intermediate grade heaven tier martial technique and a 4th grade magical treasure trying to surpass the speed of a martial ancestor 4 stars. It would probably be somewhat difficult. Suddenly, Bai Piao realized the problem. The option to claim X10 was gone. It seemed that after the system update, that damned advertisement had been removed. He wondered if it was because the advertising wasn't profitable and the sponsors had all run away. Looking at the remaining 7,300 shock points, Bai Piao decided to try a few more times. Without those little advertisements, the lottery drawing felt considerably smoother. Another 3 consecutive draws, and to Bai Piao's fury, all 3 yielded stinky tofu. One last draw. If I get stinky tofu again, I quit. Clutching the notion of quitting if this final draw failed, Bai Piao slammed the start button. The red dot flickered and jumped incessantly before coming to a stop. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won a pair of archangel wings. A magical treasure without a grade. Not from this world. After winning the PSB, Bai Piao already knew that the system's prize pool was filled with an immense variety of items, and not every treasure drawn had to originate from this world. It appeared that these archangel wings were precisely such a thing. Glancing at the dazzlingly resplendent wings, Bai Piao tapped open the description. Archangel wings, once bound, they cannot be altered and are worn permanently. Upon equipping, the twin wings unfurl, granting the user a 200 increase in speed. Damn, that powerful. Bai Piao stared at the system's explanation. Holy shit, that's insanely overpowered. Permanently worn, directly granting a 200 speed boost. Wouldn't that mean simply equipping them grants triple the speed? Moreover, these archangel wings have no grade, which means even after Bai Piao advances to martial ancestor, martial saint, or martial immortal, these wings will continue to provide triple the speed. System is awesome. Now, even if he hadn't defeated a martial venerable, at the very least escaping through the night from this point forward should be well within his grasp, shouldn't it? Bai Piao rolled out of bed and retrieved the archangel's wings from his system. Brilliant radiance emanated from them, and Bai Piao squinted against the dazzling glow. Good, truly a fine treasure. The moment his hands touched the archangel's wings, a sensation of spiritual connection welled up from within. Suddenly, the archangel's wings before him vanished. At the same moment, Bai Piao felt something new where his shoulder blades lay against his back. Something that felt as though it had always been there. With but a thought, whooshed. A pair of magnificent wings unfurled, their radiant glow illuminating the entire room in dazzling brilliance. Huang Yeye had been secretly peeking through the doorway when a flash of light revealed Bai Piao's figure once more before her eyes. Caught spying for the second time, Huang Yeye could not help with feeling rather embarrassed. What made it worse was that both times she had peeked, the moment she had just leaned her head over to look, she had been discovered before she could even make out what was happening inside. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, she suddenly caught sight of the magnificent wings spread behind Bai Piao. Piao you. Huang Yeye stared in stunned bewilderment. When did Piao grow wings? But then again, those wings were absolutely gorgeous. Bai Piao was equally taken aback. How was Huang Yeye at the door again? This little girl wouldn't happen to have a penchant for peeping, would she? Yeye, would you like me to take you flying through the skies? Now that he possessed wings, Bai Piao was overjoyed and could hardly wait to test them out. Piao, have you forgotten that anyone beyond a martial king can fly? Huang Yeye questioned. In his excitement, Bai Piao had completely overlooked that little detail. Let's go, hurry up. If we don't set off now, it'll be dawn before we know it. Bai Piao had already donned his boots of swift stride. Now the time had come to depart. Alright, let's go. Huang Ye nodded eagerly and took the lead, soaring skyward. With a single flash of movement, Bai Piao followed her into the air. Hey Piao, slow down. Huang Ye's voice called out from behind. Bai Piao glanced back only to realize that in his absent-mindedness he had already reached the airspace above Wu City. Wu City lay beneath his feet, its entirety now laid out clearly before his gaze. Martial Emperor 5 stars, a 4th-grade speed treasure artifact tripling the velocity of flight. Without even employing a mid-grade heaven-tier speed martial technique, Bai Piao's velocity was astonishingly swift. He estimated it to be 5 or 6 times the flight speed of an ordinary martial emperor. If he were to activate a martial technique, he could push it even further. However, it was evident that the speed enhancements did not stack multiplicatively, but rather additively. It was still remarkably impressive. Ye, hop on. Bai Piao called, presenting his back to her. Huh. Huang Ye was at a loss, asking, Piao, what are you going to do? Get on so I can carry you. With your speed, you're not seriously planning to wait until your uncle arrives tomorrow morning and drags you back, are you? Hurry up, stop dawdling. If you want your uncle to come catch you, then don't get on. I have no objections. Truth be told, Bai Piao was feeling somewhat nervous himself. He had never carried a girl on his back before, but now the only path left before them was this one. Then all right. Huang Ye had no desire whatsoever to be taken back by her uncle, and she felt no particular sense of distance with Bai Piao save for that incident with the stinky tofu. After a moment of bashful hesitation, she slowly placed her hands upon Bai Piao's chest and leaned her entire weight against him. Both their bodies trembled. Instinctively, Bai Piao moved to wrap his arms behind him and hold her in place. Then he suddenly recalled that with a martial king's power, she could cling securely to his back without him needing to lift her at all. Bai Piao withdrew his hands once more. Are you ready? Let's go. Through the darkened sky, a streak of light tore across the heavens like a shooting star. Its radiance shimmered in a dazzling array of colors, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Bai Piao streaked through the air at tremendous velocity. Huang Ye lay sprawled across Bai Piao's back, her attention captured by the magnificent pair of enormous wings beside her. Piao, where did you get these wings? They're so beautiful. Do you have more? Could you give me a pair too? Aren't you tired from flying for so long? Huang Ye chattered on endlessly, showing not a trace of awkwardness at being carried on Bai Piao's back, instead settling comfortably against him. Bai Piao glanced back. Yeah, it's easy for you to talk like that when you're the one being carried. What if I said I was tired and stopped flying? Would that work? Mean Piao? I was only showing concern for you, and you won't even appreciate it. Huang Ye pouted and gave his wing a smack. Fine, I was wrong. On reflection, Bai Piao conceded his words had been rather blunt. Here, take this. I'm going to sleep now. It's a 4th-grade gale pill I refined myself. Take it, and your speed will increase for half an hour. Huang Ye tossed him a small vial before pointedly ignoring him. These were pills she had refined on ordinary days, prepared for exactly such a moment. When escape became necessary, and extra speed meant the difference between life and death. Oh. Bai Piao accepted it, surprised to discover that Huang Ye was also an alchemist. He had known from watching her fight before that she possessed fire attribute abilities, but he had never suspected her of being an alchemist as well. He tilted the bottle, and a pale cyan pill rolled into his palm. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. With a single gulp, Bai Piao felt a refreshing current of energy surge through his entire body. Whooshed! As his wings beat furiously, his speed increased yet again. The earth beneath blurred past with astonishing rapidity, filling Bai Piao with the intoxicating thrill of surging velocity. Exhilarating. He mused that at this pace, he could probably outrun an airplane from his past life. He was certainly maintaining a speed of 500 kilometers per hour without question. He activated the sky-trampling steps, recklessly consuming one pill every half hour. His velocity had now surpassed the threshold of an ordinary martial venerable. Though the sky was shrouded in darkness, fortune favored them. Huang Ye, a frequent fugitive, possessed a complete map of the entire Huangxian province. The direction Bai Piao had chosen was unmistakably toward the heart of Li Saint province. Only by traversing the teleportation array at the center of Li Saint province could one leap across to other provinces of Huangxian, or arrive directly at the central hub of the Huangxian province. Bai Piao decided to head to Li Saint province first to inquire about the route to Fang Emperor province before charting his next move. None of this, however, was known to Huang Ye. She had simply tossed him the map and told him to pick a direction and run. Keep running, nothing more. On the map, Li Saint province appeared as a perfect circle with its bustling heart at the center. Surrounding it lay a vast sea beyond which sprawled the various other provinces of different regions. Huangxian province lay adjacent to Li Saint province, governing all the surrounding provinces. Between the two stretched only a single sea. Yet this sea appeared exceedingly perilous, marked boldly on the map with a prohibition symbol and the warning, those who have not reached Martial Saint must not traverse this waters. Thus Bai Piao opted to travel via the central teleportation array instead. This map truly was remarkably comprehensive, annotated with painstaking detail. What he did not know was that it was a map Huang Ye had painstakingly prepared for her own escapes. Bai Piao's current location Wuching sat on the fringes of Li Saint province near the Great Sea and gazing across at Huangxian province in the distance. What Bai Piao had not anticipated was that Huang Ye herself hailed from Huangxian province. Should her uncle from Huangxian province wish to seek her out, he too would need to make use of the teleportation array. They traveled through the night. Thanks to the aura of power radiating from Emperor Bai Piao, the beasts that lurked in the mountains throughout the night, though numerous, were of low cultivation and posed no threat to him. Even the creatures of this barren land were of meager rank. The sun had begun to peek over the horizon. Sunlight fell across her eyes as Huang Ye stirred from her slumber. She had long since fallen asleep on Bai Piao's back. Awake now, Bai Piao had flown the entire night, and this little girl had slept soundly on his back the whole time. Home. Piao, are you still flying? Huang Ye slowly came to her senses. What a silly question. If I'm not flying, do you expect me to let you carry me instead? Bai Piao retorted, slightly exasperated. I'm just curious. Why is your yuanqi still so abundant after flying all night long? Huang Ye marveled. By all rights, even if one's yuanqi didn't completely deplete after a night of full-speed travel, one should at least show some sign of fatigue. Yet Bai Piao appeared completely unaffected, which only deepened her curiosity. Enough of that. I've flown for so long, and it's already daylight, yet your uncle still hasn't caught up. I suppose we're in the clear now. Bai Piao deftly changed the subject. His yuanqi ran so deep, of course, because he practiced a mid-grade heaven-tier technique. A single night of flight cost him nothing at all. I suppose we're safe now, Huang Ye wiggled her neck. After sleeping all night, it had grown quite stiff. All right then, hop down, Bai Piao said as he came to a stop. Huang Ye was caught off guard. What do you mean, Get down now, Bai Piao urged. He could have carried her a while longer. A free advantage was still an advantage. However, Bai Piao was a man of principles. He was a man who already had a girlfriend. Of course, if Huang Ye were to offer him such an advantage, he wouldn't refuse. She would have to be his girlfriend first. Principles were principles after all. Smelly Piao. Huang Ye wanted to climb down from his back, but found herself too indignant to act. Yet if she dismounted, she'd lose the comfort of being carried and have to travel on her own, a thought that gave her pause. No, I won't get down. I'll annoy you to death, Huang Ye declared, tightening her embrace instead. She buried her face deep into his back, far too comfortable to consider dismounting. Bai Piao sighed, resigned. After all, he wasn't the one suffering a loss. They continued their flight, and after roughly 2 more hours had passed, the sun hung halfway across the sky. Even for Bai Piao, after such an extended flight, though his body showed no fatigue, his spirit had grown somewhat weary. He opened his map, located the nearest city, and decided to land for a well-earned rest. Huang Ye was utterly delighted by this prospect. A city meant fun and delicious food. Bai Piao had retracted his wings at dawn. Being spotted by curious eyes would only bring unnecessary trouble. Things that didn't belong in this world. Bai Piao had no intention of keeping a low profile, yet neither did he wish to attract undue attention. Luching, a young man and woman, wandered leisurely through the city streets. The girl was lovely and bubbling with vivacity. One could tell at a glance from how she kept tugging the boy along, darting exuberantly from one stall to the next. Piao, look at this. Isn't it amazing? He can drink water while standing on his head, and there's not a trace of martial cultivation on him. And this one, wow, this guy's incredible. He's breaking a boulder with his chest. What do you think would happen if I went up there and swung the hammer? Could he withstand it? Oh, what are they doing? Piao, save him quick. Those 3 men are poking his throat with iron rods. Miss, what are you doing? What are you up to? He's our specially invited performer. What murder? You've never seen someone break steel rods with their throat before. Inside a tavern, Bai Piao lay sprawled across the table, overcome by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Why did he feel that taking a rest in the city was even more exhausting than flying through the heavens? He had visited no fewer than 100 food stalls and some 50 street performances, and at 3 of those performances, he had rushed forward to rescue people. Rescue? She insisted on saving those poor souls whose throats were being crushed by iron rods. In doing so, she had thoroughly disrupted every acrobat's routine. If he had a choice, he would never have come to the city. He would much rather continue his tedious flight through the boundless skies. Now he was not only spiritually drained, but physically exhausted beyond measure. Who could possibly endure such torment? Piao, this one knows she was wrong. This one had never seen anything like it before. They were practically shoving iron rods right into people's necks. Huang Ye tugged incessantly at Bai Piao's sleeve, her face arranged in an expression of aggrievement. All right, I understand. My name is indeed Piao, Bai Piao replied, rising from the table and offering a gesture of resignation. To his quiet relief, Huang Ye had not chosen to slay those so-called criminals on the spot when she witnessed what she perceived as attempted murder. At her martial king caliber, had Bai Piao failed to react swiftly enough to restrain her, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Their meal arrived at last, and Bai Piao and Huang Ye began to feast with great enthusiasm. Sated with food and wine, Huang Ye expressed her desire to wander the streets once more. The moment she stepped through the tavern's doorway, however, she noticed a great number of figures soaring through the sky. All of them were martial kings with quite a few martial monarchs among them. Compared to the barren outposts of Wu City and Li City, Lu City was far superior. Here martial kings were as common as pebbles on the road, and encountering a martial monarch was a frequent occurrence. Bai Piao, look at them. Why are they all flying toward the heavens? Something momentous must be happening. Come, let us hurry and see what it is. Her eyes lit up with anticipation. Wherever there was excitement, she simply had to witness it. Sister, big sister, you don't intend to keep fleeing, do you? What if your uncle catches up again? Bai Piao had not yet finished his sentence. Bai Piao, uncle won't catch up. Let's go quick. If we delay any longer, we shall miss it altogether. Without waiting for his response, Huang Ye seized Bai Piao and dragged him skyward. Bai Piao pressed his palm against his forehead. While encountering a companion who adored excitement and revelry to such a degree was truly a stroke of misfortune. Since he had already been swept along, what choice did he have but to follow? He supposed he might as well go and see what all the fuss was about. Truth be told, since arriving in this world, Bai Piao had never truly taken the time to observe and appreciate it. Li City had been too desolate, and Wu City much the same. This Lu City at long last appeared somewhat more promising. Yet he wondered what could possibly possess such irresistible allure that even martial monarchs and martial kings would rush toward it with such fervor. What could compel them to such eagerness? And upon observing the expressions of those below, some appeared thrilled, others green with envy, and a few quite alarmingly wore looks of sheer madness upon their faces. Bai Piao had witnessed that particular gaze before. It was the look of one prepared to kill at any moment. Killing. What if they accidentally stirred up trouble? Bai Piao was not afraid. A horde of martial kings and a scattering of martial monarchs, most of them below the 3rd star of martial monarch. Bai Piao harbored no fear whatsoever. But if they were all martial venerables? Pardon the intrusion, this one, named Bai Piao, shall graciously take his leave and circle around. Against such foes should he lose his life in the attempt. When he recalled the incident with the old crone, Bai Piao could not help but shudder with lingering dread. To others, crushing him would be no different from squashing an ant beneath one's heel. It had only been because he was consumed with worry over Li Yanran that he had lost all reason in that moment. Fortunately, the old crone had harbored no intention of disposing of him at the time. Otherwise, Bai Piao was convinced he would now be either paying a visit to the King of Hell or journeying to another world altogether. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If we're late, someone will snatch it away before us. The 1,000 fragrance fruit only appears once in 100 years, yet we have chanced upon it. Such incredible fortune. Chance is chance, but a single moment of carelessness could cost us our lives. This battle for the 1,000 fragrance fruit is bound to claim many casualties. Isn't that the truth? The 1,000 fragrance fruit can greatly increase the chances of a peak martial king breaking through to martial emperor. Its value is beyond measure. Several figures flying ahead of Bai Piao and Huang Ye gathered together, conversing in low tones. From the look of it, they seemed to have formed a party with the intention of working as a team. Against so many martial kings and martial emperors, fighting alone would mean being instantly overwhelmed and slain by their martial arts. As for the two exceptionally young martial kings, Bai Piao and Huang Ye, they merely cast glances of surprise before paying them no further attention. From this alone, one could tell their breadth of vision far surpassed that of the people from Wuching and Liqing. 1,000 fragrance fruit, Piao Piao. It's the 1,000 fragrance fruit. Huang Ye overheard their conversation, her face lighting up with excitement. What is the 1,000 fragrance fruit? Bai Piao asked in confusion. He truly knew nothing about the things of this world. You don't know what the 1,000 fragrance fruit is? How did you even cultivate to martial emperor? Huang Ye was taken aback, then hurriedly explained, the 1,000 fragrance fruit is incredibly rare. Even at my home, I could only obtain it by earning sufficient merit. Who would have thought such a place would yield 1,000 fragrance fruit? If I can obtain it and refine the myriad fragrance pill, my breakthrough to martial emperor will be virtually guaranteed. Huang Ye's flight speed increased even further. Now Bai Piao understood what it was all about. In essence, it was like those miraculous fruits from Xinxia novels. Consuming one directly or refining it into a pill could greatly enhance one's chances of breaking through. As these thoughts ran through Bai Piao's mind, he said to Huang Ye, "Yeah, if you want to level up, it's actually quite simple." What? Huang Ye clearly didn't understand. Remember the stinky tofu from last night? Eat just one piece and cultivate for a night, and you'll break through to martial emperor. Bai Piao planned to share a piece of stinky tofu with Huang Ye. What? Stinky tofu? No way, I won't eat it. The mere thought of its smell made Huang Ye instinctively hold her breath. Stinky Piao, I'm not listening to you. You're definitely trying to trick me into eating stinky tofu. I won't fall for it. Huang Ye turned her face away. Very well, the opportunity was placed before her, yet she refused it herself. It seemed the only option left was to help Huang Ye contest the 1,000 fragrance fruit. The question was, could the two of them, one peak martial king and one martial emperor, snatch the fruit away from so many competitors? If they could win the fight, Bai Piao certainly wouldn't hold back. The principle of the survival of the fittest, he had come to understand it more deeply with each passing day in this world. If they couldn't win, then run. With so many escape techniques at his disposal, Bai Piao refused to believe he couldn't flee from a group of ordinary martial kings and martial emperors. The two accelerated their pace, quickly leaving Lu Qing behind and catching up with the main force ahead. Deep within the mountains, Wang Pixiu, I discovered this 1,000 fragrance fruit first. It's mine. Feng Kongqian, as for who discovered it first, don't you have any idea in your own heart? The two argued back and forth, and over a single 1,000 fragrance fruit, former bosom friends had become sworn enemies. Both were peak martial kings who had chanced upon a treasure in these deep mountains. If they could sell it for a good price, they would have the capital to break through to martial emperor. Stop arguing, damn it. This 1,000 fragrance fruit is mine now. A voice rang out. Before long, several factions were locked in fierce combat. More and more people gathered. Bai Piao and Huang Yeye had already arrived. Before their eyes lay numerous corpses strewn across the ground, fresh blood flowing over the emerald grass and staining it a vivid crimson. Bai Piao felt only a faint twinge of discomfort. He had long since made whatever peace with death was necessary. This world, he was slowly learning to call it home. As for Huang Yeye, she was utterly unfazed, as such sights had long since become commonplace to her. In this world, the death of a person differed little from the crushing of an ant beneath one's heel. The only ones who might be mourned were the loved ones left behind. At the very front, within the innermost reaches of the passage that all the combatants had blocked off, there was a small opening. Within this opening sat a circular platter, no larger than the mouth of a bowl, upon which a crystalline, translucent fruit lay in tranquil repose. An exotic fragrance wafted outward, causing one's very spirit to tremble and invigorate. Bai Piao observed with keen interest, noting that certain flora here grew in ways entirely unlike those of his previous world. His horizons were broadened. At the junction, several factions were locked in fierce and unrelenting combat. Yet among them, certain parties harbored no genuine intent to kill. Anyone with eyes could see that more and more people were gathering by the moment. Even if one were to overcome the immediate obstacles before them, claiming the 1,000 fragrance fruit would remain a task of staggering difficulty. Bai Piao and Huang Yeye watched without rushing into the fray. To make a move now would be the height of folly, unless one possessed absolute power, which they decidedly did not. Huang Yeye understood this truth well enough. The little maiden may have been playful and somewhat foolish in demeanor, but that was only ever the face she wore before Bai Piao. When confronted with genuine hardship and challenge, the young girl was in fact far more level-headed than Bai Piao himself. Bai Piao surveyed the situation unfolding before him. Martial kings were beneath his notice, a great swathe of them, perhaps 20 or more. The martial monarchs, however, were a different matter entirely. 3 martial monarchs of the 1st star, 2 of the 3rd star, and 1 of the 5th star. Bai Piao was confident he could defeat any single one of them with consummate ease. But should they all turn their might upon him together, he would have no choice but to flee. His insufficient combat experience rendered him incapable of weaving through their combined martial techniques, leaving him with no recourse but to endure their relentless assault. He possessed at least this much self-awareness. The strategy he now conceived was simply to wait. To wait for a favorable opportunity, or perhaps for that one final decisive moment. Many shared Bai Piao's way of thinking, standing with arms folded in midair, harboring no intention of joining the battle. The commotion in the heavens above did not go unnoticed for long. It was soon observed by those locked in their brutal struggle below. With so many present now, are you truly determined to continue this fight? Though I would dearly love to slay you, I shall not be so foolish as to allow others to reap the rewards of our toil. The combatants swiftly ceased their hostilities, bearing fresh wounds upon their persons as they retreated to the sidelines, chests heaving with labored breath. The standoff seemed to have reached an impasse, with no faction showing any inclination to make the next move. The bird that sticks its neck out gets shot first. Whoever dared to be the first to approach would surely draw the concentrated fire of the multitude. Should one somehow claim the 1,000 fragrance fruit, could they truly hope to escape unscathed through such a throng? Whether one could even obtain the 1,000 fragrance fruit in the first place was another matter entirely. At last, following a brief and heavy silence, someone stepped forward to speak. It was that martial monarch of the 5th star. Honored friends, it is evident that all present covet this 1,000 fragrance fruit, yet none dare make the first move. Surely each of you understands the reason why this must be so. This old one proposes that we divide into our respective factions and engage in 2-party combat. The victorious parties shall then face one another in turn until at last a single triumphant faction emerges to claim the 1,000 fragrance fruit. What say you all to this arrangement? The martial kings, most of them above the 8th star, had come for the sake of their own advancement. The martial monarchs meanwhile sought the 1,000 fragrance fruit in hopes of commanding a princely sum for it. For the martial kings, enticed by the intoxicating prospect of elevating their strength, some measure of reason was inevitably cast to the wind. After all, they had languished at the peak of the martial king realm for countless years, unable to break through to the rank of martial monarch. The gulf between a martial king and a martial emperor was an immense chasm. A single-star martial emperor could effortlessly overpower 3 peak martial kings. Moreover, within Luqing, attaining the rank of martial emperor meant receiving an invitation from the city lord's manor, promising boundless wealth, inexhaustible beauty, and absolute power. Thus, these martial kings had already begun to lose all reason. Excellent, Elder Peng speaks true. Come then, let this one's blade cut them down one by one. Without awaiting the arrangement of the 5-star martial elder, the throng had already plunged into battle. The 1,000 fragrance fruit lay within reach. Should their faction claim it, victory would be theirs. It signified that someone would ascend to inexhaustible wealth and privilege, commanding wind and rain within the city lord's estate, rising above all mortals. Thus did slaughter commence. Fellow cultivators, does our turn not approach? The 5-star martial emperor cast his gaze upon the remaining martial emperors, lingering for 2 extra glances toward Bai Piao. Others could not sense Bai Piao's true rank, assuming him merely a martial king, yet he discerned with absolute clarity that Bai Piao was a 5-star martial emperor. So youthful a 5-star martial emperor could not be taken lightly. However, upon noticing the peak martial king, Huang Ye, standing behind him, a breath of relief escaped his heart. A 5-star martial emperor hailing from a great clan or major faction would assuredly lack no 1,000 fragrance fruit. Yet this one had come to seize it for the sake of a peak martial king. Clearly no scion of a great faction, merely one favored by fortuitous encounters. Slaying such a person would invite no fear of subsequent vengeance. Of course, they martial emperors had not come enticed by the prospect of using the 1,000 fragrance fruit to enhance their own strength. They merely wished to claim it and sell it for a handsome price. Should mortal peril threaten, they would choose to withdraw without hesitation. Life alone held paramount importance. They had not gone mad like those martial kings. In their eyes, these martial kings were not but a pack of fools. With several dozen martial emperors present, did these martial kings truly believe they could claim the 1,000 fragrance fruit? They would not even know the manner of their demise. As the 5-star martial elder's words fell silent, 3 1-star martial emperors set upon the 2 2-star martial emperors. And those remaining were none other than Bai Piao, Huang Ye, and the 5-star martial emperor. This one's surname is Peng. May I inquire from whence these 2 young friends hail? Peng Jide smiled warmly as he regarded Bai Piao, though in truth, he was probing the measure of his opponent. Why waste words with such nonsense? If you wish to fight, then fight. Must one always deliver an opening soliloquy before battle? Yet Bai Piao stepped forth without ceremony, delivering his retort with unbridled bluntness. Anyone capable of devising such schemes to pit others against one another could scarcely be of virtuous character. Thus did Bai Piao extend not the slightest courtesy. A fight there shall surely be. When the clash erupts, all will fight with desperate fury. What purpose then serves these hollow courtesies? Peng Jide's smile froze upon his visage, and even Huang Ye stood momentarily stunned. Bai Piao was rather unconventional in his approach. Yet were they to know his thoughts, they would surely nod in accord. Such words held truth. Since this young friend proves so forthright, then let us begin. Before Peng Jide's words had fully fallen, he had already struck. The cordiality vanished from his gaze, replaced by ruthless cruelty. As I suspected, vile old fox. Huang Ye started in alarm, yet Bai Piao showed not the slightest trace of panic. The radiant, indestructible body enveloped his entire form, denying the elder any opportunity to unleash his techniques, as he closed the distance in an instant with the heaven-treading steps. What he sought now was not victory through the contest of martial techniques against others, but rather the accumulation of combat experience, the mastery of adapting his strength, completely unleashing 100% of his fighting prowess. Exchanging martial techniques in aerial bombardment paled in comparison to the exhilaration of strikes meeting flesh. Peng Jide clearly had not anticipated that Bai Piao would resort to such a tactic. A second departure from convention. Look at those fighting below. Which of them charges in for close combat, instead of unleashing skills from afar? Why must this brat insist on charging in to clash head-on? But even in a direct confrontation with his years of strength and experience, he had nothing to fear. He stretched out his hand, and a long sword materialized within his grasp. If you wish to trade blows, this old man shall let you taste the might of a 5th-grade magical treasure. Bai Piao observed, inwardly sighing at the truth that experience outwits youth. He spread his palm wide, and a great blade materialized in his hand. Old fox, did you think I came unprepared? Clash head-on. Though he had never been in a brawl before, Bai Piao had certainly watched his share of Hong Kong gangster films. Wielding the blade, he charged forward and unleashed a wild flurry of strikes upon Peng Jide. Clang, clang, clang. After several exchanges, Bai Piao gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The elder had clearly wielded a sword for many years, his angles of attack cunning and treacherous, causing Bai Piao to suffer blow after blow. Bai Piao had never handled a blade before. Beyond reckless hacking, he could do nothing but passively endure the beating. Damn it, you old fox, you forced my hand. After repeated setbacks, Bai Piao's body trembled with a sudden surge. Metal element, emerge. A golden radiance enveloped the Thunder Battle saber, amplifying its might to a far greater degree. Did you think this old man possessed no elemental affinity? Peng Jide smiled faintly as earthen yellow primordial energy radiated from his form. He possessed the earth element. Ha ha ha, old fox. Why do you wield the earth element? Earth governs defense. Surely you haven't clad yourself in a tortoise shell. Bai Piao laughed heartily, raising the Thunder Battle saber high, and with all his might, slashed toward Peng Jide. Clang. A tremendous sound rang out. Peng Jide was actually driven back several steps by Bai Piao's single cleaving strike. Although the earth element rendered him and scathed his pride, had suffered a grave insult. I had intended merely to play with you, boy. You brought this upon yourself. Peng Jide bellowed, his fury finally ignited. Earth-grade low-tier martial technique. 1,000 lights, 10,000 swords art. 10,000 sword intents erupted from his long sword. Though the earth element primarily governed defense, it still granted a slight augmentation to offense. This torrent of sword intents surged straight toward Bai Piao. Old fox, abandoning close combat so soon. Bai Piao had wished to continue the fight a while longer to further familiarize himself with his own strength. Yet from Peng Jide's demeanor, it was evident the final showdown had arrived. Come then. I shall show you that even without close combat you are no match for me. Bai Piao sheathed the Thunder Battle saber as the metal element erupted forth. Golden radiance spread across the entire battlefield, causing even those engaged in other fights to momentarily pause. What an overwhelming presence. This youth who appeared so young was actually a martial emperor, and one wielding the offensive metal element at that. Shock value 2019. In an instant they found themselves startlingly sobered. Could they truly claim the 1,000 fragrance fruit against one so powerful? Bai Piao unleashed his full primordial energy, the reserves within his dantian surging forth in a frenzy. Heaven-grade mid-tier martial technique. Great Sun Immortal Fist. Having already reached mastery, the Great Sun Immortal Fist wielded extraordinary power. A colossal golden fist materialized within the sight of all present. The aura of destruction it exuded made every heart tremble, snapping all present to full alertness. How terrifying. Anyone could see that even the Elder's sword art would be hard-pressed to withstand it. Boom. The fist and sword intent collided with devastating force. Primordial energy waves surged outward, felling trees in their path. Martial kings were sent flying by the shockwave, while those few martial emperors staggered back repeatedly. Their hearts trembled with awe. How formidable. The fist surged forward with irresistible force. After but a brief pause, it utterly crushed and shattered the sword intent, slamming into the Elder himself. Crack. The Elder's earthen elemental tortoise shell splintered apart as he vomited a great mouthful of blood. Both at the peak of Martial Emperor 5-star, both wielding elemental affinities. Yet Bai Piao had utterly overwhelmed him. You? How can you wield a heaven-rank martial art? Where in the world do you come from? Peng Jide wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart trembling with astonishment. Shock points 13. A heaven-rank martial art. How could a mere martial emperor possibly possess such a technique? Save your breath. To return a blow is only proper etiquette. Take this. Bai Piao's strike sent Peng Jide spitting blood, his confidence soaring. Gripping the Thunder Battle blade, he charged forward once more. He had little choice, his offensive techniques were scarce, with only the Great Sun Indestructible Fist to his name. Youth, do not think that possessing a heaven-rank martial art gives you license to run rampant. Peng Jide retreated step by step, yet his words were directed toward the onlookers standing aside. Gentlemen, this youth is far too powerful. I myself cannot withstand a single blow from him, and you have even less hope. Had I been defeated, you would stand no chance whatsoever at claiming this 1,000 fragrance fruit. Our only opportunity lies in uniting against him. After we slay this youth, we shall divide the prize. What say you? Peng Jide, a cunning schemer, realizing he could not prevail alone, began sowing discord among the crowd. His words carried weight and semblance of reason enough to sway even the faintest of minds. And yet his words held truth. Very well, let us follow Lord Peng. Precisely. If this lad defeats him, we have no chance at all. Wealth and danger walk hand in hand. Let us fight, brothers. One man's impulsiveness ignited the passions of those around him. In an instant, nearly half of the martial kings voiced their agreement. Even the two martial emperors of the 3rd star lent their assent. For them, the greatest threats on this field were Peng Jide and Bai Piao alike. If they could watch the two destroy each other, the 1,000 fragrance fruit would be theirs. However, Bai Piao's overwhelming strength had shattered this delicate balance. Compelled by their desire for the fruit, they had no choice but to align with Peng Jide. The rest, now sober and unmoved by enticement, had already abandoned their schemes for the 1,000 fragrance fruit. Yet they did not depart. Rather, they took positions at a distance, biding their time. Should the two leaders exhaust one another, they would swoop in and reap the final reward like idle fishermen. Huang Ye watched with growing dread as the crowd mobilized against Bai Piao, and she urgently called out, "Bai Piao, I no longer care for the 1,000 fragrance fruit. We must flee at once." She had expected to obtain the fruit with ease, but events had spiraled far beyond her expectations. She would not bear to see Bai Piao come to harm. Ha, Ye, fear not. Watch how old boy turns this rabble into scrap today. Rather than retreat, Bai Piao advanced, a surge of heroic spirit rising within him as he faced the assembled hosts. Did you see that? I am so formidable that it takes a group to take me down. One versus a crowd. Does that not make me magnificent? Yet he was not reckless, swiftly summoning the system interface. He turned his gaze to the martial arts section. Martial arts, heaven rank, mid-tier, great sun, indestructible fist, apprenticed, heaven rank, mid-tier, heaven treading step, beginner, heaven rank, high tier, bright, golden, indestructible body, beginner. He could not afford to grow complacent. He needed to invest skill points immediately. 5,613 shock points remained. He invested in the Great Sun Indestructible Fist, elevating it from apprentice to proficient, then again to mastery, deducting 200 and 300 points respectively. The plus signs remained, but Bai Piao felt it sufficient and refrained from investing further. Next was the Trampling Heaven Step. Bai Piao upgraded it with a single point, advancing it to the initiate level, costing 100 shock points. Finally, there was the Radiant Imperishable Body. He activated it 3 times consecutively, elevating it directly to the mastery level, spending a total of 600 shock points. It appeared that upgrading martial techniques cost 100, 200, and 300 shock points for the 3 tiers respectively. Now the martial techniques panel had changed accordingly. Martial techniques: Heavenly Grade, Intermediate, Great Sun, Imperishable Fist, Mastery, Heavenly Grade, Intermediate, Trampling Heaven Step, Initiate, Heavenly Grade, Advanced, Radiant, Imperishable Body, Mastery. With his combat power greatly enhanced, Bai Piao turned his gaze toward the crowd that had already formed an encirclement around him. 10 martial kings at their peak, 2 martial monarchs at 3-star, and 1 wounded martial monarch at 5-star. Such an assembly of peak combatants would be more than enough to level an entire city, whether it were Licheng or Wucheng. Yet now they all shared a single common enemy, Bai Piao. This marked the first great battle since Bai Piao had transmigrated into this world. Come on then, you worthless trash. Fighting this group was a matter of life and death. Only one side would survive. In his words, Bai Piao held nothing back. After a wave of provocation, he struck first. Seeing Bai Piao move, the others moved as well. Trampling Heaven Step. Radiant Imperishable Body. With his martial techniques upgraded, Bai Piao's combat power had soared by far more than a mere fraction. Rather than charging toward the 3 martial monarchs, his figure darted through the crowd as he aimed his fists at the martial kings at their peak. What a... He's coming for us. Quick attack. The martial kings were thrown into shock. They had assumed the martial monarchs would hold the front line while they provided support from the flanks. Yet for the 3rd time, Bai Piao had defied all expectations, choosing to eliminate these so-called freeloaders first. Quick, this is our chance. Peng Jide and the 2 3-star martial monarchs were overjoyed to see Bai Piao abandon his back to them, charging at the martial kings instead. You idiot. Leaving your back exposed to me. I'm going to blast you until you bleed. Bai Piao's speed was blindingly swift. The martial kings could barely catch a glimpse of his shadow. With the metal attribute enveloping his fist, he flickered through the air and appeared before a 9-star martial king, unleashing a devastating punch. Bang! The man only realized Bai Piao was right before his eyes when blood spurted from his mouth and his body flew backward. After crashing through more than a dozen massive trees, he slammed heavily into the ground, his fate unknown. Just as Bai Piao's fist landed on the 2nd martial king, the techniques of Peng Jide and the 2 martial monarchs had already reached his back. Mystic Grade Advanced Martial Technique. Mystic Breaking Palm. Mystic Grade Advanced Martial Technique. Demon Slaying Finger. Earth Grade Low Martial Technique. Grand Heaven Seal. 3 techniques surged forth simultaneously, hurtling straight toward Bai Piao. Yet to their astonishment, Bai Piao completely ignored them, driving his fist straight into the 3rd martial king. That brat is far too careless. Careless? He's nothing short of a reckless fool. I can already picture him being torn to shreds by our techniques. The 3 martial monarchs were overjoyed. Bai Piao neither dodged nor evaded their combined assault. If that wasn't sheer stupidity, what was? Piao Piao, watch your back. Huang Ye was consumed by anxiety. She lacked the strength to charge, and so, all she could do was fret helplessly from the sidelines. Piao Piao, how could you be so foolish? Just as smiles of triumph spread across Peng Jide's face, and the others, their expressions suddenly froze. A stream of earth-yellow radiance, deeper and more profound than even Peng Jide's, erupted frantically from within Bai Piao's body, enveloping him entirely. This Earth attribute. This kid possesses a 2nd attribute. The 3 men nearly lost their jaws in shock. Even everyone around them was thoroughly stunned. Dual attributes. They had only heard of such things, never witnessed them with their own eyes. Especially the metal and earth attributes. one governing offense, the other defense. A flawless fusion of attack and protection. Two attributes manifesting simultaneously within a single young man. With heavenly grade techniques and dual attributes, this youth must undoubtedly hail from one of the great powers. Shock points 23, 22, 21. A single wave of shock points surged beyond 400. Martial kings and martial emperors truly are generous sources of shock points. The earth attribute enveloped Bai Piao's entire body, granting him a defensive layer across his whole form while providing at least a 90% augmentation to his radiant golden indestructible body. Boom. The techniques of two 3-star martial emperors and one 5-star martial emperor struck Bai Piao squarely. Yet he was merely sent flying backward by the impact, completely unharmed. The techniques unleashed by the two 3-star martial emperors shattered and dissipated upon contact with Bai Piao's body. Only Peng Jide's low-grade Earth-tier martial technique managed to send Bai Piao retreating. A 5-star martial emperor wielding a mid-grade heaven-tier martial technique at the pinnacle of perfection, bolstered further by Earth attribute amplification and defense. Such an assault from 3 cultivators could only force Bai Piao back. Damn, maxing out a heaven-tier technique to perfection is outrageously overpowered. Bai Piao mused internally. Yet using the momentum of his forced retreat, he surged forward with even greater speed toward the remaining martial kings. Bang bang bang. One punch per person. Every martial king was sent flying with blood spewing from their mouths, their fates unknown. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Shock points 2019-18. The 10 martial kings failed to yield any shock points. This wave produced merely a little over 200. Hehe, it's your turn now. Bai Piao slowly turned around, fixing his gaze upon Peng Jide and his 2 companions. The 3 had been utterly confident of victory, certain that today's 1,000 fragrance fruit would fall into their hands. They had already begun scheming among themselves, each plotting the most cunning stratagems to ensure the treasure would ultimately belong to them alone. But Bai Piao's sudden intervention transformed their shock into outright terror. When the combined techniques of 3 martial emperors cannot even breach a single defense, how could they possibly fight? Moreover, despite being merely a martial emperor himself, Bai Piao had unleashed countless heaven-tier arts without the slightest hint of exhaustion in his chi. The sight kindled thoughts of retreat in their hearts. Victory was absolutely impossible. The 3 exchanged glances as though sharing a single unspoken understanding and arrived at a collective decision. Young friend, the 3 of us were momentarily blinded by the value of the 1,000 fragrance fruit. Now that we have regained our senses, we shall absolutely not contest it with you any longer. Should anyone nearby dare obstruct your acquisition of the 1,000 fragrance fruit, this old man shall be the first to charge forth and deal with them. Peng Jide stepped forward, his face bearing an apologetic expression, though beneath it lay a far deeper bitterness. They were all 5-star martial emperors, yet they couldn't even scratch his skin. What was the point of fighting? That final declaration was merely an attempt at flattery, hoping Bai Piao would show them mercy. The other 2 martial emperors nodded rapidly in unison, their faces etched with dread, showing not the slightest inclination to continue the battle. Bai Piao was momentarily stunned. Had he truly beaten them into submission so easily? Where was the promised great battle? They had been frightened into not daring to fight at all. It must have been his overwhelming kingly aura that intimidated them. Fine. Each of you just needs to proclaim Bai Piao is awesome, and then you can scram. Bai Piao produced the folding fan he had once purchased, snapping it open with a sharp flick as he addressed the 3. The 3 appeared rather dumbfounded, failing to fully comprehend. Even Huang Yeye could only grasp the general meaning, finding it somewhat perplexing. Don't you understand? Bai Piao snapped his fan shut, his tone turning stern. We understand. Peng Jide nodded frantically. After a moment's hesitation and half a second of deliberation, he slowly opened his mouth. Bai Piao is awesome. Louder. I can't hear you. Bai Piao is awesome. Bai Piao is awesome. Within the mountains, a series of uniform and powerful chants rang out, startling the birds into flight. Bai Piao waved his hands with rhythmic cadence, and to better resemble a conductor, he produced a feather duster. Before him stood 10 martial kings and 6 martial emperors arranged in 2 rows respectively. They bellowed with all their might as Bai Piao's feather dusters swept through the air. Not bad, louder. You're not allowed to use your primal energy. Just scream with your throats. Bai Piao's feather duster delivered a few sharp swats to the rear of a 1-star martial emperor as he roared at the crowd. The 1-star martial emperor who had been struck was an old man, nearly 100 years old, with wisps of white hair adorning his face. After being struck by Bai Piao, he immediately felt an itching pain across his backside and hurriedly reached back to rub it. No rubbing. Now 3, 2, 1, go. Bai Piao swung his feather duster. Bai Piao is awesome. Bai Piao is awesome. A group of martial emperors and martial kings ranging in age from 50 to 120 began to part their throats in thunderous roars. Not bad. Yes, you. Your voice is the loudest you may leave. Bai Piao pointed at the 1-star martial emperor, whose backside he had just smacked. Thank you, thank you. The man immediately nodded, rasped out his gratitude with a hoarse voice, and swiftly flew away. The onlookers were stunned. How could someone far older than them possibly possess the loudest voice? If that man knew the crowd's confusion, he would have said, if you want a louder voice, just let Bai Piao give you a few whacks with his feather duster as well. Huang Ye watched with great interest from the side. Unable to contain herself any longer, she dashed forward, snatched the feather duster from Bai Piao's hand, planted one hand on her hip, and from her sweet voice erupted a startling force. The rest of you continue until the sun set behind the western hills. You may leave. Huang Ye pointed at a 9-star martial king. Thank you. His throat could no longer form words. After cupping his fist in salute, he immediately fled for his life. Monsters, absolute monsters. Screaming at the top of his lungs some utterly incomprehensible phrase, and forbidden from using primal energy. After an entire afternoon of relying solely on his throat, his 60-something-year-old voice had reached its breaking point. He swore an oath that he would never again lay eyes on those two young people. After his departure, the only one remaining on the field was a single old man. Peng Jide. Having suffered injuries and unable to mobilize his primal energy, he was already 120 years old. Therefore his voice had been the quietest from beginning to end. Why had that previous man won? Because when Peng Jide opened his mouth, one could only see the shape. No sound could be heard at all. At this moment Peng Jide's mouth opened and closed, yet no sound emerged. His throat was practically smoking. What do you think you're doing? Honestly, at your age you're the textbook case of moving your mouth without making a sound. Are you playing games with us? Indignation spread across Bai Piao's face as he slapped the feather duster in his hand and prepared to advance upon Peng Jide's backside. Mmm. Peng Jide dodged, repeatedly muttering through closed lips, his face contorted with an expression of pleading refusal. Throughout the entire afternoon he had joined in the roaring, hoping that he might be the loudest, and thus be allowed to leave early to treat his wounds. But it was painfully clear. While there was always someone louder than him at the start, by the end his throat could no longer sustain itself, and no matter how hard he roared, he could not outmatch the others. Suffocating, miserable, on the verge of tears. Hey, what are you doing? Fine, I won't hit you. Just stop making that face. Bai Piao could bear it no longer. Watching an old man behave in such a manner was an assault on his eyes. All right, you may go. Off with you, don't let me see you again. Bai Piao waved his hand in dismissal. An immense weight lifted from Peng Jide's shoulders. Overwhelmed with emotion, he swiftly made his escape. I, Peng Jide, shall never look upon you again for as long as I live. Let's go, Ye. I'll take you to get the 1,000 fragrance fruit. Bai Piao gazed at Huang Ye, his folding fan in hand, radiating an air of effortless elegance. Piao, you're the best. Huang Ye beamed with unbridled delight. After toying with a pack of martial kings and martial emperors all afternoon, she was now about to claim the 1,000 fragrance fruit, all thanks to the man standing before her. In her heart the image of Bai Piao had grown not only taller but closer. Before them lay an extraordinary fruit emanating an irresistibly enchanting aroma. Is this fruit really that remarkable? Bai Piao asked, his eyes fixed upon the 1,000 fragrance fruit. Of course it is. Huang Ye explained. The 1,000 fragrance fruit can only flourish under extraordinarily privileged natural conditions. Once it begins to grow, it dominantly drains all surrounding nutrients. Any other treasures nearby, if they are weaker than it, they simply cannot survive. That's why you'll never find other rare treasures growing around 1,000 fragrance fruit. As she spoke, Huang Ye reached out and carefully plucked the 1,000 fragrance fruit from its stem. She produced an exquisite box and carefully placed the 1,000 fragrance fruit inside for safekeeping. Thank you, Piao. Huang Ye clapped her small hands joyfully, 2 dimples blooming faintly upon her cheeks. With the 1,000 fragrance fruit in hand, she could refine the 10,000 fragrance pill and ascend to become a martial emperor. Is this how you thank me? Not even a single tangible reward. Bai Piao observed her with a roguish grin. What kind of reward do you want? Huang Ye froze for a moment, then lowered her head and replied in a coy, hesitant voice. Anything works, as long as it's a reward. Bai Piao mused briefly, then answered casually. Then. Huang Ye hesitated for the longest time, as if summoning some quiet resolve within herself. Suddenly she rose on her tiptoes, lifted her head, and pressed the softest touch upon Bai Piao's cheek. You rascal. Huang Ye's cheeks flushed so deeply they seemed on the verge of weeping crimson, and she darted away in a flash. That shameless Piao, always trying to take advantage of me. The sudden sensation on his cheek left Bai Piao utterly dumbfounded. He touched his face where a lingering fragrance remained and thought, did she just kiss me? Good heavens. He had only spoken offhand, never expecting Huang Ye to launch such a sudden, startling move. So abrupt, so utterly abrupt. Bai Piao's heart surged with overwhelming excitement. His very first kiss from a girl. Could it be that Huang Ye truly harbors feelings for him? Surely she must. A girl would never act so freely without some affection behind it. Yes, that must be it. Such a sweet, adorable girl. How could Bai Piao not adore her? Should he simply accept her feelings outright? Yet just as the thought formed, another face flickered through his mind. Li Yanran. No, Bai Piao. You cannot be a fickle-hearted scoundrel. Unless Li Yanran agrees. But would Yanran truly consent? She probably would, wouldn't she? After all, this world never decreed that a man could take only one wife. He recalled the Ma family patriarch he'd seen before, surrounded by a multitude of concubines. Yes, Yanran would surely agree. Then what was there to wait for? Huang Yeye was already running off into the distance. Yeye, wait for me. A foolish grin spread across Bai Piao's face as he hurried after her. A deep blush still stained Huang Yeye's cheeks. She turned her face away, too shy to meet Bai Piao's eyes directly. Yeye, why didn't you wait for me? Bai Piao chuckled with a goofy expression plastered across his face. That's your fault for not running faster. Huang Yeye deliberately wrinkled her nose and replied with a cold huff. Oh dear, I was wrong, I admit it. Having said this, Bai Piao extended his hand of his own accord. Shall we go? Gazing at the large hand before her, Huang Yeye's face flushed once more. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally placed her hand gently within his. You rascal. The delicate, boneless, small hand in his grasp stirred Bai Piao's heart. Off we go. The two continued their flight toward the center of Li Saint province. They traveled during the day, stopping at nearby cities to rest whenever fatigue set in. At night, Bai Piao unfurled his wings to press onward while Huang Yeye dozed off on his back. At times, when Huang Yeye grew hungry and no city was nearby, Bai Piao would produce the delicacies he had purchased earlier in Li City, kept safely within his storage ring. Huang Yeye was overjoyed, praising Bai Piao repeatedly for his foresight and preparation. After traveling at full speed for 3 or 4 days, Bai Piao finally glimpsed the border of Li Saint province. Piao Piao, the boundary of Li Saint province lies just ahead, Huang Yeye said, clasping Bai Piao's hand. Through these days spent together, their bond had grown ever closer, and holding hands in public no longer stirred the faintest trace of bashfulness. Once we reach Li Saint province, we shall find an alchemy chamber, so you may refine the Wanxian pill, Bai Piao replied with a nod. Piao Piao, you still haven't told me what you truly came to Li Saint province to do. Huang Yeye turned her head to ask. There are certain special matters, things that must be done waiting for me there, Bai Piao replied after a moment's thought, choosing not to mention anything about Li Yanran. Oh, I see. Huang Yeye nodded, understanding that Bai Piao was unwilling to elaborate, and did not press further. Strictly speaking, every place Bai Piao had ever passed through all belonged to Li Saint province. Yet the colossal city before their eyes could truly be called the heart of Li Saint province. It was known as the Holy City. To distinguish it from other holy cities, it was referred to as Li Holy City. The city lord bore the surname Li. The Holy City was staggeringly vast, its boundaries impossible for Bai Piao to discern in a single glance. At the very least 1,000 times the size of Li City. They soon arrived at the gates of the Holy City. After a brief inspection and the payment of 100 gold coins as an entry fee, the two stepped inside. The moment he entered, Bai Piao was overwhelmed by the thunderous din of the crowd. The clamor was deafening, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Wow, Piao Piao, how prosperous this place is. The last time I came here, I didn't even pause to look around. This time I'm going to enjoy myself to the fullest. Huang Yeye tugged at Bai Piao's hand, bouncing merrily as she pressed forward. An abundance of street performances, all manner of precious delicacies, too countless to take in, dazzled Huang Yeye, until her eyes grew blurry with wonder. Half an hour later, a troubled expression crept across her face. What was she to do? Her stomach was so tiny, she had sampled barely a dozen stalls before she could eat no more. She truly wished her belly could never be filled. Yeye, why the long face all of a sudden? Bai Piao asked, puzzled by her sudden stillness. Piao Piao, I'm almost full. But I still want to eat. I want to eat so much more. Huang Yeye patted her little tummy, indicating that it was nearly at capacity. Bai Piao pressed a hand to his brow and said, Then let us find some amusements first. Once you're tired from playing, we shall eat again, all right? Yeye. Huang Yeye's eyes suddenly sparkled. She planted a loud kiss on Bai Piao's cheek and exclaimed, Piao Piao, you're so clever. The furrow on her brow smoothed away, and once more she bounded along with buoyant steps. Bai Piao watched the little one with quiet resignation. It's not that I'm clever. It's that you've stuffed yourself silly, isn't it? Thus the two ate and played as they went, and evening arrived before they knew it. Yeah, I noticed an alchemy chamber earlier. You may go refine your pills now. Bai Piao said, leading Huang Yeye out of the tavern. Piao Piao, look at me in this state. How could I possibly refine pills? Huang Yeye rubbed her round, bulging tummy, her face a mixture of joy and vexation. She had eaten far too much to even attempt refining pills. Beyond muddling her thoughts, there was another issue. Sitting cross-legged would make her belly terribly uncomfortable. Piao Piao, what should I do? Huang Yeye pouted her lips sulkily. Sigh, I really can't with you. Bai Piao ruffled Huang Yeye's head and spoke helplessly, let's go, I'll help you refine it. He recalled that he had once drawn a 7th grade alchemist, and after claiming the X10 reward it, had become an 8th grade alchemist. Although he had never refined pills before, as an 8th grade alchemist, refining the 10,000 fragrance pill should pose no problem. Huh, you know alchemy. Huang Yeye was stunned, utterly incredulous. Is that not allowed? Bai Piao nodded. Wow, Piao, you're incredible. Huang Yeye's eyes sparkled like little stars. To think he was so young, yet already a martial emperor bearing the blessing of 4 attributes was one thing, but he could even refine pills. Piao, let's go, hurry. Huang Yeye wore an expression of eager excitement, dragging Bai Piao as she ran toward the alchemy room. They found the proprietor paid the required fee and secured a rather decent quality cauldron. This cauldron looks quite splendid, doesn't it? Within a private chamber, Bai Piao gazed upon the cauldron before him, clicking his tongue in wonder. It fell somewhat short of the legendary pill-refining furnace of Taishang Laojun from his imagination, but the essence was more or less the same. The cauldron was rather modest in size overall, only large enough for 2 people to embrace together. According to the proprietor, this was a 4th grade cauldron worth no small fortune. Cauldrons too were ranked by grade from 1st to 9th, with 1st being the most inferior and 9th the most supreme. To refine the 10,000 fragrance pill, aside from the 1,000 fragrance fruit, as the rarest primary ingredient, another equally rare supplementary ingredient was required, along with other ordinary medicinal herbs used to balance the properties. In truth, consuming the 1,000 fragrance fruit directly was not entirely out of the question, but the probability of breaking through to martial emperor afterward was far lower than if it were refined into the 10,000 fragrance pill. The other medicinal ingredients had long been prepared by Huang Ye. Only the 1,000 fragrance fruit remained. At this moment, Bai Piao sat cross-legged with a great heap of nameless herbs arrayed before him. All right, Piao, hurry up and refine the pill. I'll wait right beside you. After arranging the herbs properly, Huang Ye obediently seated herself to one side, preparing to watch Bai Piao's performance. Judging by Piao's talent in other endeavors, his alchemy must surely be extraordinary as well, right? She must observe and learn attentively in a moment. Thus Huang Ye mused to herself. Little did she expect that Bai Piao's next words would nearly cause her to spit blood in exasperation. Ye, I've never actually refined pills before. Would you teach me how? Bai Piao organized his thoughts and spoke to Huang Ye. What? You've never refined pills before? Huang Ye sprang up in an instant, her wide eyes glaring at Bai Piao. Are you kidding me? Well, strictly speaking, that is indeed the case. Bai Piao knew this was hard to accept, so he explained, but you must trust me. I'm an 8th grade alchemist. I truly can refine the 10,000 fragrance pill for you. 8th grade alchemist? Huang Ye was dumbfounded. Was Piao out of his mind, or was Huang Ye the one losing her senses? 8th grade alchemists. She herself barely knew more than a handful. Throughout the vast Huangxian province, alchemists were as common as clouds and martial emperors as plentiful as curs, yet 8th grade alchemists numbered no more than 5. And Bai Piao claims to be one of them. Though filled with doubt out of her trust in Bai Piao, Huang Ye did not reject him outright. Piao, are you absolutely certain? Bai Piao nodded, indicating there truly would be no problem. All right, then no matter what, you're the one who obtained the 1,000 fragrance fruit. Even if the refinement fails, I won't blame you. Now I'll teach you how to refine pills. As for the precise flame control and techniques, you'll have to master those yourself. The alchemy chamber. When Bai Piao conjured a string of crimson flames tinged with a faint green hue from his palm, Huang Ye was utterly dumbfounded. Previously, Bai Piao had displayed 4 spiritual attributes: metal, fire, water, and earth, and now a 5th had emerged: wood. All 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A tremor of astonishment seized Huang Ye's heart. Shock points 25. This marked the first time Huang Ye had ever bestowed upon Bai Piao any shock points for his elemental attributes. Even when Bai Piao had previously revealed 4 attributes, Huang Ye had only been surprised, not truly astonished. 3 attribute cultivators she had seen with her own eyes, and 4 attribute wielders she had heard spoken of. But 5 attributes, she had only heard of such prodigies in distant legends. And Bai Piao, he possessed all 5. How could she possibly remain unshaken? Huang Ye's reaction drew an inward smile from Bai Piao. Ahem, Ye, shall we begin? He waved his hand gently before her eyes. Oh, yes, let's start. Huang Ye nodded absently. She began to introduce each medicinal ingredient one by one, its name, its attributes, and the crucial considerations to observe during the refining process. Huang Ye clearly possessed profound expertise in the realm of herbalism. Every detail about each ingredient flowed from her lips with effortless precision, leaving nothing to ambiguity. Thanks to his martial emperor-level constitution, Bai Piao's mind had grown remarkably sharp, and his memory had become extraordinarily keen. After hearing each explanation only once, he had already committed nearly all of it to memory. After covering these preliminaries, Huang Ye proceeded to teach Bai Piao the method for refining the myriad fragrance pill. The myriad fragrance pill was a 4th grade pill, yet by rigorous standards the difficulty of its refinement surpassed that of certain 5th grade pills. Depending on the quality of the finished product, the pill was classified into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. When Huang Yeye refined it herself, she could typically only achieve middle grade. To produce an upper grade pill, perhaps 1 out of every 100 attempts might succeed, a mere 1% probability. With all explanations concluded, the moment arrived for Bai Piao to take action. Huang Ye stood watching quietly at the side, though a trace of unease still lingered within her heart. He knows nothing of medicinal efficacy, nothing of herb names, yet dares to claim himself an alchemist. Were he not her boyfriend, she would certainly have taken him for a charlatan. Bai Piao closed his eyes, allowing the knowledge within his mind to settle. One herb after another drifted through his consciousness. Its properties, the required flame intensity, the precise timing, each annotated with meticulous detail. Simultaneously, he summoned forth a portion of his mind that had never before been called upon. It was the technique of an 8th grade alchemist. Time slipped past second by second. A full half-hour passed while Bai Piao remained with his eyes closed, yet Huang Ye displayed not the slightest impatience. Beyond innate talent, the refinement of pills demanded boundless patience. As a remarkably young 4th grade alchemist, Huang Ye understood this principle with profound clarity. Moreover, she noticed that as time wore on, an indescribable aura began to emanate gradually from Bai Piao's person. That aura was intimately familiar to her. It was the very presence possessed only by master-grade alchemists, an aura that encompassed the confidence, the pride, and the lifetime's distilled essence of a true master of the pill-refining art. In her eyes, Bai Piao had become someone entirely different. The familiar presence she had always known had dissolved. In its place stood a bearing that belonged solely to a grandmaster of alchemy. Now it was as though she herself were merely an apprentice of the craft, preparing to witness an unparalleled master alchemist refine a pill destined to be anything but ordinary. An expression of sheer astonishment blossomed across Huang Ye's delicate face. This is a pill soul. Bai Piao actually possesses a pill soul. That is something only an 8th grade alchemist could possess. He truly is an 8th grade alchemist. The vast alchemy hall contained numerous small chambers. At that moment, every alchemist within those rooms simultaneously felt a jolt of unease. Their hands froze mid-motion, expressions turning grim as they all turned their gazes toward a single direction. That direction pointed to the alchemy chamber where Bai Piao resided. Inside the chamber, Bai Piao's aura grew ever stronger. The 8th grade alchemy techniques within his mind had been fully awakened. It was at this very instant. He opened his eyes. His gaze was profoundly deep, as though billions of stars shimmered within. Upon closer inspection, each of those stars was actually formed from individual pills. Smack! He struck the alchemy furnace with his palm, and instantly roaring flames erupted from within. A pale green aura coiled around his hands as he swiftly tossed herb after herb into the furnace. The fierce flames within the furnace directly and rapidly refined the medicinal herbs. The speed at which he threw them in like dumplings dropped into boiling water left Huang Ye utterly stunned. She had never seen medicinal herbs tossed into an alchemy furnace so rapidly before. One must understand that the properties of different herbs vary enormously. Some require intense heat, while others demand slow simmering over extended periods. A single lapse in concentration could cause the herbs to crumble into worthless dross due to improper control of temperature and timing, necessitating a complete restart. This is precisely why refining a single batch of pills can take as little as half a day or as long as a month under normal circumstances. By her own estimation, even if everything went smoothly, successfully refining all the herbs except for the 1000 fragrance fruit would require a full day. Not to mention the final pill formation stage, which would take at least 5 days. Yet at Bai Piao's current pace, within half an hour all the secondary herbs, except the 1000 fragrance fruit, would be successfully refined. That was over 100 different varieties of medicinal herbs. As Bai Piao tossed each herb into the furnace, waves of fragrant herbal aroma slowly emanated from within. Half an hour later, all the herbs before Bai Piao had been refined with the sole exception of the crucial 1000 fragrance fruit. Even now, a relaxed expression remained on Bai Piao's face. Refining these herbs in mere minutes seemed utterly effortless for him. His gaze fell upon the 1000 fragrance fruit lying in its box. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, spiritual energy surged forth, and the 1000 fragrance fruit burst open midair. This! Huang Ye cried out in shock. Once the 1000 fragrance fruit burst open, its medicinal efficacy would dissipate, drastically reducing its effectiveness. How could Bai Piao do this? Just as the medicinal effects began to scatter, a fire dragon suddenly erupted from Bai Piao's hand, wrapping tightly around it. Bai Piao intended to refine the 1000 fragrance fruit, using only fire in the open air without relying on the furnace. Huang Ye was utterly astonished. She had never even heard of such a refinement method. Had an ordinary person attempted this, the only outcome would be the herb reduced to ashes, unless one's control over the flame reached a state of absolute precision. And Bai Piao, an 8th grade alchemist blessed with a pill soul, naturally possessed such confidence. While the furnace refined the remaining herbs below, the fire dragon above roasted the 1000 fragrance fruit. Bai Piao was applying his attention to both tasks simultaneously. A pure fragrance drifted outward. The 1,000 fragrance fruit was perfectly refined. Huh. Bai Piao bellowed, forcing open the furnace lid as the liquid form of the refined 1,000 fragrance fruit swiftly flew inside. Now came the moment of pill formation. Bai Piao, who had been entirely at ease, finally allowed a serious expression to surface upon his features. The moment of pill formation was the most critical juncture. An hour slipped by. As Bai Piao gradually diminished, the flames within the cauldron of fragrance of extraordinary richness began to permeate the surroundings. With merely a single breath of it, the spiritual energy within Huang Ye's body stirred with incredible vigor, crying out with an intense yearning. It's about to form. I wonder what grade it will reach. Surely it must be of the supreme grade at the very least. Such was the potency of the medicinal aroma that a glimmer of moisture gathered at the corner of Huang Ye's lips. It would undoubtedly be utterly delectable. Bai Piao's eyes flickered with purpose. The moment had arrived. Boom! He struck the alchemy cauldron with tremendous force, sending it hurtling skyward. The cauldron pierced through the very ceiling of the refinement chamber, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. What in the world? Someone's alchemy just blasted through the neighboring chamber. Let's go and have a look. Holy hell, that guy must be out of his mind. Who blows up someone else's entire alchemy room just trying to refine a pill? Have we honestly not witnessed this sort of thing before? No sooner had the commotion erupted than numerous cultivators in the vicinity abandoned their pursuits, flocking eagerly toward the spectacle. Meanwhile, within the chambers encircling Bai Piao's fellow alchemists, who had been traversing the most delicate moments of their own refinements, found their concentration shattered by the sudden, deafening detonation. The pills within their cauldrons crumbled into oblivion. Countless hours of painstaking labor reduced to naught. Consumed by wrath, they hurled curses into the air, vowing to seek retribution. Damn it all. Who dares? That bastard has ruined the spirit-nurturing pill I've been toiling over for days on end. Within one of the chambers, a young man of resplendent attire erupted in a furious tirade, his countenance contorted with unbridled rage. He had been on the very precipice of completing his refinement when that earth-shattering clamor shattered his rhythm entirely. The pill he had painstakingly cultivated over 2 days and nights had been reduced to a catastrophic failure. He now stood drenched in ash and soot from the explosion. Had he not channeled his spiritual energy to shield himself in the nick of time, he might very well have sustained grave injury. Writhing with indignation, he could contain his fury no longer. Uncle Luo, let us be on our way. I intend to discover precisely which miserable wretch has dared to sabotage my spirit-nurturing pill. He kicked the door aside with savage force, striding boldly toward Bai Piao's location. In response to his words, a middle-aged man trailing behind him fell into measured step, following in his wake. This elder, it transpired, possessed the cultivation of a 1-star martial venerable, a mere martial king of the 2nd star, yet accompanied by a venerable as his personal guard. The status of this young man was beyond extraordinary. Bai Piao, having ascended alongside his cauldron, swept his hand through the air with commanding grace. The lid of the cauldron was wrenched open, and a delicate halo of pale pink radiance blossomed forth in resplendent glory. This, a pink radiance. Piao has actually succeeded in refining a supreme grade 10,000 fragrance pill. Huang Ye hovered in midair, her gaze fixed upon the 2 thumb-sized pills nestled within the cauldron, her delicate countenance etched with profound astonishment. From the very moment Bai Piao commenced his refinement, she had ceaselessly contributed astonishment points to his tally, amassing an exact sum of 100 points thus far. Yet it was not only she who stood rapt. Even those who had hastened to the scene upon hearing the thunderous detonation beheld that radiant glow and drew sharp intakes of breath. This is a supreme grade pill. That fragrance, it's unmistakably the 10,000 fragrance pill. Merciful heavens, a supreme grade 10,000 fragrance pill. Should a cultivator at the peak of martial king so much as employ it, they would ascend with absolute certainty to martial emperor, provided they are not utterly witless. To think that this young man, who appears scarcely past his 20th year, possesses such prodigious talent in the art of alchemy. Li Shengzhou's domain sprawled magnificently across the land, its populace numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The commotion at Bai Piao's location swiftly drew a gathering of over 1,000 onlookers, the vast majority of whom stood utterly transfixed by the spectacle unfolding before them. Astonishment points 13, 13, 12. Those at Martial Emperor and above rarely yielded astonishment, offering at most mild surprise, while those beneath Martial King were virtually guaranteed to be astonished. From this single wave alone, Bai Piao reaped a staggering harvest of 2,000 astonishment points. Many Martial Kings at the peak felt their hearts race, their inner desires stirring. But Bai Piao's aura of a martial emperor quickly sobered them. With a flick of his hand, 2 Wanxiang pills flew into Bai Piao's palms. He extracted a jade bottle and stored them inside. This jade bottle had originally been found in the storage rings of those thugs who had abducted Huang Ye, perfect for storing pills. Bai Piao, you're so amazing. Huang Ye fluttered over, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Bai Piao hadn't only stunned her with his skills, it was his intense focus during alchemy that left the deepest impression. Focused men were the most handsome. Here it's done. Bai Piao handed the jade bottle to Huang Yeye with a warm smile. You're so annoying. Huang Yeye planted a quick kiss on Bai Piao's cheek, a faint blush coloring her face. Bai Piao always demanded rewards after helping someone. It had become their little routine. Even with such public displays being common between them, Huang Yeye couldn't help but feel shy with so many eyes on them. Bai Piao threw back his head in laughter, glanced around at the onlookers, then wrapped an arm around her slender waist and turned to leave. Hold it right there, kid. You just destroyed my pills and think we're letting it go. A voice dripping with arrogance and authority cut through the crowd. Bai Piao stopped mid-step, his smile fading as he turned toward the source. The speaker was that young man he'd blown to soot earlier. That's right. You ruined my pills too. We can't just let this slide. Not even a proper apology. That's pretty insincere. Compensate us. Cut the nonsense. Seeing someone take the lead, the others whose pills had exploded stepped forward to voice their complaints. Yet they held back. Bai Piao's martial emperor cultivation and his status as at least a grade 4 alchemist kept them in check. Most of them hadn't even reached grade 4. Real grade 4 alchemists in Lisheng City had their own private refining rooms. They wouldn't be hanging around a profit-sharing public facility like this. With over a dozen people stepping forward, Bai Piao finally understood. The explosion that had nearly destroyed the refining room had affected far more people than he'd realized. He'd only done it for fun, never imagining the fallout. His conscience told him he was in the wrong. I apologize, everyone. I owe you an explanation. Bai Piao clasped his fists in greeting and addressed the crowd. If you have time later, let me treat you all to a meal. As a grade 5 alchemist, I'm confident I can share some insights on alchemy that might help resolve your concerns. He certainly wasn't going to pay compensation. A simple meal and some alchemy tips would suffice. In a glance, Bai Piao could tell that 99% hadn't reached grade 4. Only that young man might qualify. Grade 5 alchemist. The crowd was stunned once more. What remarkable talent this young man possessed. Their anger began to fade as they considered the value of his guidance. Rage meant nothing before true strength. More importantly, Bai Piao had offered to share his knowledge, an invaluable opportunity for any alchemist to learn from a higher-ranked practitioner. The crowd nodded in agreement. As Bai Piao prepared to leave, a voice cut through the air. You think you can just walk away? Do you have any respect for me, Luo Jin? Is the experience of a 5th-rank alchemist really that valuable? Luo Jin stepped forward one stride, revealing the badge pinned to his chest. At the sight of this badge, the crowd's faces lit up with intrigued expressions. This is a badge issued by the Alchemist Guild. 5 crescent moons. To think this scruffy-looking youth is actually a 5th-rank alchemist too. Li Shengqing truly lives up to its name, a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons abound. A 5th-rank alchemist rarely seen in ordinary times has actually appeared in the form of 2 young men here. The crowd buzzed with animated discussion. Hearing the surrounding praise, an expression of smug satisfaction crept across Luo Jin's face. As his gaze turned toward Bai Piao, the contempt in his eyes deepened still further. You destroyed the Yishan Dan I painstakingly refined to the very end. Do you even realize what you've done? Having been interrupted for the second time, Bai Piao, despite his good temper, could endure it no longer. TCH, it's ruined, so it's ruined. What the hell does that have to do with me? You damn 5th-rank alchemist couldn't even maintain focus while refining your own pill, and one shout from me blew it apart. How pathetic is that? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this endless blabber? You keep babbling nonstop. Do you think you're some kind of pager? Also, I have to say something. Next time you go out, could you at least bother to wear some clean clothes? What, your family too broke to afford you new clothes, or something? The words tumbled from Bai Piao's mouth like a barrage of firecrackers, leaving Luo Jin stunned and dumbfounded. Very well indeed. Uncle Luo seized that brat for me. I want him on his knees before me, begging for mercy. As for that woman, I want her as my maid. Luo Jin flared with rage and directed Uncle Luo, standing at the side, to make his move. Never in his life had he been roasted like this. He cast a venomous glance at Bai Piao, then shifted his gaze toward Huang Yeye, a lecherous gleam flashing in his eyes. He had long since noticed the beautiful and adorable girl beside Bai Piao. With Uncle Luo backing him up, how could he possibly let slip such a perfect opportunity? A cold glint flashed through Bai Piao's eyes, and when his gaze fell upon Luo Jin, not a trace of emotion remained. Anyone who dares lay a finger on Huang Yeye shall not be spared lightly. He looked toward the elder, whose strength Bai Piao discerned in an instant. A martial venerable. That elder is actually a martial venerable. A mere martial emperor actually has a martial venerable as his bodyguard. This young man must come from extraordinary origins. This show is really getting interesting now. So what if he's a martial venerable? Up till now, the only thing I haven't beaten is a martial venerable. With a cold snort, Bai Piao did not wait for the elder to make his move, and instead lunged forward first. Brilliant yellow undying body activate. Swift stride boots activate. Treading heaven steps commence. 4 attributes emerge. In an instant, radiance blazed forth from Bai Piao's body, dazzling the crowd into momentary bewilderment. Shot points 15, 13, 13. The four elemental lights of metal, water, fire, and earth blazed in resplendent brilliance, making Bai Piao appear as though a deity or Buddha descended among them. Especially upon his body. After the brilliant yellow undying body had reached the realm of absolute mastery combined with the radiance of the metal attribute, he shimmered in dazzling gold, blindingly brilliant. Boy, which faction do you hail from? At the sight of Bai Piao's four attributes, and considering his strength and age, Uncle Luo regarded him with cautious gravity. As an elder, unlike the impetuous Luo Jin, he was far more composed and rational. Such a foundation as Bai Piao possessed was not something any ordinary family could have cultivated. To gather four attribute crystals of different elements, no fewer than a major power could accomplish that. Born with four attributes. Such a notion had never even crossed his mind. If such a person truly existed, Luo would most certainly have heard of them. Those few individuals born with four attributes he had heard of, none of them bore any resemblance to Bai Piao. Enough nonsense, you old fossil. If you don't dare to fight, then scram out of my way. I'm going to deal with that pretty boy punk. Once Bai Piao's battle intent was ignited, he would feel restless without a fight. He could not recall when this habit had taken root. His aura surged like a rainbow radiance, blazing brilliantly from his entire being. You reckless whelp who knows no limits. Uncle Luo watched Bai Piao display such foolish defiance and let out a cold snort, sending a vicious slap hurtling toward him. A colossal hand of primal chi materialized from thin air, emanating a pressure that vastly exceeded that of a martial king. To deal with a mere 5-star martial king in his estimation required nothing more than a single slap. A martial technique. There was utterly no need for one. Old fossil, witness my fist. Great son, immovable fist. Bai Piao bellowed furiously as the primal chi within him surged forth, recklessly unleashing an overwhelming aura that likewise transcended the ordinary martial king. He intended to rely on his 5-star martial king cultivation bolstered by his multiple attributes and a mid-grade heaven rank martial technique to withstand head-on the might of a martial revered. Has this boy gone utterly mad? Does he believe that possessing four attributes makes him invincible? What utter folly! Young people who refuse to acknowledge their limits must inevitably suffer for their arrogance. None of the onlookers held any hope for Bai Piao. A 5-star martial king against a 1-star martial revered. An impossible feat. The ambient primal chi surrounding Bai Piao churned with fierce agitation as a terrifying pressure swept outward. This was the dominating might of his four attributes. Though it paled in comparison to the 5-attribute dominion, its presence remained formidable and could not be underestimated. A fist of four hues coalesced in the air, drawing vast quantities of heaven and earth primal chi into itself. The terrifying pressure it emanated left the crowd stunned once more. This aura. A heaven rank technique. This is the pressure exclusive to a heaven rank martial technique, and its grade at minimum is mid-tier. The discerning gazes of the crowd, far sharper than those of ordinary folk, instantly recognized that Bai Piao's great son immovable fist was indeed a heaven rank martial technique. A product of the system is destined for excellence. This great son immovable fist, even within the pantheon of mid-grade heaven rank techniques of this world, stood among the very pinnacle. The majestic four-hued colossal chi fist collided thunderously with Uncle Luo's hand of primal chi. Boom. An earth-shattering detonation erupted, audible across nearly half of Lixing City, as the shockwaves of the collision sent those of insufficient cultivation hurtling backward through the air. The surrounding onlookers watched the clash of fist and palm with unwavering attention, desperate to discern the victor. The four-hued fist and the colorless hand of primal chi battered one another, until at last they dissipated simultaneously. Bai Piao had actually withstood the strike of a martial revered. Hiss! The crowd was shaken to their very cores. Shock points 25, 24, 23. A magnificent harvest, 3,000 shock points claimed in a single sweep. Gazing upon his shock points, now surpassing 10,000, a fervent excitement gleamed in Bai Piao's eyes. He had long since concluded that engaging in combat before a vast audience under the scrutiny of thousands was the most efficient method of accumulating shock points. Watching his own hand of primal chi be annihilated by Bai Piao, a grave solemnity surfaced in Uncle Luo's gaze. Uncle Luo, what are you doing? Employ a martial technique at once and obliterate him. Luo Jin, upon witnessing Bai Piao emerge unscathed, turned upon Uncle Luo in a furious tirade. Brainless wretch. Uncle Luo cursed him inwardly, yet since Luo Jin had given the order, he had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, given the terrifying combat prowess Bai Piao had just displayed, should he fail to crush this threat in its infancy today, the boy would one day mature into a force capable of thrashing them mercilessly. A ferocious glint flickered within his eyes as he spread his palm wide, releasing a crushing pressure that permeated the surroundings. He, a 1-star martial revered, had been compelled by a mere martial king to resort to employing a martial technique. Boy, you are indeed formidable, and your foundations run deep. But this concludes here and now. The overwhelming pressure belonging to a martial supremacy emanated forth, and the vital essence of the entire heaven and earth seemed to come under its dominion, surging en masse toward Uncle Luo. The vital essence surrounding Bai Piao became instantly sparse beyond compare. This then was the might of a martial supremacy. Relying on the crushing force of absolute superiority, he commanded all the vital essence of heaven and earth around his foe to abandon it. No longer belonging to it, no longer wieldable by it. Fortunately, Bai Piao possessed the pressure of the four attributes, enabling him to reclaim a portion of the vital essence. Otherwise, every trace surrounding him would have been utterly drained and controlled. Going all out are we. But then again, neither have I. Bai Piao murmured, and from the deepest depths of his being an undulation he had experienced but once before began to stir. What sensation is this? Why does my heart tremble so? I feel as though something unspeakably fearsome is about to be unleashed. Just what other trump cards does this young man still possess? Unknowingly, the spectators found themselves stumbling back several paces in succession. The dormant pressure within Bai Piao caused the vital essence within their very bodies to quake in dread. Thunder attribute manifest. Bai Piao roared, and suddenly the very heavens transformed. Dark clouds surged through the sky, and amidst their depths faint threads of lightning flickered into being. A destructive aura exploded forth from within Bai Piao's body as bolts of lightning wreathed his entire form, rendering him as though a god of thunder had descended upon the mortal realm. This was his second time unleashing the thunder attribute. Through his ever-growing familiarity with his own power and the rigors of true combat, the thunder he now commanded bore no resemblance to that of days past. Those arcs of violet lightning danced about Bai Piao's form. Had he but grasped a war hammer in his hands, he would have been the very incarnation of the thunder god. Heavens above! This boy actually possesses the thunder attribute. The thunder attribute. I have never witnessed its like. The legendary thunder attribute, a power that none across all of Huangxian Prefecture should ever possess, has manifested within this boy. Shock points 19, 18, 17. 2,000 shock points. Uncle Luo's eyes flashed with astonishment as he bellowed, "Boy, just what is your origin? Are you some servant of the Thunder Divine Palace?" The mere thought of such a possibility sent a tremor through his heart, and a tinge of fear crept into his gaze upon Bai Piao. Thunder Divine Palace. What nonsense is that? I am going to fight you. Bai Piao unleashed all 5 attributes simultaneously, and by substituting the thunder attribute for the wood attribute, the might of his assault swelled to even greater heights. Thunder, the arbiter of divine punishment. Not a member of the Thunder Divine Palace. Uncle Luo was momentarily stunned, but his expression swiftly hardened into ruthless resolve. If you dare possess the thunder attribute without being of the Thunder Divine Palace, then even if I do not slay you today, there will surely be others who will. His great hand clenched, and the vital essence of heaven and earth submitted to his dominion. A seal of bizarre and ominous shape coalesced out of nothingness. Earth rank advanced martial technique, sky obscuring seal. A martial supremacy of the first star battling a martial emperor, and he has resorted to a martial technique. This single strike has already drawn upon 99% of his full combat strength. Uncle Luo, kill him. Ha ha ha. Luo Jin watched Uncle Luo's assault with unbridled glee gleaming in his eyes. Kill that boy, and his woman shall be mine. Bai Piao spread his arms wide as his long hair danced wildly in the wind, as though he were welcoming an embrace of lightning itself. Within his gaze violet light blazed across his form, resplendent purple radiance erupted in grandeur, while the other 4 colors twined gracefully alongside. By virtue of the supremacy of his 5 attributes and their pressure, Bai Piao forcibly seized back dominion over the vital essence of heaven and earth. 9-5 Supreme Sovereign. 9 the Ultimate. 5 the Sovereign. From the deepest reaches of the thunderclouds above, a cataclysmic aura began to seep forth, slow and inexorable. Bai Piao intended to harness the lightning within the thunderclouds itself to forge this strike. Come forth, Thunder God, Nirvana. Fisher. Fist.